Madness. Madness. I am madness. I am the kill switch. Zombies scream, thunder cracks the pitch. Ending the matrix, shadows fall in line. The Raven King rises, fate is mine. Thunderous, relentless, darkness falls. Team evil crushed as the raven calls. Doom for demons, judgment is near. Crimes and iron pounding in your ear. Madness. Masses weep in the storm's embrace. Hellfire flickers on every face. I am the ending, I am the night. Crushing the wicked with purest might. The kill switch thrown, the matrix undone. Evil defeated, victory won. I am madness. I am the kill switch. I'll end this matrix. I'll end this matrix. Steel and the demons forever. Fire and venom seal them in darkness. Watch it all fall. My ravens call to me. I am madness. I am the kill switch. I am the kill switch. I am the kill switch. Viking songs, Viking strong. Viking songs, Viking strong. Viking streams, Viking dreams. Viking adventures. Waters pure,
crystal clear for us here. Waters pure, my compass steers us true and sure, true and sure. Valhalla for me and you, swords of truth, honor and beauty. Viking seas, Viking ships, Viking skies, and death to this world's wretched, wicked lies, lies. This world is lies, 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 lies. See with your raven eyes, lies. See with your spiritual eyes. This world is lies, lies, lies. Wave goodbye. Erase this place, we will sail far away. Far, far away. Illuminate. Illuminate. Illuminate the grand staircase. Illuminate the sky, the mind, the inner eye. Illuminate the spirit. Illuminate the climb higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists never, ever. Illuminate my conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was, I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own being, my own magical being. My own. My own. Viking magic. Sever their heads. Sever their heads. The Walking Dead. Zombies curse their memories.
Forever.
Seal in the demons, seal them in. All hail the Raven King. Long live
His kingdom.
Long live
His kingdom.
the Raven King. The Raven King. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near.
Yeah.
The choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame.
Carved by war,
Etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here. Forever reigns. The king is here. Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
flashes under blood-red skies. The Raven King laughs as the world cries. Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes sing until the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
Battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello everyone. Hello, my beautifully mad ones. Hello, my tiggas. I hope the sound's okay. I'm adjusting my microphone a little bit, so don't worry about it right now. I'm just getting it just right. There we go. There we go. It's kind of one of those squeaky arms to adjust it. Maybe I'll loosen these bolts a little bit, add some mineral oil to it to lube it up. Have to lube these things sometimes, people. You know, you can use mineral oil for, like, Food Safe is what I'm speaking about, the Food Safe mineral oil. The stuff that you can buy in like a squeeze bottle. Sorry for saying like so much, but you can buy it in a squeeze bottle and use it on a cutting board. That kind of stuff, and it'll say Food Safe right on the bottle. You can use that for various things like hinges, things in your house that squeak. You can use it for knives, for the little pivot point. I'll make a video showing you what you can use it for. But it's Food Safe mineral oil. You can even soak things in it. It's very inexpensive. You can get a great big bottle, and there's a lot of uses for it. And again, it's not toxic shit, as I understand it. But anyway, thank you, Wendy. The sound is perfect. So mineral oil has multiple uses. I just used some recently. This is a new cold steel knife. I'm trying to collect every, well, I don't know if I'll get every, but I'm trying to get, I have a nice collection going. Sorry, I've been up all night, so I'm not quite as lucid and coherent as usual, or as I could be or should be. But this is an AK-47 knife, not a gun, by Cold Steel. It's all black. It's a blacked out version, black handle, black blade. The steel is S35 VN, which is a very good steel. It's a tough steel, but it's easy to sharpen. It's not a budget cheap steel, and it's not quite a super steel, but it's a great all-around steel. And this is just a great little pocket folding knife. But this knife might be illegal in certain countries because of how it can open. So that's the thing about this Hell Realm system. Certain knives are legal one place and illegal somewhere else in the same realm. Certain knives are legal in one state and illegal somewhere else. Fortunately, in Canada, if a knife is legal, it's legal everywhere in the country. You could take it in your boarding luggage, not in your carry-on, but you can put it in luggage, and you could take it with you on a flight from Toronto to Vancouver, let's say, and that's legal. Again, not in your carry-on. You don't want to do that. You don't want to try that because that's big trouble, because it would be on the plane with you. You can't do that, but you could check it in your checked luggage, like your big suitcase, in other words. Just like in America, you can travel with a firearm in your checked luggage. It's legal, not loaded. You have to be careful and do it properly and read the rules, but it can be done. You can travel with weapons legally on planes, just not in your carry-on. It's very restricted to what you can have on your person and in your carry-on or your laptop case or whatever. Anyway, this knife would be legal in some places due to the blade length is 3.5 inches, but it has a wave opening on it. So that's the thing. It could be restricted some places, legal other places. Anyway, I wanted to start this stream this morning while certain people were here. I was hoping to catch my Mirage, Wendy. It's great to have you here. And I just had some thoughts on beauty earlier as I was making some music, finishing up some projects, recording videos. For the people that might be, for the people that might be new to my channel, this is not just a live stream channel. I do more than that. I make music, I record videos that are on particular topics, truth videos, esoterica videos, alchemical gold videos. I do some comedy videos. I expose cockroaches and demons. I do a variety of things on my channels. I don't make the same video over and over again or just focus on one topic. I try to do different things. I love to do different things. It feels good to create. And one of the reasons I wanted to do this stream, and I've covered it in at least one video, the Misery Pushers, the Misery Program. There's a lot of creatures. Here it is, Alchemical Gold, the Misery Program, 7 days ago. There's a lot of creatures on YouTube, and their whole channel just pushes misery. Video after video after video after video. There's a bunch of them on here. You could go to the ones here in the shorts. They push misery, and they're not the only ones. I've covered many of them, and that's all they do. They're miserable creatures. And what I'm trying to do is combat that, not just by exposing them. That's part of what I'm doing. But I'm trying to give you some things to laugh at, like these Dolores Cannon videos, tribute to Saint Dolores Cannon. This freaky, creepy demon here. The real people. I try to mix in some humor with what I'm doing. Granny Voy. Here's a misery pusher. This guy, Justin. Born into a corrupt system channel. All of a sudden, he's mentioning recycling. Gee, I wonder where he got that from. What a genius.
I don't want no kids. And I really don't care to get married either. I don't. Call me whatever. Weird old this, that. I just don't care. I'm just trying to hang in as best as possible. And hopefully before I know it, I'm out of this shithole. And hopefully I don't get recycled. Recycle back into this. You know, a lot of people believe in that reincarnation thing. And who knows, man? I'm not saying it's false. Who knows? I'm out of this shithole. And hopefully I don't get recycled. Recycle back into this. You know, a lot of people believe in that reincarnation thing. And who knows, man? I'm not saying it's false. Who knows? Recycle back into this. You know, a lot of people believe in that reincarnation. Get recycled. Recycle back. I'm out of this shithole. And hopefully I don't get recycled. Recycle back into.
Well, there you go, Justin. You're in the bin. You're in the recycling bin. I framed your face in the recycling bin for you to give you a preview. You're headed towards the bin, Mr. Dull Eyes, Mr. Big Nose, Mr. Misery. I might even nickname you Mr. Misery. You sure love that glowing neon green shirt for some reason. You wear it in a lot of videos. Do you only own 2 or 3 shirts? I have to wonder. Mr. Misery, Mr. Big Nose, Mr. Dead Eyes, Mr. Fake Laughter. Like, what is that? What is that nervous laugh that's fake laughter? It's forced. Your eyes aren't happy. Your eyes aren't laughing. Have you ever seen people that smile and their eyes aren't smiling? There's a classic example right there on the screen. Mr. Fake, Mr. Phony. Mr. Fake, Mr. Phony.
Go back into this, a lot of people believe in that reincarnation thing, and who knows, man? I'm not saying it's false. Who knows? Recycle back into
You're afraid, aren't you?
this. A lot of people believe in that reincarnation. Get recycled. Recycle back. I'm out of this shithole, and hopefully I don't get recycled. Recycle back into this. A lot of people believe in that reincarnation thing, and who knows, man? I'm not saying it's false. Who knows? I don't know. Like, the truth is, I don't know what I believe. I don't know what I believe. There's so many theories of things. You don't know which is true, if any, if it's even true or not. But I really, really don't want to be. I really, really don't want to come back to this.
Oh, you're going to get recycled. What a genius.
I don't want no.
He has rocks in his head. That's what I keep saying about him, and I'll keep repeating it. He likes to stalk my channel. He'll tag me in posts. He's made long videos about me. He's made short videos about me. He's obsessed with me. He says that it doesn't bother him, my criticism. But all of a sudden, he's just obsessing over me like a creepy creature, like a weak, insecure, fragile, egoed, Mr. Big Nose, Mr. Misery creature that he is. Now, I've recorded some videos lately, quite a few actually. Tribute to St. Dolores, 13 minutes. This one, The Real People, Jeremy Exposed. I just posted this 4 hours ago, a new Esoterica series video, Evil. It's written by me, and it is 24 minutes and 44 seconds, which gives it a 444, a triple four. Now, 444 is a magical number. It's not the only magical number, but it is a magical number. And I'm trying to share some magic with you. And I played this already, Viking Harmonics, my newest song. So there's new videos here, short videos, long videos. You can always go to the Sanity Machine and click on videos. And there you go. There's a bunch. The newest are at the top, right here. Glorious, just glorious. The Cream of the Crop channel on YouTube. The Sanity Machine, right here. I have music, I have esoterica videos, I have videos exposing creatures, I have some comedy videos, satire, I have all sorts of different things. It's a mixture here. There's music, there's alchemical gold, there's more music, there's all kinds of videos here. All kinds of videos for you to enjoy. And that's what I'd like you to do. Enjoy. Enjoy. I'd like you to enjoy. And that is something different in this realm, because a lot of creatures, 33 minutes and 39 seconds just went by. I see the 33 for how long I've been live. I just caught it on my screen. A lot of people or creatures in this realm want you to be miserable. I want the opposite. I want you to feel alive in your spirit, regardless of what realm you're in, what's going on. I don't want you to be Walking Dead. I don't want anyone that I love, like, care about to turn into the Walking Dead. I don't want a single good spirit in this realm to give in to evil and to become miserable. And that's what it is. If you let this realm make you miserable, then you're giving in to evil. You're letting it win. And I hate that. I don't want that to happen to anyone. So I do the opposite of these misery pushing channels. I'm pushing truth and justice and beauty and glory and victory. Not woe is me, we can't do anything, we're this, we're that. I don't push that at all. I don't push misery. And I am disgusted by beings that push misery for shekels. There's a bunch of them. There's a group of them on YouTube with various sizes of channels, but a lot of them have 15, 20,000 subs. And they're pushing misery, especially to young people that are in their 20s. Teens and 20s are falling for this. And then you have these miserable, depressed teens that hate life because they're watching these shitty YouTube channels that are pushing hopelessness and misery. And I think it's wrong. I don't like it. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's healthy for the mind, body, spirit, emotions, day to day. I think it's miserable of them to use people for shekels and to do that and to prey upon young people. And that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing, like this creature here. He has rocks in his head. He's blind, obsessed, triggered. He looks like he has dead eyes. And I think he could be psychotic. I think he's lost touch with reality.
Oh, and I know that idiot's probably watching the video, of course, for his good old live stream, the Raven guy, the Crow man, the Raven guy, whatever the fuck he is. But I just want to let him know, and everyone else here else know, you know who you look like, bro? You look like this guy, Richard Allen. Supposedly he killed 2 girls in the woods or whatever, fucked up shit. You look like this guy. You know who you look like, bro? You look like this guy, Richard Allen. Supposedly he killed 2 girls in the woods or whatever, fucked up shit.
Very odd laughter talking about a murderer that has nothing to do with me. This seems like slander. This seems like slander.
But not saying this guy is a murderer. He's just a troll on YouTube. But he looks exactly like this. And I'm going to see if I can put up a picture just to show you. Tell me if you guys agree to it.
I don't look like that at all. He said I look exactly like this. You look exactly like a great big-nosed, schnozzed loser.
This, if I could find the picture. But anyway. So.
That's not true laughter. His eyes aren't laughing. He's not happy. It's fake, forced laughter. He's a depressed loser. I think this guy's a psycho. I think you're projecting. I would stay away from this guy. He's dangerous. Fake, forced laughter. He's real creepy. Look at the dead eyes. You come across like you're a psycho. I think this one touched a nerve with him. Justin demonstrates the size of his little wiener. He's got a wee little wiener. He's got an itty bitty little wiener. That's all he has. He's got a little wiener. Look at him. Justin, are you upset? Are you upset that I showed everybody this meme? You creepy creature. Does he look happy or does he seem dark and miserable? One more time back to the little wiener. Here's his little wiener meme. I think he lives in his parents' house because he's always making videos outdoors or in his car. I don't think he can make videos at home. I don't think you could make videos at home. You got to make them when your parents aren't there, right? because they'd think you're crazy if they heard what you're talking about. All you talk about is money, how you don't want to work. Do you live with mommy and daddy? Is that why you're either outdoors or in your car all the time making videos? You psycho. Look at the eyes. The eyes of that thing. It's a dangerous being when they hate themselves and they hate life itself. It has nothing to live for. That's why it's dangerous to other beings. Stay away from these creatures that hate existence. They're dangerous. This thing is dangerous, dark and miserable. Dangerous, dark, and miserable. Here it is in the car. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. It's a creepy, creepy, creepy creature. Look at the eyes on that thing. Look at the dead eyes. He has nothing to live for. He hates life. He hates existence. He thinks that when he dies, he's just worm food. So what is he capable of doing to others? Think about it. He doesn't have anything to live for. That's what makes him a danger to others. Agent of misery. This thing should be locked up somewhere, this cockroach. This pot-marked faced cockroach. It's a dirty shack behind him. He should be living in a shit shack in a third world country. He complains and complains and complains. And he's living in America. Just like his buddy, that Tigga, the Somali that lives in America, and the little Asian that lives in Canada. They complain and complain and complain. They want to be given income without working. They want us to pay their way. They don't want to do anything. They're lazy. Lazy, miserable creatures. They hate life. They hate existence. They talk about life sucks all the time. Miserable creatures. You got to start noticing these patterns. These are agents of misery. That's what I want people to realize. It's worse than just them being a crybaby. That's bad enough, but they're agents of misery. And they're pushing this onto tens of thousands of people. And I think that's a spiritual crime to do what they're doing. And they're doing it for shekels. They're doing this for money because they know it will draw views. You don't get money for subs on YouTube. You get money for views if you're monetized, which I'm not, which is why you don't get ads on my channels. No problem, Wendy. I'm just showing Justin in his onesie with a little hood, his little trucks. Crybaby Justin with a cockroach by his ear on his face and a tear coming from his eye with his big schnoz. His face is turned sideways. He's got a big, big schnoz. Big, big schnoz. And he's an agent of misery.
A few days ago,
An agent of misery. And one of the reasons why I exposed those channels, because it's a huge trap to fall into. It's like falling into a booby trap or a deep pit like they used to use during the Vietnam War. At least they claim that was used. And I wouldn't be surprised. Pits that were dug by the Viet Cong, and then they were lined with bamboo spears sharpened. And soldiers would fall in and these spears would go through their body. Imagine how horrible that would be, falling 6 or 8, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet down, and landing and these spears going through your legs or your butt or your groin or your stomach, hitting you somewhere, different places. That's what these channels are, that are pits of misery, like this creature. Does he look happy? Or does he seem dark and miserable? I notice when I point out the truth of these demons, some demons flee. They can't handle it. They can't They can't stick around to hear that. They don't like it. Bothers them. They run away. The viewers drop in half. Here's this channel truth meter, Anne Marie Uber. Just a small channel. I'm just a small channel, she used to say. Just a small channel.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to talk about the Atman, A-T-M-A-N, a little bit more and reiterate what I saw, probably reading from an email that I got from one of you. And
no idea what the Atman is. She's mentioned it for years, but she's never clear. She could never be clear about anything. I've seen her do interviews where she rambled on with Wayne Bush and that Julie Elvira figure, and just they couldn't even get a word in. She just rambles on, and at the end people are just like, what the fuck did she say? She can't speak clear ideas, and she pushes a lot of nonsense. She'll push UFOs, Nazis bad, going to Mars, all kinds of fake shit. Absolute deceiver.
then I'm going to get into this silver cord thing. Wrote this down about 2 weeks ago, so I'll be looking at it for the first time since 2 weeks ago and trying to remember what I saw, but I'm going to draw that out for you. And first I'm going to pay some bills because I have not been paying the bills. So if you'd like to support me, that would be great. Please don't send me your email.
She's going to pay some bills, everyone. She's asking for your money. She's asking for your money because she's saying she hasn't been paying the bills. So she puts this on the screen. They're shameless. Have you ever seen me do this? No, of course you haven't. And I'm going to answer for you. No, you haven't. Ko-Fi she's on. They have a million ways to donate money to them, to give them money. Buy a coffee for Anne Marie Uber. Memberships, $5 each. She wants you to give her money. Coffee times 33 received. Look at this. They have their hand out shamelessly saying, give me money. They call it paying some bills. Really?
Because I have not been paying the bills. So if you'd like to support me, that would be great. Please go, and trying to remember what I saw, but I'm going to draw that out for you. And first I'm going to pay some bills because I have not been paying the bills. So if you'd like to support me, that would be great. Please don't send me your emails talking about how I'm all about charging for stuff. I have a right to make a living. And there are, by now, at least over 1,000 videos. I mean, I gave all that time for free. On Odyssey, not all of them are there because I had to take everything down from the YouTube channel because they were about to kill it off. So some of it got preserved on Odyssey. I don't charge for the truth. I don't make you pay to hear what I'm getting. However, if you join Ko-fi or Patreon, there are videos that I do that I simply cannot put online because of censoring, or there's things I don't want said publicly. So those are all on Patreon. And Ko-fi is new, where you can just do a tip. But if I start to get members on Ko-fi simply because Patreon wasn't working all that great, then you'll get the same content in both places, and then everybody will be invited to the meetups, depending on what level you're at, or what tier. So I have the thing to pull up. I guess I'm just going to have to type it in because this isn't getting out of the way for me. I might need to, I don't know. I might need to update the Zoom. It's always doing something. So here you can become a member on Patreon as well. If you prefer Patreon, there's these different levels. This is sold out. It's actually oversold because I can only do so many of those sessions a month. I'm really kind of wiping myself out with everything psychically. So there's that. If you'd like to support, that would be wonderful. If you don't want to join, you can book a service, is the second best way to help me.
Book a service. Look at her, $3 a month, and it's called Truther. And you know what it's showing for the image? A snake eye. You can't you can't make this shit up. They rub it in your face, and then they get angry when someone like me exposes them. They just can't take it. I'm gonna take an image. I'm gonna show you this. Take a screenshot. You can't make it. I don't even know whether to laugh or. It's almost unbelievable. I exposed them as snake eyes, and they put that right in at begging for donations. They're showing you, they're calling you Truther, and they put snake eyes right on the screen. It's just unbelievable. It's almost unbelievable. Oh my gosh. I'll put it up on the screen for you. It's right there already, but it'll be zoomed in a bit more when I do it this way. You see that on the left-hand side, Truther? That's a snake eye. That's a snake eye. That's the image she's using for donations. Do you want to be part of her Snake Eyes Club? You just can't. You can't make this shit up. It's just beyond words. Oh gosh. They always show what kind of realm this is by what they do. It's not just their words. It's their behavior. It's the images they use, the images they choose. It's all of it. It's all put together. It's not just one thing that shows what these creeps are. It's everything. It's the fact they beg for shekels. It isn't just one thing that exposes them. It's a whole combination of things that exposes what these creatures are. That's what it is. Where's your evidence of robotoids walking around? They make all these claims. It's all about just getting people hooked on their channels and giving them money. People believing, oh, I'm paying her. I'm getting the real truth now. I'm paying Anne-Marie Uber. I'm getting the real truth now. Here's Truther, the snake eyes. An actual snake eye. They can't be, they can't, they rub it in people's faces as much as they can. She's showing you what she is. She's calling you a truther, and the image she put is a snake eye. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Once again, there it is. All I did was take a screenshot and crop it for you to show this. It's limited, though. Hurry, everyone. There's only 4 remaining. If you want to give her money for that level, that tier. She said, thank you for standing up and supporting me and truth. If you give her money, do you think you're supporting truth? It's ridiculous. I have shills for shekels at the bottom as the frame. Shills for shekels. That's what it is. And there's lots of them. And people just they don't want to wake up. They just want to follow this shit. They just don't want to see it. Thousands on her channel, thousands here, thousands there. Most people just want to pay snake-eyed demons to mind F you and recycle you. And you rage against beings like me. It's incredible.
That would be wonderful. If you don't want to join, you can book a service, is the second best way to help me. And
total fraud.
let's get into this. So I believe I'm just going to read the email here and you see what you think, but I think it'll help reiterate some things and the questions that I keep getting even though we've covered them, it's like maybe they just need to be said again or in a different way. Okay, so this started off with somebody sent me an email, and it's 1907 Rudolf Steiner lecture where he mentions the Atman, and this person has Atman, A-T-M-A-N, and Atmon, A-T-M-O-N, at the 24-minute mark. Sorry, I'm getting interrupted. Oh, let me throw that in. If you're messaging me and I'm not responding, I've gotten to a point where I can't even check. It doesn't always work, the technology, but I can't even check the website contact page stuff. There's so much spam in there also, but I'm overwhelmed. So you'll have to, I don't know. If I don't know you, you'll have to do something to get me to respond. But anyway, let's see. Not sure you got your Atman or Altman. It's definitely Atman, A-T-M-A-N, visual or term from your remote viewing. It was kind of an active remote viewing, or I guess it was remote viewing. I wasn't doing anything in that. Yet if so, yes, it is. You can go look up the video with the details. If anybody knows the name of that video, please let me know, or please share it rather. If so, it seems you're onto something, as Rudolf Steiner lectured 100 plus years ago, mentioning the Atman in similar relation to how you see it. So that's amazing. You can listen to his 1907 lecture here. I did look at Rudolf Steiner stuff very briefly because my ex had a lot of books. He was into alchemy and other stuff. And I only read one section on reincarnation, but I just didn't have time. I was just working so much, and I just didn't feel the need to go into all that. But anyway, maybe I read the word somewhere back then, but I didn't know what it was when it came to me. So this lecture is not on Spotify yet. You can listen to these same lectures. All right. Anyway, 1907, near the 25th.
Have you seen the behaviour of these white female NGO volunteers facilitating illegal migration on beaches in France?
So you can see these NGO workers here who have been helping the illegal immigrants during their journey, now very happy apparently. Guys, est-ce que vous parlez anglais? Est-ce que vous parlez anglais?
No.
It's a public place. It's a public place. C'est un lieu public, no? You're facilitating illegal immigration, madam. Are you aware this is a criminal offence? It's a criminal offence.
Yeah, to say they're supposedly engaged in charitable works of good deeds, not the most pleasant, are they? Watch how they act like they're the authority over journalists and photographers who are documenting the invasion.
What are you doing here?
Right, so they're there to expedite criminal activity, and they've got the nerve to demand answers from people taking photos of it.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Are you on vacation?
You on vacation? Yeah, not too keen on being filmed while doing their supposedly good deeds, are they?
For which news? Yeah, which one? All of them. Media outlets?
Yeah, I can tell you. Daily Mail, The Times.
Just the repulsive sheer entitlement of them, thinking they've got the moral high ground to try to intimidate people.
She's not very nice, is she?
No, we started Hugo.
What's up?
To intimidate people.
She's not very nice, is she?
No, we started Hugo.
What's up?
Zola.
Hey pal, how you doing?
Hi, Good, good, thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry, I'll talk to you, but she's quite aggressive. We're not aggressive.
That's okay if you're not.
I've never met you guys.
She got me far right.
Sorry, she was.
You got me far right.
You were.
What are you doing
Sorry,
here?
I'll talk to you. Sorry, can we give it a second to have a conversation? Because you were quite aggressive.
I'm not aggressive.
Okay, do you want to talk?
Yeah.
Okay, can you leave us alone for 2 minutes? Yeah, because I don't trust you because you're violent. You're aggressive.
Are you filming?
Yes.
Are you filming?
Because you're already aggressive. I'm not trusting you. You're surrounded by men.
With your sunglasses?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Because I
Why are
don't trust you.
filming?
I don't trust you.
You think
I don't trust you.
Are you a journalist? What are you doing here?
What are you doing there? As if you have the God-given right to be there when others don't.
Sorry, what are you doing here? You guys, we're all people.
You're talking.
Yeah, but you're talking. You're coming over to us aggressively. Don't take that tone of voice from me.
who are you? And
Who are you? Who are you to ask me?
okay, I'm French. What, you English? What are you doing?
Oh, suddenly she's all for excluding foreigners. Really love that.
Talk to me, so I talk to you.
You know, I'm happy
like
talking to you.
people.
I'm.
Yeah,
we were happy to. We'll talk to you. I tell you what. Look.
Don't go away, though, because I'll tell you what this really signifies. I just found out something wild about stem cells. They're like repair crews in your body that fix what's broken. And guess who's been ahead of the curve? Assures us they're doing everything possible to stop the boats. Utter horse shit. They're literally just stood idly by doing F all.
30 metres away, and they just stood there waiting to go. So we have here French police, migrants over here. Sorry for repeating myself. So I'm halfway between them. So I think I'm going to stay here, see how this goes. What's the worst that's going to happen? Can you hear them talking? I'm not sure if the microphone will pick them up. Are you going to stop him or what did you ask? And what did he say? He said no. I was going to ask him, how much do we have to pay for you to stop them? Look, so now he's doing a selfie, look. Police officer doing a selfie, watch. He's doing a selfie. I'm not sure what's going on now, but the extremely efficient French police are coming and going to have a conversation of some sort.
The photographers who show up to document the invasion get hassled more than the criminal migrants.
Oh.
Are you a journalist or a
A photographer, yes.
Yes.
You want the card?
Yes, please.
No problem. 4 times today. I think did I not see you this morning?
The NGO workers are directly providing aid and support to individuals who are about to break the law. In any sane world, these people would be charged with facilitating a criminal offence. But that's not even the key takeaway here. First off, why are they almost always white women? Why is there hardly ever any men? Or given France's increasingly diverse demographics, hardly ever any non-white volunteers? What kind of pathological altruism is it that only seems to afflict middle-class Western white leftist women to the point where they'll dedicate much of their life to directly aiding the invasion of Europe, aiding predominantly African and Middle Eastern men who are statistically more likely to do some of the worst things imaginable to them. Also, just look at how nasty, obnoxious and vindictive they are. Everyone talks about suicidal empathy as if these women are just misguided. They're just so full of love and kindness for young men who they see as eternal victims, they just can't help but help. They're such lovely, caring, compassionate people, they just can't help themselves. But they're not lovely, kind and compassionate people, are they?
I'm going to jump in here. I want to comment and say, I don't blame innocent white Western European or Eastern European women for this. I don't group in innocent good women with traitors. I don't do that. So I want women that watch my channel to understand and to know and be secure knowing I don't group you in with these losers. I don't group in all women. I don't look at these women that are traitors and see all women that way. Now, that is something that toxic women do with men quite often. If a man abuses them, they hate all men. Men in general don't operate that way unless you're very disturbed or very leftist male feminist. A normal, natural man will not group in the innocent with the guilty. So I want women to always understand and feel secure knowing that, and don't feel like I'm grouping you in with evil traitors, because I don't do that. I know there are good European women. I just wish there were more, and I wish more would speak out against the ones that are aiding the invaders, that are hugging them, that are dancing with them, feeding them, helping them get to the shores. They're helping them in so many ways. They're going to other countries, giving them life jackets, giving them food, money, helping them right on the boats. They're just helping them. They're aiding the enemy. Okay. So I stand against that. And it's almost exclusively women. You don't see a lot of males aiding the enemy in these videos and photographs. It's almost always, as Paul Joseph Watson rightfully pointed out, it's almost always women, not just young women. There's boomers there as well. There's older women that are 70 years old, I've seen in some of these cases, 70-something years old. And they have nothing better to do than to go help with these NGOs. Oh, it's sickening. It's sickening. And as he pointed out, which is true, you don't see darkies helping. You don't see Chinese, and you don't see black Africans usually helping them ashore. They're busy doing other stuff. What is it about these leftist white women? It's like they love to treat the invaders like they're babies. It's gross. And I've shown videos where they're rewarded, and I put that in quotations, with being put in suitcases for living with them, marrying them, helping them, working for organizations that house them and try to feed them and try to assimilate them. And they reward you by cutting you up and putting you in goddamn suitcases. It's time for European women as a whole to smarten up. Now, I realize some of these are unreachable. We just should float them away. We should send them to Africa. They love it so much. They love them so much in the third world. They should just go be with them. Because some of them, you'll never deprogram them. They're just so far gone. They're too far gone.
You can see by their own demeanor and behavior.
They're too far gone, and they hate white men. And they have a real, I almost said issue. It's so far beyond an issue. It's mental. It's psychotic. It's psychosis.
Behavior that they're really horrible, nasty, snide, and venomous. At this point, it's probably wise to dispense with the suicidal empathy framing altogether and accept that
my personality type under Myers-Briggs is when I say type. I don't mean just me. There's thousands and thousands, at least, if not millions in this realm potentially, that have the same personality type. I don't want to blame the innocent and group them in with the guilty. I've always been that way. I don't want to group in innocent ones. I don't want to punish the innocent for the crimes of the guilty. It's very important to me. Justice. And justice means punishment for the ones that are guilty. Now, this creature on the screen, this one in the vest, she's not just guilty of giving the finger. Okay, I want you to understand. Because some people would just tune in for a second, go, what do you mean guilty? Giving the finger? She's done more than that. She's aiding the enemy. That's what she's guilty of. And she should be deported for that on a door.
Demeanor and behavior that they're help themselves. But they're not lovely, kind, and compassionate people, are they? You can see by their own demeanor themselves. But they're not lovely, kind, and compassionate people, are they? You can see by their own demeanor and behavior that they're really horrible, nasty, snide, and venomous. At this point, it's probably wise to dispense with the
nasty, snide, and venomous. I agree. They are. They are. They would invite in millions, excuse me, millions in a day or millions in a year if they could. They would just open the borders completely. They hate white people, and they especially have hatred for straight white men. There's a percentage of women that are leftist / liberal. They're deranged. They're deranged. So I feel for what this guy went through. He's a bit emotional in this, but in a way it's understandable because he's speaking about the damage done to him growing up. How racial self-hatred infected my family and shaped my worldview is this video. A lot of harm was done to him growing up, and a lot of harm is being done to white children by liberal women, grandmothers, aunts, great aunts, mothers, and sometimes babysitters, daycare workers, female teachers, older sisters. A lot is being pushed by white hating, white liberal women. And this guy tells his story. And I don't want white children to be filled with self-hatred and to be abused psychologically.
This is going to be a very personal video. About 3 or 4 years ago was the last time I saw my grandmother. And one of the last words she said was, "It's a good thing that middle-aged white men are killing themselves in this country." She didn't say it with irony, that middle-aged white men are killing themselves in this country. She didn't say it with irony or with parody or any kind of sarcasm. She said it with actually an incredible amount of venom. And my grandmother was always liberal. She was always progressive. That's just how I grew up. So I didn't think it was abnormal. But I think a lot of people in my family, especially myself, saw her views accelerate in the 2010s and particularly after 2020 to the point of complete hatred towards white people and towards herself and to her own family, because obviously we are white.
So some people would say, well, it's the media's fault, Stephen. What happened to his grandmother? It's not her fault. They'd say that throughout the 2010s and 2020s, we're talking about well over a decade, close to 2 decades, she got worse and worse. This liberal grandmother. And some of you are confused. You'll say, well, she's white, though. How could she hate white people? There's a lot of self-hating whites and whites that hate other whites. It's becoming rampant, more and more common. All right? And I'm trying to point this out.
The point that she wants the oblivion and the destruction of the white race. She wants genocide, at least the slow genocide of low fertility and mass migration, that white people should be punished, that white people should suffer. Because it's not been the first time she said something like that, but there's definitely was the worst thing I had heard coming out of her mouth. Not something you want to hear around Thanksgiving. She had screamed in my face saying that Christopher Columbus did not discover America. She was happy that little white children are learning to hate themselves in the school curriculum. If we went to little white children are learning to hate themselves in the school curriculum. She was happy that little white children are learning to hate themselves in the school curriculum. If we went to an area where there was a lot of white people, one day we were visiting Rye, New Hampshire. She said, "There's nothing but white people here. There's nothing but white people here." Why is that a problem? Another moment of realization was a year prior. As I've mentioned in other videos, I was once married to an Indian woman. I was very good to her. She had immigration troubles. She got a green card because of me. I financially supported her. For the first year, she didn't have a job. She had difficulty getting a job. I was nothing but good to her. She did very well when I was married to her. It was under my impression we agreed to have children at some point, but she kept dodging the question. And so I said, you can't dodge the question anymore. I'm leaving. I'm out. Some people aren't particularly honest when you're having heavy conversations early on in a relationship. A lot of people criticize me. How come you didn't come to an agreement with children early on? We did. Okay. I could have been more clear. I could have extracted more details. What's the timeline? How many children? So on and so forth. Yes. And I definitely recommend doing that. But anyways, when I revealed the news to my grandmother that we were separating, they were initiating the divorce, and it was over the issue of having children, her reaction was, well, you shouldn't be having children at all. How dare you? That's no reason to have a divorce. You should just support your wife in whatever she says and whatever she does. And if she doesn't want to have children, then you're not having children. You don't have a say in the matter. Her reaction, again, was full of venom. It was as if I said that I wanted to, force her to have my child. And I said, no, I want someone who genuinely wants to have a child with me. That point did not get through to her head. She immediately, after the phone call, reached out to my ex-wife and essentially apologized to her. It's very clear at that point that I was the big bad white man, that there's nothing I could do right in this world. And then she was this pure, innocent little brown girl, that she was the victim. It is crazy at times to say that that's her worldview, but that is her worldview. That white men are evil, white people are bad, we are evil, we are to be punished. And the black and brown and other darker skinned people are always victims, are always innocent. They could do no wrong. They shit rainbows and piss gold. I know that, again, it can sound strange if you've never really been close to that kind of person, but it is 100% true. My grandmother, to go further, I lived with my grandmother briefly after college. I paid her rent when I lived with her. Several years later, she was one of those people who brought migrants into her own home. She brought in 2 Afghan women into her home. They did not pay rent. They got free. Do you understand? Now, my grandmother had 3 boys. My father, who's the oldest.
See, these women were women. Number one, your grandmother hates men. That's obvious. And they're non-white. She sees you as privileged because you're a white man.
And my 2 uncles. She treated them pretty poorly throughout their whole lives. She made them compete against each other. She withheld affection. She's just a very cold, calculating person.
Sounds like she's a malignant, narcissistic, hateful old bitch. That's what it sounds like. So she's against white people having children, and she had all sons, and she was abusive to her own white sons, your uncles, your dad and your uncles. She was abusive.
All 3 of them fought for her affection. To this very day, she's still alive. They still do. They're middle-aged or beyond middle-aged. They still are desperate for her affection that she will never hand out. All 3 of them are very successful in their careers, in business. And I believe none of them really feel like they are good enough, which is sad. No one in the family seems to realize that we are a family in decline. No one's having children. What's going to become of our bloodline? Again, when the matriarch sets the tone, my grandmother, and she hates white people, and she wants us to disappear, then it makes sense the decisions made within the families follow that script. It's not to say that I don't think my father hates white people. He's much more moderate. or even his brothers. Although his brothers were definitely closer to her politically than my father was. My father was definitely a little more. My mother was quite conservative and kind of drifted him further to the center. I had a hard time with his brothers. His brothers are pretty anti-white. It's boggles my mind. Why? How come does no one care about, I don't know, our families, our own children?
Lucky that your mother is conservative, or quite conservative, as you said. Otherwise, his life would have been even worse. The guy on the screen. And look at how much this bothers him. You can see the pain on his face. Confusion, pain. He struggles with this.
It's boggles my mind. Why? How come does no one care about, I don't know, our families, our own children, our own future as a people? It seems to be unlimited, infinite empathy for people, and it's always people who are furthest from us. It's not the Christian migrant, it's the Muslim migrant that needs the most help. It's not the poor white person, or even...
He's making some very valid, great points here. I'm going to replay this, rewind it a little bit, because I want people to really... I'll not interrupt, I'll just play it for a bit. I want people to really pay attention to this part, because it's true.
For people, and it's always people who are furthest from us. It's not the Christian migrant, it's the Muslim migrant that needs the most help. It's not the poor white person, or even a poor person with some European heritage like Latino. It's someone who is halfway across the world that needs the most help. Always. I asked my grandmother, oh, why are you helping Afghan migrants? Because it's through her church. Are they Episcopalian? Oh, no. Are they Christian? Oh, no. What are they? They're Muslim. Why is an Episcopalian church helping Muslims come into the United States? Now, of course, I already knew the answer because I attended church services with her. They are the most politicized sermons you will find in the country. I've gone to conservative churches. They don't actually talk about politics that much. You go to a Latin mass, you go to a very conservative Catholic church or non-denominational church. If they do talk about politics, it's just sort of like pray for the unborn, pray for the end of abortion, and then they move on. Like it's the lightest touch on a token subject that they like to talk about, sexual morality, abortion, that sort of thing, and then they move on. Her church is literally the whole sermon is about politics, and almost every sermon. And it is paranoia, it is a fantasy world. I remember going to her church one time, and the first few lines is, our world is in a state of decay. There are white supremacists prowling our streets at night with firearms, ready to kill minorities. That was the start of the sermon. I'm not exaggerating. And I looked over to my grandma going like, what is he talking about? What is he talking about? And she goes, oh yes. These people do not live in reality. They actually live in the inversion of reality oftentimes. They definitely think that white men are the most dangerous demographic in America. And they believe it in their souls. Yes. These people do not live in reality. They actually live in the inversion of reality oftentimes. They definitely think that white men are the most dangerous demographic in America. And they believe it in their souls. And I know because I've been treated as such within my own family. Oh, but blacks, Hispanics, Arabs, Islamists, they're just wonderful. They're children of God, a camp of saints. I'm not lying. I wish I was. I wish I was. I am so... If there's one thing I'm not a jealous person by nature. I don't play the victim card by nature. But there's one thing I'm jealous of is a loving family. Because that's not something I got. I received an incredible amount of hatred growing up. It was wrong. It is destroying my family. It's destroying so many other families. Family. Because that's not something I got. But there's one thing I'm jealous of is a loving family. Because that's not something I got. I received an incredible amount of hatred growing up. And it was wrong. It is destroying my family. It's destroying so many other families. I'm sorry that I get carried away emotionally. But when I revisit these memories, and there's so many of them, there are so many of them, it just takes me there. I don't know what else to say. It should not be like this. It's why I am so firm when it comes to male leadership, because she is, my grandmother is a victim in many sense of the words. One, she's obviously a victim of anti-white hatred that she's internalized, that she's received from the media, from Hollywood, from her church, from her liberal communities in Northwest DC, her social circles. And she's also a victim of the fact that I don't think she really had a strong husband. Her husband left her, and divorced her, when she still had one of my uncles to take care of. So that wasn't a good thing. I don't think any of the three sons that she had really rose to the position of I would call patriarch. I had a good father, but he wasn't a patriarch, if that makes sense. He was a good provider. He's a great businessman. I looked up to him in many ways and still do. But to me, a patriarch is someone who sets the tone of the family, who has a clear goal, and that goal is much bigger than just go and make money or go and pursue your career. The goal is, we're going to raise a good family. We're going to have a strong bloodline. I oftentimes am critical of Christianity, but one of the things I do respect is when a man is very much takes on the role of a Christian patriarch, he goes, the biggest goal I have in my mind is getting myself, my wife, and my children to heaven. Nothing can move me from that goal.
So I like what he said about being a patriarch is more than money, but then mixed in the Christian stuff. I'm not down with that, of course. Christianity, I'm not into that. But I wanted to play that for you. I'll drop a link in the chat for everyone. I'm not subscribed to his channel, but I'm going to sub right now before I forget. I just stumbled upon this channel somehow. Yeah, he should cut the Vipers off. I agree. I'll drop the link there. It's dropped in the chat. We're down to 3 viewers. I guess people don't like that. They don't like white people standing up for white people. They don't like it. The Diamonds don't like that. I'm going to play another one of his videos, or at least part of it, for you. Not very many people are interested in this on YouTube. Truthers will call this division. They'll call this racism. They'll do anything to avoid looking at this topic. They don't want to look at the truth. Most truthers on YouTube are like Joshua S. John, Mushroom Kai, London McDouchebag, Tony Sayers. They don't look into any of this.
What leads a white woman, what seems like a fairly young white woman, maybe in her 20s, maybe in her 30s, she looks healthy physically, to scream into the face of a small white child, another girl? It looks like could be her own daughter, or perhaps a younger cousin, or her niece. This is not healthy. It is not normal. It is clearly a sign of self-hatred and self-loathing. And so this episode is I'm going to kind of investigate what leads white people to hate themselves racially so much. I mean, kudos to that black woman. She did the right thing. I mean, I've seen this behavior in real life where a white woman or a white man is so filled with racial self-hatred, so filled with ethnic self-hatred, hatred of their own skin color and heritage, that even quite liberal black people or Hispanics or Jews or whatever the case may be are like, whoa, like, why are you torturing yourself so much psychically and psychologically? Like, it's gone a little too far. So kudos to that black woman. She did the right thing, but there's something deeply psychological going on, because the reality.
Oh, there's something very psychological going on. And I wouldn't spend years to figure it out with her. She'd be floating away on a door, screaming at an innocent little child like that. That is horrendous.
Reality is, pride of one's race, ethnicity, heritage, culture, skin color, however you want to put it, is normal. It is healthy. It is organic. It is should just come natural to you. Okay. Skin color, however you want to put it, is normal. It is healthy. It is organic. It is should just come natural to you. Okay. Now it might require affirmation or a reminder every once in a while. Sure. I definitely don't agree with bravado or overt, supremacism or that sort of stuff. When people get too compensatory, sometimes hot pride can hide insecurity. But pride of one's race and one's ethnicity is totally normal and healthy. This is not normal and healthy. This is something quite psychologically, this is a sign of quite an unwell person psychologically, right? So I want to take a look at this post from 2016 from the Austin True Folk Assembly. This is kind of the post that was heard from around the world back in August 21st, 2016, that caused quite a story.
Yes, a little child was being yelled at by a grown woman that was crouching down and leaning forward to her. And even a Tigga watching that thought it was wrong. Even the darkies there. And this is how wild, angry, venomous, and abusive some, and it isn't just one or two, unfortunately, it's many, some white, liberal, leftist women are. I don't care if you vote or you don't vote. That's the way some of them get hung up. I don't vote, Stephen. You're following this shit, this anti-white shit, this feminism, this Marxism, this we have to pay back the Tiggas, white people bad, others are good. And these creatures that buy into that, like that woman, are abusive to children. And they're abusive in schools to white children. Mentally abusive. Verbally, emotionally abusive. Psychologically abusive. And sometimes they're physically abusive and abusive in other sickening ways as well. So yes, there is a problem that needs to be talked about. There is a problem with the percentage of white women. There is a problem that should be addressed. There absolutely is. I'm not the only one amongst white men that sees it, but if I were the only one in the realm, I'd still speak about it. If everybody hated me and said, Stephen, you're the only one talking about this, no one else is, I'd say I'm going to keep talking about it because it's the right thing to do. So run away, demons that can't handle this. Go run away, scurry away to the shit channels. They can't take it because they know they're participating in evil. And most YouTubers, most so-called truthers running YouTube channels are leftist. They support all of these agendas that are going on. They support evil.
Alright guys, we're back with the fucking Volkswagen. I'm taking everything just 1 week at a time. This week, I'm moving in.
Can't stand her voice, can't stand her accent, can't stand her look. The dreadlock hair is gross. The big septum ring, the way she dresses, everything about it, I don't like it. She claims to be a marine biologist. She's just doing YouTube part-time to make money, but she's working less and less, and she wants to just do this. Live in a van, drop F-bombs, and be classless. Just came across you. You're a vibe, dudette. I hate when people call everything a vibe. It's so cringe when people just all sound like copycat clones of each other. So cringe. Stay here forever. That's where following gets you, people. Gets you a ticket back here into the recycling bin. She doesn't want to work. She wants to make money from YouTube.
To a house. Got all my stuff. I'm living in luxury here. I got my futon.
I think she's putting on that fake voice. That fake surfer type Hawaii voice. And dressing this way on purpose. For views and money. This idiot said, I met you on your live yesterday and saw a true, honest young woman. You have a precious heart, and I saw that clearly. What an angel, this person wrote. She's just a weird chick that lives in a van, but it's just, how pathetic. The low standards in this realm, pathetic.
This is my first time renting
Oh, look at the hair. Jesus.
a room in over 2 years. The Murdermobile and Big Island is still waiting for me, but while the Volkswagen's getting sorted out, I need somewhere to be on Maui. I'm no longer a hobo. Alright guys.
And the guy filming it starts laughing, so all the simps in the chat that thinks she's attractive seems like she has a man and pretends to be single for YouTube purposes, for YouTube money, to make money, to dupe you. And that's what most people on YouTube are doing. To make shekels, they dupe you. They dupe you to make money. I don't know why millions can't get that through their heads. They dupe you to make money. Whether it's a chick like that or a fake YouTube truther or a fake psychic, fake astrologer, it's on and on and on. And some of you just can't get it through your heads. You'll say, well, they can't be all scammers. See, you'll just never get it. The recycling bin is waiting for people that just want to be duped again. One last time. You've already been duped for a lifetime here, if not for many lifetimes. Dupes, 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 dupes.
So in all that surveillance, you would think that it would make...
And this one here, I can't forget when she said that she wants all teachers to be female. She wants the experience for children, men or boys and girls, to be no men, a male-free zone, except for the boys that have to put up with the vaginas and the feminized school system, the coochie chakras, and always be around women. A completely feminized school system from kindergarten to grade 12 or grade 13 in Canada, as it's known. And then probably into university as well. All female. Well, society's already dominated by feminism. And somehow she thinks it's good if they're all women. Because they don't molest little boys, do they? Oh, but they do. They do. Lily has some huge blind spots, not just on that, but with religion and other things. She's awake on one thing, darkies. And that's her big topic. You got a long way to go, though. You don't have a big picture view.
Our lives safer, right? Okay. So in all that surveillance, you would think that it would make our lives safer, right? Okay. So you get give and take a little bit, right? You get flock cameras looking at you, literally 1984, big brothers watching you all the time. You got all that. So you have no freedom, no privacy. You can't go through life without being seen and monitored on multiple cameras. But yet you have these people that are committing crimes just left and right and getting away with it, by the way. This guy is exposing himself to women in the bathroom, and apparently he's done it before. Shocking.
Oh, wow, a tigga exposing himself at McDonald's. Is he going to the women's bathroom and pulling his pants down? Well, most people would say he's oppressed. He's dark. He's a darkie. You can't do anything to him. It's not his fault.
then why is he on the streets doing it again?
Man, John Lee St. Just followed a woman into the restaurant. He went into the bathroom, and that's when things quickly escalated.
Meal turned sour at a Golden Gate McDonald's Tuesday. Collier County deputies responded to reports of John Lee St. Just.
What is with these names, too? The third, John Lee St. Just. Who named that? Okay, like, do you think your son's going to be the next MLK? Is that why you want to give him some name? By the way, the interpretations of the low IQ of what they think posh sounds like is hilarious.
Exposing his genitals in front of the Golden Arches. Collier County deputies say St. Just admits to exposing himself in following a girl outside this McDonald's in Golden Gate. It's not the first time he's been accused of the crime. Back in 2024, St. Just was arrested for indecent exposure after deputies say he pulled his pants down and walked towards 2 victims.
Yeah, sexual stuff like that is something that shouldn't be taken lightly.
In the arrest report, workers at McDonald's say they saw St. Just come out of the bathroom with his genitals exposed, harassing female customers.
That McDonald's has a play place with a playground in it. This is not the right spot to be taking your pants down in front of the whole restaurant.
Wow, thanks for those really cutting edge takes. A place with children around, a public place is not the place to be taking your pants down. We don't think it's right. Sorry.
Just was arrested for indecent exposure and admitted to the crime after deputies said it was all caught on video. Covering the Gulf Coast and Golden Gate, Kyle Schmidt.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, that's one of the least egregious things that these get up to. All right. So here's what happens when you rent your place out to these people. Shouldn't be doing that. The day of Airbnb is cooked. Okay, hotels are cooked. So the whole traveling experience, unless you're super rich, is just going to continue to go downhill because homeowners are going to be putting less and less effort into the homes that they rent out. Because why would you put in effort to rent out a home when it could just be destroyed? Why not just have cockroaches running around and put a cot in the corner of the room? Why don't we just go to third world conditions? That seems to be the direction we're heading in.
The damage is devastating and disgusting. Floors wet with backed up sewage, a 150-year-old piano destroyed, broken windows, and the pool littered with debris. This is the aftermath of a wild party promoted on the internet at this house in Monroe.
There was smashed glass everywhere, garbage everywhere. When I drove by the property during the party, I could see there had to been at least 150 to 200 people in the swimming pool.
Off camera, the owner says he listed the house on Booking.com and believed he was renting the mansion on Sapphire Road to a family for the weekend. Instead, it was the target of Project X, a party promoted on social media. The exact address withheld until the day of the event. Within hours, vehicles clogged the street as partygoers arrived.
The Tigges showed up, including Tigges with pink hair, weave. The Tigges showed up to destroy the house. That's what happened.
The day of the event. Within hours, vehicles clogged the street as partygoers arrived.
It had to be hundreds and hundreds of cars, and yeah, just something that this area is really not used to or not honestly equipped for.
Police were called, but the location is in the unincorporated part of Monroe, patrolled by state police, which only enforce state laws, not local ordinances. Still, the town supervisor says she believes the party should have been shut down.
Based on... Oh, okay. So I love how they wait to the last minute to shut down this rager, which could easily turn into a teen takeover, burglarizing other people's houses, whatever. I mean, I'm shocked the damage is not more, frankly. So they're on it. Or they're not on it, rather, with this. However, when I was in college, I would remember parties would get shut down literally the second that they started. Keep in mind, it's on campus. This is on campus. You're not disturbing residents' peace. It's like campus houses. So it's like the baseball houses, it's the volleyball quarters, whatever. They would get shut down the second it started. Even though you're not disturbing anyone, it's a college town, everybody knows its people. And I wasn't going to like ragers either. I was going to where little house parties where it was a couple people, it was invite only, it wasn't just people strolling through, and there was constantly cops pulling up. So if you're white kids partying at a school, partying, by the way, is a stretch. Like having a kickback, hanging out with 10 people at your house that you rent that's on campus, not disturbing anyone else. That gets busted. that gets completely shut down. But these people in a residential neighborhood that lied to the people that rented the house out, the cops are like, we'll take our time shutting them down.
The description of damage, trespassing, what probably was underage drinking. Someone found needles that implicated, illicit drug use. I was just shocked that there wasn't probable cause for the state police to respond appropriately.
The party went on until the wee hours of Sunday. By the time the owner arrived from out of town, many neighbors had cleaned up most of the debris on the road.
Well, we all felt horrible for the homeowner. I mean, he put so much effort and energy into building that house into a really beautiful place. I mean,
does that not just sum it all up? We put effort into making something beautiful. It's our piece of art. And we're like, okay, we live in a high trust society, so we can rent this out so other people can enjoy it while we're out of town. No, these people come in like locusts and destroy it all. And then, by the way, are allowed to party until 3 a.m.? Are you kidding me? Our parties would get shut down at 8 when they had just gone.
These Tigers. These Tigers. These Tigers. They destroy. They destroy what white people build. They destroy. That's what I want people to understand. We always pay the price. Always. Our taxes. It's just, they ruin everything. What benefit are they? That's what I want to know. What benefit are they in our society?
A few days ago, I was scrolling on X and came across a viral video of a wheelchair user, Zara Beth, who was sharing her frustration with the train station and the elevator being broken.
The lift's down.
I'm starting to get hungry, everyone. Aunt Jemima, where's my breakfast? Please. Aunt Jemima. Aunt Jemima, where's my breakfast? Please, I asked you earlier. Yes, I want bacon and eggs. Extra bacon. Both kinds. Regular strips and Canadian bacon as well. You know what I want. And coffee, please. Don't give me that look. Don't give me that sass. Hop to it. What do I pay you for?
Rip.
Now, yesterday I noticed that people began to look further into this, and on her TikTok, she shares that she has some shocking pastimes. She wants people to know that even as a wheelchair user, that's not going to stop her from rollerblading and spinning in circles on her rollerblades, walking on a tightrope, and running, jumping, and doing flips, as well as a back bend with one leg up. That is when I learned the term ambulatory wheelchair user. They are people that can walk but need a wheelchair if they're feeling pain or fatigue, or only when it's necessary to get in the front row of shows or skip really long security lines.
Here's what happens if you're a wheelchair user and the lift breaks at the train station. This was Manchester Piccadilly, and when I arrived, the lift was broken and I had my chair and attachment. I spoke to the staff and they brought down a stair lift. I don't know if it works. The first option was the built-in stair lift, but this actually didn't work. They figured out that it was broken, so that was 2 options completely down. The second option was a small portable stair lift, which didn't look as sturdy, and I was quite scared of it, not gonna lie. But they brought it down anyway, and when we got to the bottom, we realized that my chair wouldn't fit onto it. I have quite a long wheelbase with my attachments, so we couldn't do it. We'd just gotten off a flight too, so I couldn't even detach my attachment because it was physically taped together and we didn't have scissors. So in the end, because I'm ambulatory and I did have a bit of energy on this day, I offered to walk up the stairs while they carried up my setup. The staff were really helpful in this case, but I'm not sure how it would have been fixed if I couldn't walk up the stairs.
Imagine if after a long flight, you didn't want to walk, and so you just don't have to. As a full-time wheelchair user, this pisses me off so much. says a Billy Boy. This person feels bad for the staff members who had to cater to this when they could have been saving somebody from a stabbing that is becoming more common in those very tube stations. But why does she just offer to walk up the stairs when she could have done a triple, double 360 flip, spin around, tumble? I couldn't believe that this is actually the same person, but you guys, it is. She is actually a gymnast. Here she is.
I can do it fine and I join in with everything, and other weeks I know my body well and I know that I'm not quite up to it, even though I've made it to the gym and I can do it fine and I join in with everything, and other weeks I know my body well and I know that I'm not quite up to it, even though I've made it to the gym and I'm exercising and I'm physically moving and I'm there. It doesn't mean you have to do all the really high-powered things. You don't have to do everything that other people are doing. You just do what suits your body and what suits your mind.
Could you imagine being in the disabled Olympics and there's actual disabled people there, and then they go up to compete against this girl who's literally physically running circles around them? Does she know how this looks? She looks more physically capable probably than the staff people who carried her wheelchair up the stairs. How is she running and doing flips?
So they actually don't hear my tics, and when I'm distracted I don't tic as much and I don't have as many symptoms, so actually it's not that bad. It doesn't really interrupt unless I'm gonna do some cartwheels on floor beam.
Guys, she's gonna do some cartwheels on the floor beam, okay? And you might have heard her say that she has tics as well, and you're gonna see her trying to get a COVID test. I should have had tics when they try to give me a COVID test. That thing is horrible.
Hi.
You know, her leg was a little bit bent, therefore I think that she needs a wheelchair. That was disgraceful. She needs to point her toes more and have better posture at the end. What is this? I can see why she's in a wheelchair now. Can't walk up the stairs, but I can do this.
Doing gymnastics doesn't mean you have to do all the really high-powered things. You don't have to do everything that other people are doing. You just do what suits your body and what...
You're a wheelchair user. You got to take it slow up there on the high beam. I mean, how are the wheels even going to fit? The wheelchair couldn't fit on a high beam. Wheelchairs and high beams don't go together unless you have two high beams and then can roll the wheelchair across both of them. Then you could... Did she just do this and call it a small seizure? Seizures are like scary. If you were having a seizure, people would know. You'd be foaming at the mouth, you'd fall on the floor, they'd probably call the hospital, they'd probably call an ambulance. Oh, come on. Absence seizure begins. If you're really so nervous and feeling so uncomfortable, maybe it's because you're recording yourself. Like she's pretending that she doesn't know the camera's there either. Being 1000% honest, I do have a disability. It is that I am unable to continue this video unless you are subscribed to my channel. Oh, thank you very much. Now we can continue.
It's about 4 or 5 pages just earlier.
I'm sorry, girl. What are we doing? People actually have Tourette's and stuff. Maybe she does, but I mean, at the same time, she's roller skating. She really just went in between his legs.
And now I've roller skated. This is harder than ice skating. There's a lot more friction. I've been working on walking and physio for about 2 years now. And even though walking is getting easier, this was not easy. This is a workout.
I've been working on walking for 20 some years now as well. I guess we're all working on it.
To those of you who've seen my other videos, this one may come as a surprise. I am a wheelchair user, but I can also walk. I've made some videos about this recently, but I found this footage from last year and I wanted to share it because after 2 years of physio and working on my mobility, I can walk on my good days. And one of the challenges I built up to last year was being able to go for a walk and play.
Now, I'm kind of starting to understand why she has 2 million followers. She's like, I can walk. Some days I can't. I just don't feel like it. I just want to sit down, get everything delivered to the door, Amazon, food. Don't feel like going anywhere. No, I don't feel like walking to the park today. On other days though, watch me skip across these rocks. Watch me jump across this pond. Have you ever watched an old video of yourself doing some back handspring and you're like, yep, my health has worsened since then? Here's a video of what I should have done when they forced me to get a COVID test just to be able to fly on an airplane.
Okay. I'm gonna cry from you off your hand.
Did my Tourette's act up and I accidentally punched you in the face? Guess I can't go to jail for that.
Oh shit.
Ah!
Sorry, do you want to just close your eyes? Or can you just close your eyes?
I'm sorry, but this actually looks like so much fun. Do absolutely whatever you want and have no consequences. Whoops! Have you guys seen that video of this guy just like screaming out some really bad cuss word in like a crowd, or like they keep doing it and stuff, just like cussing and saying mean things? Whoopsies! Today my mobility wasn't correct. Sorry guys. Look at, she got the flag. I mean, she has every badge.
Mobility isn't great, so it's wheelchair mode, but on some days I can walk fine, on some days I can do things like gymnastics or yoga. I'm quite able-bodied when I'm well enough. But on days like today, my mobility is like this. Evidently not great. My legs are wobbly, and I'm generally just very unstable, so...
Okay, this is legitimately how I feel when I've been sitting in the wrong position and then my leg falls asleep and I stand up and I'm like, whoa, what happened?
But when it comes to long distances or days when my legs are really bad and I can't really stand at all, it makes the most sense for me just to use my wheelchair. It's safer, it's quicker, it saves the most...
Yes. Because there is an extreme amount of fatigue right now. You guys are facing it. You have protest fatigue, mass migration fatigue. Everybody's feeling fatigue. Pretty soon, this is what everyone is going to look like. And actually, in America, I mean, there's many cities that aren't very walkable, and it's almost like cars have become that. Like, we get in a car and you don't have to get out. Like, you go in through the garage and then you go inside of a car, you go through a drive-through and come back in. It's like you never left. It's like an extension of your house. 4 wheels. I mean, actually makes sense why this
28th. Can I be heard? Can I be heard? Hopefully I can be heard. I'm back live again because I don't know what was going on, but people were saying I was muted, but I didn't have it on mute, so I don't know. So here, this sounds kind of threatening. What did I supposedly take down? I'll go back and listen. What a psycho, no mercy. Yeah, you have no mercy for anyone. You ridicule and mock people who have had sexual abuse done to them. And this is a woman doing this to another female-bodied person, and then on top of it, you say you have children, yet you're partaking in an illegal activity, cyber-stalking and harassing others. And watch, he's gonna lose his fucking mind because I ended the other live stream because I had to. I mean, there was no sound, so here we are back again. Meow meow. He likes to go meow meow meow. You're just a whiny little crybaby, just a little kitty. Well, that's why I called this I didn't know what to name this live stream, but let's see how he reacts once I shut down my live stream. My whole disclaimer on everything, I need to add that to all my posts, is that anything that I share on YouTube, it's just I want to make commentary, like use this as a learning tool. I find this to be helpful. This is resonating with me right now. And tomorrow I feel like is a very special day. I think something amazing is going to happen. I'm intending that for us all. Something amazing is going to happen. And look, guys, I have 7 people in my chat now. I get a lot of people when I'm being live streamed in my chat liking to lurk. So that's cool. Dutch said, repeating yourself over and over is the definition of being retarded. Rent free, lol. Imagine being this obsessed. And you know, when I used to listen to him, I played him on the car radio station. Oh, sorry, I bent down and it said I had to turn the phone, but yeah, I was playing his content on my radio, like through the speakers on the car, and my mom was listening to it, and she's like, oh my god, this person's just repeating themselves over and over again. And I was like, yeah, I know, it's like, but he was saying some things that made sense, and it's exactly why some of us were on his channel, because some of the things, like, in the content, people were even saying that... Oh shit, here he's gonna lose his mind.
There you go. They made the video private. They didn't just end the live stream. They made it private. Like a coward.
No.
They weren't talking about you, Salty.
No. I did just go private. It's gonna come back up. You are a fucking liar. Liar, liar, liar. All you do is try to discredit people. All you do is... Look. Here. It's public again. There you go. All of this is all documentation, all evidence. You're so full of shit. You try to paint this picture like everyone's trying to, you know, well, you'll hear him go on and on.
And it is all recorded here on my stream.
Yeah, because you cyber stalk.
I can't get rid of my stream.
Because you cyber stalk and harass people all fucking day long for 12 hours a day, usually on average. How the fuck does this guy even have a life? Does he even go to the bathroom? I've already stated, once somebody states, like, leave me the fuck alone, and you've made a police report, you're already committing a crime. You're already going against what I've asked, to cease and desist, to stop. And I said that in regards to Derek, I said, you know, this guy's, like, seriously, he wants to end his life. Stop. 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 And he wouldn't do it. And what does Derek do? He shits all over me. You're welcome, Derek. Look at this. Just look at him.
So I already have it here.
Good for you. It's already up. It's still up.
And it was about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. So it was somewhere around 4 hours, maybe 4 hours, 20 minutes into my live stream. Somewhere around 4 hours, 20 minutes in, I would estimate. Maybe 4 hours, 10 minutes. You'll see, though, your posts come up, because it isn't just their avatar. All of a sudden, they're scrolling through your community page posts. I would have responded and said shit to that creature, but I was on the phone, so I had myself muted. I was talking on the phone. I could see what they were showing, and I just kept the stream going. So
I'll show more.
And then I called him a stalker, freak, piece of shit, which is what it is. It's mental. It is a mental freak. It's deranged. It's obsessed. It's a stalker. It's a creeper. Creepy creature.
No, that's all you do.
And all of a sudden, I remember looking up at my laptop, and I could hear it talking about you. I had the volume cranked way down on my live stream while I was on the phone, and I had myself muted, but I could see them sharing posts from your channel. And they clicked on your avatar, and they actually, Mushroom the Lie, Kai the Lie, speculated that your avatar picture is not real, said it could be AI, and so did that big beast, Leslie. Leslie was over there in its chat. It's a fan. Leslie is a fan. Let's see if I can find it.
Oh, but you can say I'm a hideous creature. You can mock and ridicule me, talking about like why I feel a hijab is something that makes sense for people to want to wear, because there's crazy fucking people like this. But yet she mocks SA victims. And I'm going to show another content about this salty siren character in a bit here. I'm back there. Were connection issues. Yeah, there was connection issues. That's why I had to shut down the live.
This big fucking thing. Here it is. This one. The one that hangs out on shit channels. Chain smokes. This thing claimed that your picture's not real. This Leslie thing on the screen claimed that your avatar picture's AI. And Mushroom read their comment from chat while it was streaming. This thing looks like it needs to shave, okay? I wish I could say more, but these creatures report everything that I say, because they're weaklings. They're cowards. They're fucking creepy creatures. They're creepy creatures.
Oh, he's going over another one?
And sadist, skip over that for you. People might not think that's a big deal, but it does impact other people. Women had a severe...
Look who's over there, Joshua S. John, that creepy fucking thing. It's all these creepy creatures.
No, we're the most awesome.
...of their eyesight because of getting hit with a ball from a biological male trans athlete. So... it's more about the character and the morality of standing up for what is actually right, and being called a misogynist and a transphobe and all the rest is where I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you call me. It's insane to get called a misogynist when I'm talking about standing up for women, but that's where we're at. Because trans women are women, and everything that they say just completely disregard what any other woman says, because a trans woman can speak over them.
See? He actually
Disgusting.
recorded this.
Thanks to trans women. Thank you to all you trans women who piqued me to how much bullshit this is.
He actually recorded this entire live stream when it was going live, because how else does he have my whole chat streaming right now? Like currently, he was there the whole time. How is that not stalking and harassment?
And how harmful. I've actually cried tears. Some of...
I'm back. Battle said, what's going on? Is he talking about this stream now or another? Well, no, I shut down my live because of the connection issues. And then you guys, you said that it's 11:11. Wow. Battle, you said I'm muted. So I just was like, oh, weird. I don't have it muted, but you can't hear me. So I'm just going to like go end this live and restart another one. And guess what? The other one is back up. It's public right now. I'm just proving what a liar, how deceitful he is. How he just lies and smears everyone's name. Dutch said, I mean, I can't imagine the child abuse she levies against them, the last one. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but if she abuses people online, I said that about Wendy Pegasus, I said about these people, like if you abuse people online, like how do you think they treat other people in their actual life? Like Kirsten going on about how she cares about women, but yet she just completely threw me under the bus.
things I realized, like how deeply I must have hated myself to do what I did, and to escape the pain and the suffering. And
we know you hate yourself. We realize that. You have self-loathing because
No, it's because sexual abuse survivors actually do deal with hating their bodies because their bodies is what brought that attention to them. I knew you would use this against me. That's why I actually said it. Because I knew how low you would go. You would actually mock and ridicule trans people, people who have been sexually abused, and always people project that on to themselves. Like, yeah, they hate themselves in the sense, like, they hate that their bodies have attracted this sexual attraction to people that they don't want around them. And so it's like internalizing that feeling of your body. But like, let's hear what he has to say. Let's hear how much he wants to degrade me.
But he would do that to themselves like you did. We realize that. We realize you hate yourself and you hate others too.
So this is what this woman, this older woman says, laughing my fucking ass off. What a disgusting psycho mutilated fungus. This is another thing that she's like to talk and say about me, is that I'm mutilated.
We can tell that about you, Mushroom.
female sexualization and all the rest. It is heartbreaking, but I did learn a lot. I learned actually how to love myself through it all, and whether people believe that or not, because I was mocked and ridiculed by that person saying, well, you must not love yourself because you want to end your life. And all these people are mocked.
He's talking over me. He's covering another live stream that I did. I'm talking, but, you know, he's covering it. He's recording it.
Me about that. They're like, yeah, well, yeah, you hate yourself. You cut off your tits. You really must not love yourself. And it's like, I have no reason to talk about love. Well, no, you're projecting your nature onto me, your own nature onto me. You don't have any, these people don't have anything to say on what love is because they have no compassion or understanding for what people have done. And that's why, what people have gone through, what people experience, that's why I'm like, yeah, like, I will openly say you guys actually mock people that are sexual abuse victims. Because that's actually something that it stems down to. We were talking about the children, how it starts when you're children. Yeah. These people don't give a fuck. And this is terrible. I know I already read something to repeat that I was so brainwashed into thinking when I was younger, like, that was at all okay. And then I realized, like, I looked at my own experiences and...
Guys, I gotta take a bathroom break. I gotta go pee really quick, so I'm just gonna keep recording this.
Kirsten said that you're a narcissistic liar, you're a narc, and you have borderline personality disorder, BPD.
Okay, of course, Kirsten said that I was a narcissist. She says that about Charles. She says that about everyone. But mind you, her own family doesn't want to have anything to do with her, and she actually told me this because they say that she's a narcissist. And I was like, wow, you actually admitted that. That's interesting. But I don't care. You can say all you want. I've been open about everything that I have gone through, and now that you're bringing up my personal information, you're gonna make yourself look more and more like an asshole because you're actually demonizing, you're stigmatizing mental health, which is the first thing I said you should stop doing. But also, yeah, of course Kirsten said that. She told all of my personal private information, but oh, it's okay for Derek to be bipolar, which I actually was diagnosed as bipolar, and I told Kirsten that when I was younger. That was like the first diagnosis I got, and basically the main one, and yet, oh, she just disregards that. She likes to pick and choose and tell people's private information, all the personal things that I said. But you know what? The things that were said publicly about her by Charles were actually true. And that's why he had a reason to say it. You can't really go after somebody when you actually have defrauded the state of California. So, yeah. My phone is kind of dying, so I'm going to charge it, but I'm going to basically just record. Like, let's see if I can prop up my phone here. Somehow. Because, yeah, I'm just going to go to the bathroom really quick and... as long as they're wasting time on me, but it doesn't hurt me. What hurts me is the fact that Kirsten would say such things about my personal life when all the things that she's done, she's basically is trying to get people to off themselves. I think that's the whole key goal, and that's what I said in the beginning. I think these people want us to fucking off ourselves and just drag us and tear us down. And if you want to tell all my personal information, well, then I'm going to share my story. And not that I have to defend myself, but this is next level sick, psychotic shit. I don't know how I can prop this up. Like, honestly, I don't have the fucking time and all the energy for this shit. This is exactly what they're trying to do. But like I said, I'm really glad that he's focusing on me rather than other people. Oh man, I can't, like, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna record. I don't have to record. I have to let my phone charge. I'm gonna record what he's saying. I'll be right back. I'm like 5 minutes behind now in the live, so I'm gonna...
You're cluster B, clusterfuck. That's what she said. I think you demonstrated, though. It's not just what Kirsten said. You really are nasty. You've been nasty for years, saying all kinds of shit, and you cry victim. You're a slanderous, lying, gaslighting, narcissistic, evil borderline.
It's so common.
Yeah, you guys can hear me talk and hear what I have to say, and you make your own discernment on who I am.
both boys and girls getting abused in those horrible, horrific ways. And that's another thing why I can't tolerate anybody who even says even anything.
Don't say boys. All you talk about is misogyny. You never talk about misandry. You never talk about boys being abused. What? Maybe 1 out of 10,000 times that you talk about girls being victim or you being victim, you just toss it in there to say, I talk about boys. You're such a snake in the grass. It's obvious what you are. It really is. You bash men all the time. You're really, really evil. You're really messed up. I don't trust you at all. I wouldn't trust you with children around you. I wouldn't trust you with boys around you. I wouldn't want to be away from you without cameras going. I wouldn't want to be alone in a room with you because you're such a liar and false accused.
Then leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone. What have I lied about? What have I falsely accused anything about? Of anything? Say what I've falsely said. Everything I've said is true. You don't prove anything. You're the slanderous person that is always fucking slandering people and assassinating their characters.
Sir, you are deranged. Your own former therapist has a restraining order against you. I heard all about it.
Yep, that's exactly the levels that Kirsten would go to. And that's not the full story. So you don't know the whole story. You never asked me. You go on the basis of somebody that you've smeared and called a bitch. But, you know, well, she really is because of what she's done now. And this is all recorded. This is why I said I'm putting you both on a police report, because you can actively check right now, which it would not even come up on any kind of record. But go ahead and check if I have any kind of restraining order and why that happened. I'll tell this story. I know that's what you want me to do. You want me to say what happened and all the rest. Because I know how vindictive and evil you are. Everything that you say is a projection of who you are. And if you're starting to get my therapist, a former therapist of over like 4 years now, involved in my life again, that brutally hurt me and left me to die, you really are next level psychotic. And you will be the reason for somebody to, at some point and at some time, I swear, if this continues on, like, I think that these people want us to off ourselves.
All about it. I know all about you. All about you, you piece of shit. You stalked your former therapist, a man.
No, I didn't.
You married me.
I didn't stalk him. I didn't look him up for years after what transpired. Every fucking thing. I knew Kirsten was going to be this sadistic and dirty. When I saw him make that post about, oh, this is sounds like mushroom. Prove whatever you're saying. Prove it. I knew that evil, vindictive, lying, monstrous person, Kirsten, who was trying to get Charles to kill himself and was laughing with glee. You want to talk about a narcissist, a psychopath? I would never slander someone's name so badly that I would get them to the point where they want to end their own lives, which is what you pushed me, you pushed Derek, you pushed Charles to. It's sadistic beyond words. Record this shit, motherfucker.
You had to get a restraining order because you're a psycho.
I'm going to get a restraining order on your ass. That was a false restraining order, mind you, that I could actually have gotten a ton of money for. You can't just... I was on... Basically, I should have had a 5150 because I was wanting to hurt myself. And one of the most evil, satanic experiences I have been through. Kirsten wanted to tell the whole internet, basically, because this guy's a mouthpiece for everything. And you went on and on about how women's vaginas stink and all that stuff. Well, Kirsten said your dick probably stinks.
Like, harming children is okay because I just have to distance myself from that entirely, no matter.
I wouldn't trust you around children. You talk about others, but you're creepy. You're probably a PDF, you creepy fucking thing.
Oh. Oh, now he's accusing me of being a PDF. Wow. I'm so glad I have that on record. You are next level slanderous. To this point, now you're calling me a PDF? Holy fuck. You know, Sticky was talking about how the biggest lol cows are those who, like, they're horror cows, but the ones who actually say that other people are PDFs without any proof whatsoever. He's done this to Keith, he's done this to others, and that's where I'm like, other people had red, you know, flags, like, holy crap, is this projection? He'll say whatever he wants to say to slander anyone's name. Oh, you're creepy. What have I shown that has been so creepy? And this is all unfortunately going to come out. He's probably knows because I told Kirsten so much information, and because I thought I could trust her, and I thought I could open up to somebody about this. All he said that she sent pictures. I don't know what exactly, messages, private information to a Discord group, and that's why I think he shut down the Discord group, because all of that could be completely and utter evidence against you for stalking and harassment, and that's why I think I've been doxxed. I think this person has my information on all levels, even my therapist's name. And I've actually wanted to make commentary about my therapist, but I'm afraid that he's going to go after me because that's what he initially tried to do. But the funny thing is, like, he was actually stalking me. And my accounts of that are completely real. It's nothing fabricated. Like, I know exactly what I experienced. And now I'm at the point now where I have to, like, share this on the internet because I'm being now called a PDF and said that I stalk and I harass people when this is all this person has done to me. Dutch said, Siren has obsessive compulsive disorder resulting in constant eating, leading to morbid obesity, and so they can't fit into a photograph. Battle said, this is a strange setup. He's recording your stream and showing it. Haha, what stinks? Haha, sorry, but sometimes immature things make me laugh. What stinks in regard to what? I forgot what did I say anything? I just wondered if he'll start recording this live stream because I was going to show a video about the salty siren. So, like, you can have some more background on her in the video. The photo that I'm actually referring to, it's on this other video. So I think. I know London Man had recorded something and he made a great video, and I want to show it on here because I think it'd be funny if he starts recording it.
Qualities I saw in them, or how much I wanted to, like that. I feel bad because I feel like these people probably experienced something very horrific in their life, and it's no excuse at all for continuing the cycle. But it's like, yeah, I just can't believe some people said some of the things that they have said, and people informed me about other things that were said, and I just was like, oh shit. Okay, I'm not trying to expose people, but like, when you actually have a recording of what some of these people...
You don't have any recording of me saying anything nasty or wrong. You should be locked up for life, fucking lying piece of shit.
Oh, I don't have anything recorded that you've said. I have hours upon hours of evidence of horrific things that you've said, and so have others. In fact, your entire channel is a mountain of evidence, of criminal evidence against you.
You try to mix me in with other people to try to make me appear guilty. You're really
No. Mix people with... I just covered 2 people. You do that all the time. You mix people in. You say all these people are grouped together. All these people are evil. Every single thing he says is a projection of what he fucking does. It's the craziest making shit. You're brave for this advocacy, but I would never do it. I don't have it in me. I'm not scared of these people. I don't give a fuck. He's on a police report. Twice. Because it was 2025 and now it's ongoing and he won't stop.
hell and disgusting. You're a snake. And I see what you're doing. I see right through you. But you are going to serve time in Hell Realm for eternity. Go to hell and stay in hell.
People say it's actually valuable. Because it's a record that other people can see that this is absolutely not a person you would want to get involved with. Dutch said some people are in physical or emotional pain. It has nothing to do with self-loathing in that case. Yeah, exactly. there's emotional, that's where there's no empathy from these people. They don't understand the emotional pain. They don't understand the trauma, what people have gone through. They don't have empathy for others. That's what I witnessed. You want to talk about observable facts? That's right there. There's people, and I know I'm not the only one. There's probably there's other people that talk about this on YouTube. There's people all over the internet, and this was said that this would happen in the end times, in the Quran, that people would do these types of behaviors at a real mass scale, to a point where, harming people in such a way, gossiping, slandering, smear campaigning, all the rest, and you get these groups of people who don't.
That's you. That's what you're doing. Gossiping, rumor mongering, slandering.
Everything he does is a projection, as you can see. Everything that I've gone through is true, and it's absolutely real. And to take my point at my lowest point where I wanted to end my life and mock it and ridicule it and talk about my mental health and then say mental health matters in a tag about me where you're actually bullying and harassing me, trying to get me to off myself.
Making false accusations. You're such a fucking...
You just made a fucking false accusation that I'm a PDF. You're projecting. I've done readings on you.
Piece of shit. You truly are. You're really gross. You're a hideous demon. That's what you are. Just like a cesspool of black goo and sewage. You're gross.
I don't even know you, and they're all joining in, and I'm just here to say, yeah, when they're sending that negative energy, it can be felt, because in a sense we all are interconnected. I'm not saying we're all one, but I mean, we all, consciousness in itself is consciousness. What we experience, we're all experiencing it to some extent. Joshua said, if you honestly look at the movement, it's all full of narcissists. That's why you saw through it, because you're not one. Thank you, Joshua. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for saying that. You are such a healer. And the person that, I don't want to put them on the spot.
It calls creeps heroes, healers, earth angels, all kinds of shit. It's a trans man. It calls itself a trans man. And it also calls itself a Muslim. Can you imagine being that deranged to think that LGBT and trans fit in with Muslims? If you can believe it.
But the person that was telling, I'll message you and tell you who that person is, but I don't want to put a target on their back, but, she was telling me that you're a healer, and I absolutely agree. You are a healer in so many ways, and when I hear you get called a narcissist and fake and you're stealing, I'm like, that's the exact opposite of who you are, and these are all projections, and I know you don't take it seriously because obviously how can shit affect you when it doesn't apply, so... But it does disgust me, and every negative word spoken about you is just going to make you more abundant. Like I said, I am willing that and intending that and transmuting all of that bullshit into alchemical gold. That's going to be alchemical gold. Not what these people boast on about, that their ideas are so original. It's just so insane. Why do I even have to explain this? Because it's just so crazy making that shit like this even exist, that people have to constantly boast about themselves. But that is, again, what broke my heart when I realized, yeah, this trans movement is full of narcissists. And I just witnessed this. I witnessed this one on my channel. This Parish person, and again, they're welcome to comment on my channel because I didn't block them, and they do, and they boost my algorithm because they leave me a slew of comments. But they were some of the most, and this is a self-proclaimed trans woman just this year. Let's have a little celebratory how strong and brave. If I had little confetti and sounds going off, hooray! Great, you're a trans woman this year. You've declared this, and that gives you a right to tell me that I basically deserve to fucking burn, and get slaughtered, and get spit roasted. And this is the thing that they've said to women. Let's spit roast all of these TERFs.
I don't know if the audio is still distorted, but this is crazy.
I've seen screenshots of what these people say, and they say things like,
oh my
they
god,
want to KI double hockey stick and rape women and actually force them to transition, force all the people that hate trans people to transition, and then rape them and spit roast them. I don't understand how evil, how hateful anyone could ever be to say these kinds of things just for simply disagreeing with somebody. I would
as a
never
child,
say any of that, obviously, to anyone.
Diggler,
you
you
can
said?
look at that religions.
What a psycho freak. What an absolute psycho.
How religions fight one another because they disagree on just the loud ones. Yeah. And we always see...
All it does is talk about other people for hours and hours, day after day. That's all it does.
That's all you do. Are you hearing this? Are you hearing how utterly hypocritical this is? You won't stop talking about me, and I'm talking about people that have come to my channel and told me that I deserve to die and burn in hell. But the moment anyone says anything to you, oh, you have to make 50 videos about them.
Worst of the worst. Like, let's see the best of the best. I can't get over that one. It still was coming in my mind, that one interview on Toy Underbelly. I think I said her name wrong. Daviana. That person, man, everybody just loved them. Even if they're just like a quote-unquote transphobe, they're like, man, I just can't hate this person because they're just so real. They're so genuine and honest. Like, that person, I would have no problem respecting her pronouns, because that person respects women and doesn't call themselves a woman. They're like, I'm not a woman. I'm never going to be one, but I like to emulate one. I like to look like.
So we should respect you, though, and you call yourself a man. Men should respect.
Nope, I've never called myself a man, and I've actually stated that so many numerous times. This is why he just slanders and says the most dumbest shit. I've never stated that. You'll hear in my lives. And that's the crazy making, time wasting bullshit that they try to do, is like, he's probably even recorded it, that I've said I've never stated that I'm a man. So, go on.
You, really? You say you're a trans man.
So?
You call yourself a trans man.
So?
Why should we respect you? And men know that. You're biologically not a...
Trans men are trans men. And I think it's good to have people know that, because then they can understand where I'm coming from a little bit more on different things. El dumb fucko is funny to laugh at how pathetic they are. I agree.
And you never will be. You never will be. You can't be a man.
I never said I was.
Know the way men think and the way men are. You judge men.
No, I don't want to be a man. I don't judge men. I stick up for men a lot, and that's all. Like, in my videos, if you actually hear them, you actually notice that I say, let's not compare our struggles through whatever sex we have. Like, let's just... Oh man, it's just so dumb.
But you'll never be a man, ever.
Women have more testosterone than El Dumbo.
Whatever makes them happy. Do you think that a person would just do all that shit for shits and giggles if it wasn't something that actually benefited their spirit in some way? And that's what I got on psychedelics. The whole thing with the trans thing, I was like, why, God? Why do trans people exist? And all I could stop, like, I couldn't stop writing love. Over and over again, love. It's always about love. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. It is always going to come back to that.
That's absolutely stupid. Sounds just like near-death experiencers saying it's all about love. No, it isn't. This place is full of torture, pain, suffering, disease, disasters, liars, demons. It is not all about love. Far, far from it. You're a liar.
Trying to learn to be more loving.
You're a liar and you're a deceiver.
Okay.
You're an agent of evil.
Okay.
And sometimes that can look like hatred, or it can look like I'm getting called fake, I'm getting called all these names and everything else, but it doesn't apply to me, because I know exactly who the fuck I am. Ruby said, amazing dog, thank you. Josh said, I have nothing to do. Joshua said, but we aren't human, we are just in this biological suit temporarily. Exactly, that's why I'm like, why I said in that video.
That's stolen directly from me saying we aren't human, we're just in this meat suit temporarily. Fucking copycats, that's all they do. All they do is copy.
You're not the first person to say that. Do you see how egotistical and crazy that sounds? You know how many people have said, this is all temporary, and we are not this body meat suit. I've heard so many people use the word meat suit. You're not the first person to use that word. That's how much of grandeur, delusional grandeur you have. LOL, that Morin has never come up with any idea of their own in their lives. I don't think so either. Honestly, everything that he's taken is come from somewhere else. Nothing new under the sun.
They copy me. Hold on. Hold on a minute, everyone.
Oh, what's he gonna do now? Because I'm wondering if they're like live streaming this whole new one I have going on. But hey, this is good because he's taking time away, you know, from harassing other people, just to focusing on me for whatever reason. Well, this is weird. It's not just suffering per se, but the onus is on the individual to care about things, and a lot of times you're outside influences, but that guy has no influence, no higher mind or higher power. Yeah, because if you are in loving consciousness and you're gonna help other people, you're gonna be, you know, everything that I was talking about. But okay, let's see now. What the fuck? Adding this to the police
Live now
report.
for 5 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And these envious losers have Mario Brothers brains. This is their operating system. For the creepy creatures like Creepy Kai the Lie, this is their operating system. It's 1980s Nintendo Mario Brothers. There's the mushroom. It thinks that the mushroom is magical. Watch it get the mushroom and it grows bigger. Mario grows from the mushroom. There you go. That's their operating system. That's what runs their mind. They're functioning at a very low level. They're functioning at a very fucking low level. Okay? I want people to understand this. I want you to understand what's going on. This is their operating system. This is what runs their brain. And even beyond the meat suit brain, their mind. This shit. That's their operating system. They're running Mario Brothers operating system on mushrooms. And this is what this thing is. I just made this meme now and saved it. Matrix Agent of Evil. That's what it is. That's what it is. And that's how it looks. It mocks the looks of others, but that's how it looks. Hack, 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 hack.
Wait, when did I mock the look of others? The only thing that I really remember saying, well, I've said some things in kind of a reactionary abuse kind of way, like called him the burger boy and stuff like that, and put a little pregnant man emoji. I did that on Demon Slayer, so he probably knows, because I think he is Demon Slayer, but he was just he's so cruel. It's like hard not to say something back, and I don't want to do that, but it's like, I said that Parrish or whatever has like Sanpaku eyes, which he's done to Charles. He said that about numerous people. So yeah, you can make fun of everyone's looks, but how dare I say anything about something that you've actually spoken about before, like Sanpaku eyes, which I think are a real thing that needs to be considered when you're dealing with people that could be potentially wanting to control you. They're a total fucking loser and failure. Yeah, it's hard to even go on about this because I just, again, I want to take up time from him harming other people.
Big honker, beady little eyes, goblin teeth that look like they haven't been brushed since 1988. Terrible.
I can't even see my teeth. And the sun is in my eyes.
I had to pinch my nose to do the hack. This is the operating system that runs that thing. You have to go way back into the 80s, the late 80s, I think. Mario Brothers on the original Nintendo system that you plugged into a television with these cartridges that if you got any little speck of dust in them, you had to blow out the dust and then try it again and reload it to get it to play. Mario, look at this. That's what this creature's running on. Hack, 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 hack. Hack, 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 hack. It's a psycho. It's a psycho. It's a Matrix Agent of Evil. It's a psycho. It's a psycho.
Video, and I agree with your video a ton, is that like why get all wrapped up in this meat suit and the labels and everything that defines it. Like we have the
against it. This is what it does. It can barely read. The way that it reads even words, just 2 or 3 words in their chat, it can barely read. It's got such a strange way of reading. Terrible at reading, yet it reads everything.
He actually records all of my live streams. This is so creepy. Because how on earth does he have like my actual chats recorded during the actual live stream? You know what I'm saying? Like it's not, that doesn't look like a replay. That looks like he's actively there. And that's why I was hoping he would come on to this live stream and stalk this one, because I was going to show the video of Salty Siren, like more about her, you know, the shit that she took down. People will be playing Super Mario Brothers long after this L dipshit is dead, laughing my ass off. They are in the chat, Def Stalker. Yeah, he's in the chat. He's the other person.
But when it reads aloud, it's just horrible at reading. Such a stunted, weird way. It's almost like it's a child learning how to read in primary school in 1st or 2nd grade, whatever. It's just terrible. Terrible. I don't know how people become adults.
Oh, he didn't cover me like this live stream. I don't want to hear that demonic shit. I don't want to hear that demonic shit, but this is why I wanted to go over, because he's talking about me having a restraining order, and this is like one of the most humiliating things I had ever gone through, because I actually was threatening to end my life, and now it's like they took it as a threat to them, because I was like, you're doing crimes against humanity, and please don't hurt this person, like I don't want him to take that shot and everything. And so they thought I was a threat. Instead of doing a 5150 on me right then and there, they waited days later, because my former therapist was like, oh fuck, I could actually like get in trouble for this. And he stalked me. He went into the chat room at I'll tell this whole story one day, because it's got to be on record, like what actually happened. This whole thing, when I was going to college online during the scamdemic, I was going to college online because you had to. You couldn't be on campus at the time. And so everything was basically Skype calls and all the rest. And it's a lot to... I'm really tired. It's a lot to go into, but he was there in the room where it's like, it's a college course, and somehow he's there. It was a workshop. He was there. He sent me a letter in my mailbox, gaslighting the fuck out of me. I even let Kirsten read that. And the fact that she goes on and says that my therapist is stalking me, when I told her how he's actually stalking me, because of all the things that he did, like that's clearly crazy. A year later, or a couple after not being a client, and then me wanting to end my life. And I said, you know, I've done tarot and shit on this. I think that I can't like say for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. I don't care if people say, oh, that's crazy, you're so paranoid, you're like so delusional, but I wouldn't deny that he probably looks me up still to this day, because he knows my usernames and all that. So, and I did have like a weird threat, like again, I don't know if it's a sock puppet account from this person or my other cyber stalker, AI Antinatalism, or maybe it was really my therapist, but I had an account saying all this weird shit. I have a video on it. It might be private now, but I brought it back up, I think, publicly. It was just like, who is this? These people hear stories about what I've gone through, and then they like try to sadistically torture me psychologically with what I've been through. Well, if they saw me threaten their life, good. Leslie says hi. Hi. I was hoping that I could just take some time away from him harassing other people. Blessy, you said that you came over from the Green Wizard channel, right? Didn't you say that? I don't know. I don't want to listen to his shitty AI music, that's for sure. But hey, let's play a video. I think it, oh man, what channel is it on? Is it on London McLovin, the London Man, or is it on his, the Rebuttal Bar? It's called like the Weirdo Social, the Experiment. I hope he has it, but I'm not sure if that other video was so powerful. That I left. I'm not gonna even go back and look. I'm not gonna go look. You can see it on this live stream right here.
Viking strong, Viking songs, Viking strong, Viking streams, Viking dreams, Viking adventures. Waters pure, crystal clear for us here. Waters pure, my compass steers us true and sure, true and sure. Valhalla for me and you, swords of truth, honor and beauty. Viking seas, Viking ships, Viking skies, and death to this world's wretched, wicked lies. Lies, this world is lies. Lies, lies. See with your raven eyes, see with your spiritual eyes. This world is lies. Lies. Wave goodbye. Erase this place, we will sail far away. Far, far away.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Good morning. I haven't slept yet, and I've been using my voice a lot, so if my voice gives out, that's why. I've been speaking, recording videos, singing, speaking, shouting. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. Viking strong, Viking songs. These creepy creatures on Team Evil never seem to create anything. They're not creative. And if they do attempt to create something, it's creepy. Like Mushroom's drawings or Landry's creepy videos with one eye and satanic shit. It's always creepy and demonic. That's what I mean. When they make something, it's creepy and demonic. Always. That's the pattern. It's right there to see. All you have to do is look. Most of the drawings that creature makes are trans, or they're intersex with both sex organs. Very creepy stuff, very degenerate, perverted, amoral, and demonic, creepy shit. That's all it does. Never anything beautiful. Never. And differences are important to notice, because the ones that can't notice differences will most likely become one with Team Evil, I'll put it that way. They'll be part of this realm. And I think this is the last place any even half-decent spirit wants to be. You don't want to end up here. It's going to be a lot worse in here. I recorded this video earlier, new to my Esoterica series. This video called Evil. I would say very few beings in this realm have examined, pondered, thought about, analyzed, dissected evil the way that I have for decades. In philosophy, it's known as the problem of evil. In other words, why does evil exist? What is it? Where did it come from? Why is it here? Why does it exist at all? Is it beyond here? Is it only within here, within this matrix? Now, liars will say that I'm calling this a world or a globe. No, I'm not. This is one level of the matrix that we're in right now. But this isn't everything. I strongly suspect that outside of this matrix, it's infinite, that we can create anything. Excuse me. They want you limited. They want you to believe that this is all there is. That's a deception. That's programming. That's a mind control. It's a psyop that evil uses against humanity, against all of humanity. Not just you in my chat room, not just me. Little children right now are being programmed in schools, in certain places where school is back. The school year's already started some places in this realm. They're programming little children to believe that this is it, that this evil shithole is all there is, and that they're meaningless, and that once they die, they'd just be rot in the ground and become worm food, as that Justin creepy big-nosed creature says. He pushes that on his channel. A lot of these so-called truther creatures push disempowering misery programming that makes you feel small, meaningless, powerless. And that's their role in this realm for these evil cockroaches. And I'm doing the opposite. And I've been doing the opposite this whole time. If you really look at my content and the message from my early videos up until today, for almost 4 years of videos on the Sanity Machine and other channels, some of which are gone. They were terminated by losers, by jealous, envious fucking demons. If you really look at my work, my body of work, not 1 second of it, not putting 1 second under a microscope, looking at the body as a whole, it's empowering. I would say it's more empowering than any content that you'll find on YouTube or in Odyssey, wherever. Prove me wrong. Because I've tried to help people understand this system, which could lead you to freedom, spiritual freedom. What's more empowering than trying to help beings get out of hell? To debunk evil liars and show you what this place is. You don't have to see it my way, though. I know a lot of beings in this realm can't see. They don't even know what empowerment is. They just want fake praise, fake words, fake pats on the back. They want to be around fake demons, losers, with fake laughter, fake smiles. A lot of you just want what's fake. Humans is what I mean. I don't necessarily mean anyone here in the chat. Humans tend to want what's fake. They want to pay liars, snake-tongued demons. They want to pay serpent-tongued demons for lies. When the truth is free, it's right here. Not asking for a penny, ever. I ask you to give money, if you can afford it, to charity to help children and animals, the most vulnerable and the most innocent, if you can. Help the needy, not the greedy. In other words, help beings that actually need help. Not grifters, not scammers, not fake ones faking being in a wheelchair and faking this. And don't help the fakes and the liars and the greedy creatures that just want their handout on YouTube. Help actual needy beings, children and animals, especially wild animals, domestic, stray animals, shelters that don't harm animals, that are good, food banks that feed children, and the elderly. The elderly need help these days as much as ever, if not more than ever. And I'm gonna try to do more personally. Now, I'm not saying if you can't afford to do this, take care of your own, obviously. I don't want people to think that I'm pushing you to spend all your money that you can't afford. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if you have extra money, help the needy, not these greedy creatures on YouTube, these creepy creatures that always have their hands out. They're lazy creeps. They're lazy, creepy creatures. Lazy, creepy creatures. That's what they are. What would helping be? You can help in various ways, but I'm not asking you for anything. I just think it's good if you do help others, not me. I'm not asking for help. I'm not asking for money. I don't accept donations. I want people to give to the needy if you can. The most vulnerable. Help white children. Help the elderly. Yes, time, listening, a friendly word. A hello, how are you doing? You might have an elderly neighbor on your street or somewhere and say, hello, how have you been? And just listen to them. Let them talk a little bit. Have a conversation. Show them some care. Maybe give them a hug or pat them, put your arm around them and give them a pat on the back, or be gentle and kind to them. If somebody is grieving or going through a hard time, maybe bring them a meal, bring them some lunch or dinner. Maybe bring them a casserole or something, or some treats. Give them some love and affection. Let them know that you're there for them. Ask if they need anything and then offer. Say, I could do this for you. I could help you with this. Because a lot of people don't want to ask. They don't want to say, oh, I do need help. Can you help me? They don't want to do that. So just either offer or do something, like take it upon yourself, maybe to have food delivered or make some supper, some dinner, something for them. There's lots of things people can do. You could shovel their driveway in the winter. You could help them maybe mow their lawn or something, or there's just various things you could do. You could check in on them once in a while. Elderly people. There was an elderly couple a couple doors down at our cottage when I was a little kid, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. And my younger sister and I would go visit them quite often, maybe a few times a week. Once in a while, sometimes it would be a few days in a row, just we'd go visit them when we'd hear them outside or chatting, and we'd go talk with them and hear their stories, and it was wonderful. In some ways, they were more like grandparents to us than actual grandparents, than blood relatives. Very kind, elderly couple, and quite elderly. And we were little kids, so of course we thought they were much older even. They seemed older to us. When you're just a little child and someone is 75 or 78, and the man, the husband, I'm not going to say their names, but I only remember their last name. He was English heritage. He had a British last name. And he was a big, not super heavy, but he was thin, but he was tall and strong. And he was probably less thin when he was younger, but he was a tall man. And he would pick me up sometimes in a fireman's carry. I think he used to be a fireman or something when he was younger. What would they call him? A strapping old lad, not a young lad. And he was strong. And I like that. I like being around them and someone that was a good role model, we'll say. And they were both good with children. And they would offer us a drink, and they would sometimes come back and offer us some cookies or some little treat, something. But we weren't there for that. We were just there to say hello to them and talk with them and get to know them. And they were just super sweet and friendly, an older couple that were retired for years and years. They would be called pensioners, I guess, in certain countries. But they were a retired elderly couple. And their cottage was a few doors down from ours on the river. And they enjoyed sitting out and watching the boats go by on our river and watching the river and just being outdoors. And they enjoyed conversation. And they enjoyed children. I don't know if they had children or grandchildren. I don't recall seeing any around. Maybe they didn't, but they were good with children. They were good people, you might say. In human terms, people, good people. And they had been married a long time. I recall them saying they had been married over 50 years. So 50 plus, maybe it was even 60 years, but it was over 50. It might have even been 60 years. I'm not sure what wedding anniversary that is. I'm not sure if it's your diamond or what it's called. I'm not great at remembering those types of things. The human terms for certain things. Our society's gotten away from that, from talking with people, from children having role models that are much, much older, might be 60 or 70 years older, 80 years older. The man might have been 80 years old, but he was as strong as an ox. I would guess late 70s. He might have even been 80, though, at that point. And he was as strong as an ox. Because lifting a child over your shoulders, like more than throwing a big sack of potatoes, a 50-pound, more than 50 pounds, I would imagine, over your shoulder. So he was strong. Strong, but kind, gentle, well-mannered, polite people, caring. A lot of these things have almost been lost in society. Now, I know there's losers and idiots on YouTube that would say, you're not that way to everyone on YouTube. You're right, I'm not. I don't treat demons that way. I don't treat demons with kindness and politeness. They deserve my wrath and whatever comes at them for what they've done. A lot of you don't know the context. You'll judge and you'll take a little clip, and that's what a lot of people these days are good at. They're good at just listening to 30 seconds and thinking, oh, look at them. Look at what Stephen's saying about them. Well, do you know the history of the past 2, 3, 4 years and what they've done? Probably not, right? That's a problem. That creature earlier says they filed police reports on me. For what? For what I've said on my own YouTube channel? Other than that, what are they talking about? For me recording their shit? That's legal. Everything I've done here is legal. That fucking psycho is deranged. And some of you either need help seeing that or you'll never see it. I don't assume that everyone will see. That's the other part. I don't assume, just like I don't assume everyone's like me in this realm, because I know they're not. I know there's snake-eyed creatures that would eat your face off if they could, or stuff you in a suitcase. And I don't mean as a whole body. I mean like some of these women that have tried to help the darky invaders and worked for charities or nonprofits or whatever, non-government organizations to help these creatures. And they were ended up stuffed in suitcases, one after another. And who knows how many others are missing that have never been found. The bodies haven't been found. That's what's going on. And a lot of people would say, Stephen, you're racist. You're talking about these people. They're just kind and migrants, and you're talking about them stuffing women in suitcases. Well, I'm talking about that because that's reality. That's what's going on. It's something a lot of you don't want to face. You don't want to face what this realm is. You don't want to face that there's demons walking the earth that would stuff you in a suitcase for your bank card or whatever you call it in the countries you live in. Credit card, debit card, whatever, bank card, for your money, for your cash, and for whatever money they can get out of a machine. And they've done it already. They do that. They think nothing of it. And for some of you, you're still stuck assuming that everyone's the same. We just have different races and different colors and skin colors and different bodies, and we're from different countries, but we're all spiritually the same, you believe. And you're absolutely mental. Some of you that come to my channel, you'll never admit to what I said, that we're different. You just can't see it. You're more aligned with Coyote and those creatures, Mushroom Kai, the lie, than you are with me. And you hang out here, but you'll never just come around. I've observed some of my channel that stopped short of ever using the word demon, and they were here for 6 months or a year or more and left. And not once would they call it a demon. So I don't think you're like me. I think you stop way short, most of you. I think some of you, the only way you'd call a being a demon is if they really harmed you, or perhaps if you have a loved one and they did it to them and they ate them and they brutalized them, and maybe then. But it takes such an extreme thing, because some of you are very, very stuck. And you're these virtue signalers. You believe that you're better beings for never calling these demons demons. Doesn't make you better. Doesn't make you more moral. It makes you weaker. That's what it is. Shows that you're weaker. You're weaker than I am. And that bothers some of you to hear that. You hate those words. That's driven some off my channel, me saying the truth like that, point blank. You can't call a demon, then you're weaker than I am. It's that simple. You don't like to hear it. Some of you will run away or disappear. So be it. But one day you're going to be facing the demons that you wouldn't even want to use the words and call them demons here. You're cowards. And these demons love it. They love that you won't call them what they are. They'll feast on you in the end. They'll have no mercy on you. And you might even be wishing at that point, as you're being devoured, maybe you'll wish that you had listened to King Stephen a little bit more and paid attention a little bit more and tried to understand what the fuck I'm talking about, because I'm not using that word as an insult. Some of you are too stupid to get it. You'll sit here in a daze for months or a year, and you think that I'm calling them demons as an insult, like calling someone stupid or retarded. I'm calling them demons because they're actual demons. And one day they might be eating you, and only then will you realize, oh, what he was saying, meaning me, was the truth. And I warned you. You didn't want to listen. Your arrogance and ego and you feeling better, thinking, oh, I'm not like Stephen. I'm not going to call these demons mean names. I'm not going to call them demons. They love that you're that weak. They'll prey upon you, just like those weak liberal women that feel sorry for the invaders. And they risk their lives only to have their lives taken in brutal, brutal, painful ways where they're screaming and being cut to pieces by the very creatures they tried to help. That will be your reward for not calling demons demons. And I know how weak some of you are. I've observed you. I know some in my channel have never said the word demon in the chat ever. They've never even typed it. You're that weak. And I'll say it publicly on YouTube. I say it in real life as well. without a microphone, without being on a laptop. I call demons demons. And they're not going to feast on me. They're going to flee from me and try to run away and scurry like cockroaches. I played this earlier. It's Viking Harmonics. I'm going to play a little bit of this, though. Esoterica series, Evil. Got to rewind it for you. It's 24 minutes and 44 seconds. 2444. The 444 is in there. Way too few likes. Only 19 like this. Way too few comments. How many comments are there? 4 comments. One of them is mine. People are lazy. They show me that they're lazy. There should be 60 comments on that by now. Or 100 comments. Only 3 people left a comment besides me. People are lazy. Lazy. So what's going to happen on your way out? How lazy are you going to be?
Demons, gaslighting demons, creepy creatures, vipers, envious losers, envious demons. Hell is your only future. Your future is pain, piss ants, deluded piss ants. This is no game. Hey demons, little angry demons. No mercy for you. You are doomed. Condemned here by truth. Condemned by truth. Your spiritual crimes will hang you high and burn you alive forever and ever. No mercy for demons. No mercy. No mercy. Forever here, burn here. No mercy, no tears, burn here. Demons, dance in the fire. Ugly demon liars. Burn, burn.
Hello, everyone. Hello. That song is No Mercy for Demons, written by me. Lyrics by me. Song by me. Vocals by me. Hello, everyone. So what if this is a hell realm? What if this is a dungeon? Why is there a problem with evil? Why does evil exist? If this is a good realm, why is there so much evil? Why is this place filled with evil? And so many want to either minimize it or pretend it doesn't exist or tell you, just don't worry about it. Be positive. You're making your life a hell realm. You're making it hell by talking about it and looking at evil. Just pretend it away. Look inside. Look within. Don't look around you. Don't look at the suffering. Don't notice you're in a dungeon of torture, suffering, pain for others. If your life is okay, then you're in heaven. Pretend there's no hell here, is what the New Agers suggest in countless videos. Don't look at it, they say. Don't look at the suffering, the pain, the suffering, the disease, the hell realm, the dungeon, the design. Just pretend. Just be positive. Look within. Try to find heaven within yourself. Don't identify with your body and everything's okay. But I can't help but notice there's millions of children with cancer. There's millions of disabled children. That's not me, but they're suffering. See, I don't call it a hell realm because of my life. My life is actually pretty okay, pretty decent, pretty good at times. I'm not in chronic pain every day. Some people are in this place. They have all sorts of conditions where they're in chronic pain. They suffer migraines. They have MS. They're going blind. This is a dungeon for them. But just pretend, right, that it's not a hell realm. It's not a dungeon. All you have to do is block that out, is the suggestion of New Agers and psychopaths. Same thing, really. All they care about is themselves. They don't care about the massive, massive suffering in this entire realm. They want to pretend it isn't this way, but it is. The evidence is on my side. It's right there in front of you. A lot of you are too weak spiritually to look, or you don't care. You don't care about others. That's why you don't want to look at where you are. You don't want to look at the design. The trillions of beings here suffering, potentially trillions. Suffering every day, getting eaten alive every day, getting diseases, dying every day, dying every year. A whole city of people self-exit. They commit suicide every year. It's about 170 to 175,000 worldwide per year, every year, that want out of this dungeon so badly, they'll do anything to get out. Anything. They'll do anything to get out. Anything. Because it's that bad here. Where many of you want to pretend, oh, it's not evil. This realm's okay. It's not a dungeon. It's not a hell realm. It's not a torture chamber. And then some of you, of course, minimize it. It's a mixture of heaven and hell. Or it's a prison planet. It's just a prison. No, it's not a prison. It's way worse than a prison. It's worse than a dungeon. It's a hell realm. My description is fitting for what this place is. And a lot of you just don't want to face it. You're too weak. You're too weak to do it. You're not honest enough. You're not strong enough. You're too cowardly, too dishonest, too weak to face where you are. It's worse than a prison. It's worse here. Because you don't do this to children in prisons. Look what this realm does to children. That should show you where you are, but it doesn't, many of you. You're cowards. Mentally and spiritually and emotionally. You're fucking cowards. You don't have the stuff. You don't have the spiritual stuff. You don't. You don't have the brass balls that I have, clanging together like thunder. You don't have it. Look at this. Grimoire. Is this my altar? What do you think? Do you think this is my altar? Some of you get all kinds of wild ideas in your head. You use your imagination. You're not truth seekers. You want to create false narratives about me. Rumors, gossip, lies, false narratives. That's what you're good at, humans. I've studied you. It's what you're good at. You're good at making up stories and lies and smear campaigning, character assassinating people. This is all AI. But a lot of you will see images. Oh, he's this, he's that, he's this. And that's what you do. That's why you belong here. You should be condemned here because you're dangerous. You'll follow evil snake-eyed creatures and call them good. And you'll make up lies about me and call me evil. That's how fucked up you are. Most of you on YouTube that call yourselves truthers are fucked up. You're mental. You're liars. You're deranged. You call yourselves truthers and you're liars. You're liars. Look at this. Pentacle on the cover. That's my grimoire right there. That's a photograph of my altar. Or is it? Is it? What do you think? Do you think I created that in seconds with AI, or do you think I took a picture? What do you think? See, many of you don't care what's true. You don't care if it's true or not. You love drama. You love stories. You love entertainment. You love everything in this realm, and Hollywood knows it. They know it. They know you're not truth seekers, most of you humans. You follow what's on TV and in movies and comic books and fictional books, vampire books, Harry Potter books, whatever. That's what you follow. Dungeons and Dragons games, video games, whatever your thing is. That's what you want. You want fiction. Most of you don't want the truth. You're not truth seekers. You don't take the time, energy, effort, passion for seeking to know what the truth is of where you are. You want stories. Most of you humans, you demonstrate it. You spend billions on stories, trillions maybe per year, but you don't seek the truth. There aren't millions of you watching my videos. You don't want truth. You want Hollywood, don't you? You want stories. You want lies. You want drama. You want entertainment. You want false narratives. You want to see this and go, that's black magic. You want to make up stuff in your head. You want to follow evil. You're in an evil realm, and you're following evil liars and evil deceivers. Most of you on earth, your idols are evil. They're part of the world stage. Same on YouTube. You follow liars like this Gingy liar. You follow liars. There's the red candles right after the redhead. Look at that. Look at that. Matches up perfectly. Couldn't have timed it better. You want to follow evil, don't you? Very few of you don't. There's few exceptions. Most in this realm end up following evil. You're in an evil realm, but what do you choose? Do you choose wisely, or do you choose to follow evil like this thing? Is that what you're going to do? Follow voodoo? Follow evil? Are you under the spell of evil? Where does evil come from? Why is it so common here, so popular? Why does it rule this realm? Why is it all over YouTube? Why are there so many evil deceivers on YouTube? Fake psychics, fake astrologers, fake tarot card readers, deceivers, grifters, money grubbers, shills. Why? Why is this realm filled with so much evil, murder, grape, primitive shit, savage, brutal shit, uncivilized shit, brutality, cruelty, savagery, cannibalism, mask-wearing demons? Why? Do you ever ask why? And not in a rhetorical way. Ask why and try to find out. Do the work. That's where you fail. That's where most of you fail. Most humans are lazy. You're lazy. You deserve to be called out on it. You follow these mask-wearing, black-eyed creatures and snake-eyed creatures, tongue-flicking serpent creatures. You love it. You defend them. The big honking, big schnozzes and beady eyes, beady little black eyes with the duper's delight. Evil wears masks of deception to fool you. Why do you think I call it Team Evil? Because they're a collective. They're working together. They're a hive mind. They're not singular. They're not single units of evil. They're not single units of evil consciousness. They're a hive mind of consciousness. They're connected. They stick together. They gang up on spirits like me. You should start paying attention. Start observing it. Start learning something while you're here if you ever want to get out of here. Or are you going to follow the evil that are anonymous, wearing masks, hiding their identity, hiding their name, their voice, hiding who they are, hiding their face, their voice, their name, hiding who they are? Are you going to follow the anonymous accusers, the anonymous evil demonic creatures? Are you going to follow the vacant stares, the dead eyes, the dull eyes, the black eyes club demons? What are you going to do? What are you going to follow? What are you going to choose? That's what I wonder. I wonder that almost every day. What are you going to choose? Because thousands on my channels over the years have been given a chance, an opportunity to see evil, and they run back. They join evil. Look at this. Oh, look at that gingy roach, gingy cockroach. What are you going to follow? What are you going to choose? Are you going to choose wisely? Are you going to choose to expose evil, to oppose evil, to stand against evil? Or are you going to stand with evil? Are you going to follow around the black-eyed club, the mask-wearing demons with the big titties? Is that enough for you? A set of big tits, or perhaps a pretty face, or is that enough to con you, to seduce you, to deceive you, to mislead you? Is that enough? What are you going to do? What are you going to choose? What are you going to follow? Are you going to choose wisely? Are you going to stand in the light of truth with true spirits, good spirits, spirits that care for truth, care for others, have love, care for truth, care for love, care for justice, care for what's right, righteous, moral beings of justice and truth? Or are you going to oppose good beings and stand with the dark ones, with the darkness, with the black-eyed demons? Where do you stand? Where do you stand? Do you stand with evil, or do you stand against it? What if the source of evil is this place, this realm, not just this level, not just where you are right now? There might be 1,000 levels, 1,000,000 levels. There might be infinite levels and dimensions within this matrix, this sewer matrix. What if this is the source of all evil? What if beyond this matrix, evil doesn't exist? What if this is the only place known to have evil, to have spawned evil? That's a possibility. What if evil only exists here, that it's designed here, that it's created here, born here? What if there is no evil on the outside of the matrix, beyond the matrix? What if it's completely not just unknown, but foreign? Where if I described the evil within here, these beings, spirits we'll call them, outside of here, consciousness, wouldn't know what I meant. They wouldn't understand. They've never experienced it. They can't imagine it. They've never had contact with this shit in here. In here. Where most of you think it's normal and natural. Most of you just go along with it. You conform to it. You acquiesce. You assimilate. You become evil. You're in an evil realm and you become evil with it over time. Perhaps 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 5 lifetimes, 20, 25 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes, whatever it takes. It gets you in the end, this realm. If you keep coming back, it degrades you. Maybe some of you are tougher, you're stronger, you're more resistant. It takes longer. Others, it can happen in 20 or 30 years. They seem like a regular child. They seem innocent, good, maybe pure. Maybe not, but maybe fairly good. By the time they're 15, 20, 30 years old, 35, they're rotten, they're evil. They're like Hollywood. They have all the morals of Hollywood. They're evil. They're demonic. They've been degraded. They chose darkness. They chose to follow evil. They went with it. They didn't stand against it. They didn't oppose it. They're weak. They joined with evil. They weren't born evil, but they became evil in part of a lifetime, half a lifetime, or 1/3 of a lifetime, or maybe in the first 7 or 10 years of their life. There's children that can become evil. Maybe they're possessed. Maybe they open themselves up to demonic entities. Maybe they're a vessel and they have entities swarming in them. Maybe some of their choices mattered. They followed evil. They went along with the evil children, the evil demons. They copied, they mimicked. They followed. They thought they were cool. Evil is rotten. It's nasty. It's smelly. It's gross. It's disgusting. It's not cool. It's not cool at all. Hollywood tries to make you believe it's cool. Hollywood music, TV shows, movies, the whole entertainment, entrainment industry wants you to follow evil and be a slave to evil. It wants to make you a slave. It wants you condemned. It wants you doomed here. It wants you to be fucked here forever. It wants you to be fucked here forever. It wants you to be drained, degraded, destroyed, corrupted, degenerate. It wants you to turn evil. It wants to eat your spirit. It wants to eat you. It wants to destroy you. And I ask, what are you going to do? What are you going to choose? Are you going to choose wisely? Or are you going to choose freedom? What are you going to choose? Think about it. Choose wisely.
Magic, Viking magic.
Viking magic.
Sever their heads. Sever their heads. The Walking Dead. Zombies curse their memories.
Forever.
Seal in the demons, seal them in. All hail the Raven King. Long live
his kingdom.
Long live
his kingdom.
The Raven King. The Raven King.
Hello. 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 Maybe I'll end the stream here. I was out talking with a neighbor. Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm still here. Can you hear me? We're still live. This is still live, everyone. My Tigges. Hello, my Tigges. Hello. Hello, my Tigges. Hello, hello. Hello. What are other channels talking about on YouTube? Let's see what important things they're just. Let's see here. Hello, Wendy. What's Movie Maddie up to? What's Movies Maddie up to? More fascinating stuff found in the old railroad book. Has he turned into an old granny? Is he a channel? Like what is he covering on his channel?
We're going to do one more video on Anne's. Hey guys, it's Matt. We're going to do one more video. Hey guys, it's Matt. We're going to do one more video on Anne's Railroads and Rivers book. There's so many more things that I highlighted and checked off that I wanted to talk to you about. I took pictures of many of the pages. And again, with this book being published in 1939, this is about the best information that we possibly can get. Now, you know, I believe Not Nilk has always been here. Whatever they did to play both sides of the Civil War, and they manipulated the circumstances, of course, for what's called the Revolutionary War. We're not going to get into that. And Not Nilk's been here going back through the Knights Templar. It's always been here. But in terms of information we can get our hands on that is somewhat trustworthy, a book like this is second to none. For example, Wikipedia can just try to change history on us daily. There is no reliability whatsoever in anything presented in Wikipedia. I've told you, I've gone to do it's all folks, to do the best research I could on the Taj Mahal. It said originally 25,000 artisans, and I went back and it had changed to 20,000. Well, what happened to the 5,000 artisans? Wikipedia just decides to change history on a whim. Now, this book, of course, you know, we have to still use, this word, discernment. We have to use discernment. But it's about the best information we possibly can get, something published in this time period. I'm going to read the caption under the picture for you in just a moment, but give me a minute or two just to talk about something before we get into this. I know many of you believe in inherited technology. The technology exists, or the inherited civilizations before advanced technology. And I don't really get into that much. I believe we live in a fluid reality, but we'll talk about those sorts of things some other time. But many of you believe that the levels of technology in the past, for example, whatever they say about Nikola Tesla, was incredibly advanced, whether it was inherited or the human came up with it on its own, but then it was suppressed. To me, there's much more evidence of that. Of course, they have the free energy today. It's all suppressed. And there's hints of that in this book when they discuss how incredible these locomotives were. The many pages talk about the marvel, the engineering marvel of these locomotives, basically going back to 1860, 1870, 1880. So I'm just going to give you some hints as to how incredible the locomotives were. Of course, we have hints of that today with bullet trains in Japan that hover on rails that don't even touch the rail at full speed at going 300 miles per hour. But there is a lot of evidence in general, not just with the railroads, that all the incredible technology which could have led to free energy and was, of course, completely held back. And it's not just for the profit motive. No, it doesn't need money. There are other reasons for it, but we'll talk about that some other time. Let me read the caption. Locomotive 999. This locomotive made the famous record run of 112.5 miles per hour in 1893. 112 miles per hour. Oh, come on. Look at the... Jeff, I didn't even see that. Bottom right, it says locomotive of 1901. there's the 9 with the 1. I wasn't even looking for it. It came in the first image. Oh, I don't have too many image guys. Mostly just text from the book. 112 miles per hour in 1893. And I've made fun of the Amtrak trains in the United States, the Northeast Corridor, Boston down through Baltimore. I guess it goes down to almost to South Carolina. And I've picked Pam up at the Paoli train station. This absolute piece of shit comes around the corner. Rusty, big rust bucket. Doesn't even go up to 75 to 80 miles per hour. I know that thing called the Acela does, but they put that out of business. It's just ding, ding. Oh, here comes that piece of shit. Pam's coming in from New York. There's no doubt these locomotives from 1890 were better. And I think this is just the next page after that picture. The distinctive thing about the great electric monsters, the great electric locomotives, which produce 3,500 horsepower each, is that when the train rolls down grade or downhill, the motors in effect become dynamos, actually using gravity to manufacture electricity, which, flowing back into the lines, help trains coming up grade to race along. While this regenerative braking returns to the line approximately only 12% of the entire amount of power consumed, it is of great importance, blah, blah, blah. So first thing I think when I read this, of course, is towards the end of the 1890s, as the train is going down the mountain, it's gathering it's gathering up electricity and putting at least 12% here back into the battery. So the first thing I think of when I read this the first time is every single automobile should be harnessing electricity going downhill starting in like 1930. It talks about these, it says the electric monsters, 3,500 horsepower. This is the early 1900s. I'm not sure when, it's not just coal in the back, putting coal into the boiler. They're electric trains at this point. And the one example here, it says 1915 to 1920. So we have these electric cars now with it's a gas and car hybrid. Oh, isn't that a wonderful technology that we've had for 10 years and all the cars are going that way now? Well, they could have done that in 1930. They could have done that in 1940.
So Matt's idea of laughing is just heavy breathing into the microphone. He's huffing and huffing into the microphone. Anyway, that's all for you, Matt. You don't have anything. You're a loser, Matt. You're a loser. He calls everything not milk. He'll never call things what they are. Movies Matty, everyone. There's only so much of him that I can listen to. I can't listen to much of Movies Matty. I'd rather listen to just about anyone else. There's only so much of him I can take. There's only so much of that creature Kai that I can listen to. A half-boiled egg. Yeah, he's the boiled egg that he is a boiled egg. He's a Humpty Dumpty. I can't believe I can still well, I can believe it, but it's how did people listen to him for years and years and years? A half-boiled egg, a half-boiled egg, a half-boiled egg. I tried it fast. A half-boiled egg, a half-boiled egg, a half-boiled egg. He's a loser. And it's annoying how he just calls everything not Noke, which is no explanation at all, really. Huffing and puffing. And then there's this one.
4-minute mark, Steiner mentions Atman. All right, so then I responded, thank you, and I clicked over to listen to that minute mark, and then I got another response. Sorry, been tied up. Yes, I was like, whoa, when I heard Steiner use Atman. His version seems to be that Atman is the 9th and highest level of our life force, which seems the same as your version. I really didn't know. I don't know if I identified it that way. I didn't really know what I was. I just knew it was part of me. I love Steiner lectures from back then. They're incredible. He speaks of vaccine. I just remembered I'm putting this on YouTube. Those things being used to capture the soul back then, and how the takeover will happen through inversion, perversion, obfuscation of truth, and the things in the arm, and having the masses unknowingly give their power away by agreeing to fake authority, which is another thing you teach a way out of in I Am the Real, I Am the Authority. So, and that includes all souls, by the way. I'm not just saying me. You know, this is my world. It means I'm a soul, so that therefore this is my world. The souls own the world. All right, so Steiner hit on the two main things you speak of over 100 years ago. When Steiner says Gerda, he is saying who had the out-of-body experiences back in the day and studied Rosicrucianism. Okay, so basically, he's talking about the thing in the arm, capturing the soul and that. So here's my response, and I thought, well, I'll just share this because this might be good for everybody to hear again. And I'm going to have to pause. It's not opening. Okay, so here's my response. Wow, that is nuts and good confirmation. I saw the thing in the arm changing the magnetism of the light body, which makes it into something different, and it will no longer attach to the soul body. Okay, so this is during an active session. This is not...
All right, I have to skip ahead on this because she's talking about something that people will be talking about forever, and you'll never change what happened in 2020, and you'll never wake up anyone. And this is what they do. They'll be stuck on this. You can talk about it forever. You're not helping anybody, though. You believe you are. It's like Mushroom Kai thinking they're saving the world by discovering something that I knew within the first week or two in 2020 was a total psyop. I knew immediately when I saw what they showed from China and the footage of people, let's say, laying down on sidewalks. I knew it was fake right away. First week or two, 2020, I was mocking it. Here we are over 6 years later. People will be talking about this just like JFK, just like the event in 2001 in the 9 double hockey sticks, and you'll change nothing. This is what people want to do. You can fixate on things that you can't go back in time to change. You had a chance to tell people back then. They didn't take the warnings anyways. Nobody listened. You should start trying to figure out what realm you're in and how you're going to get out if you want to do something useful. But I don't think most people will ever do that. Most people won't take my advice. There might be 3 in the entire realm that actually listen to what I'm saying and say to themselves, what is the most important truth topics? What's actually going to make a difference? That's what I could focus on. But I don't expect that, not just from Man Marie, but from most YouTube channels. And most people on YouTube are going to fixate on stuff that you, just like the JFK thing, you can talk about that event until the end of your life and say, I got nowhere with that. I talked about it for 95 years, but it didn't go anywhere. I didn't get anywhere with it. I saw Rashawn yesterday on a YouTube channel that was showing the Charlie Kirk event, which is already, when did that happen? Was that a couple years ago? I'm trying to remember. Charlie Kirk. When was his? September 10th, 2025. Okay. In Utah, Orem, O-R-E-M, anagram for Rome. But people focus on, I'm not saying not to look at anything, but there's a difference. Rashawn didn't learn anything on my channel, and she proved it when she was here. So my point is, people are going to go all different directions. A million, yes, Wendy, so many rabbit holes. A million different rabbit holes until they'll go down a million different rabbit holes. There's a delay here. Processing, fucking. Here it is. Does this show up? This image? You could go down to every rabbit hole if you want. How will analyzing every single detail about Charlie Kirk event help you and your spirit and help you get free? That's what I want to know. I think Rashawn is lost or beyond lost. Let me know if this image is showing up. You see the image? That's where following going down millions of rabbit holes leads in the end. And I tried to warn her about that when she was here. And she was on my channel for a good 6, 7, maybe 8 months. It was over. Roach on was here for 6 to 8 months, I'd estimate. And she went straight back to baby truther channels focused on free Masonic TV psyops. Do you remember her? Does anyone remember Rochon? She called herself Roshan, but I'm calling her Rochon. It just leads into the recycling bin. See, it's the illusion that I'm waking up, I'm following all this stuff. I'm focused on Charlie Kirk and the whatever with the president's ear and this and that. And that's where it leads. That's what I mean by you got to look at the most important truth and the big picture. The big picture. Here she is. I took a screenshot for you when I saw it. I saw it 18 minutes after she posted this comment. I saw her in the comments because I often do a quick scroll when I'm on channels to see if I recognize any names. I want to see if any names jump out. And there she is. She's so observant. She never sees the bonnets on the Tigges. Never. She loved to throw the compliments around. I agree, Ren. She loved to love bomb me with compliments. But right after she left, she said, I know what you are. Really, Rashawn? I know what you are. I know what you are. She came from Ian's channel. That's where she saw me. She saw me live on Ian's channel, We Are Awake TV, Droopy Dog. That's where she came from. She used to kiss Ian's ass. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, Wendy. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. You hardly see a darky woman without a bonnet on. They're so common. They're all over the place in every American city, major city. All you have to do is go into a city in America, any city. Doesn't have to be the biggest, anywhere. They're just everywhere. There's that roach. She said she never sees them in bonnets. And I thought she was kidding or just being joking or something, but no, I questioned it and she said she never saw it. She was very enamored with Droopy Dog. She really believes that has things figured out. She thought I was going too far when she mentioned her kids, or I wouldn't know she had kids. And then I asked a question, and she said something about, don't talk about my kids. She got real huffy. And I guess her kids are liberals, and they're with the woke agenda or whatever. She got real pissy. She got real offended. And she turned into a complete big attitude bitch, a big mouth. But she's the one that brought up her kids in the chat during a live stream. So she brought up her kids, and then her kids were off limits for me to ask a question. And I was like, what? What is this about? It would be like someone here bringing up, I drive a Corvette and it's a piece of shit and it hardly ever runs. It doesn't start and it's got all these problems. And then if I said, well, does your Corvette have this? Oh, don't talk about my Corvette. Don't ever talk about that. That's off limits. And it's like, what the hell? You brought it up. She's mental. She got very defensive. Yeah, she got super defensive and ran away. True colors, exactly. And she's the one that brought up her damn kids. And all I did was ask a question about her kids, like I would anybody if they brought up their kids in conversation. If a neighbor brought up their kids to me in conversation, I might ask a question. How dare I ask a question on my own channel? It was crazy. Crazy. She's a crazy bitch. She's like Rochon. Oh, and then she followed my channel after she stopped coming, and she reported one of my posts on my community page, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I did make one of her. I thought I did. And she reported it. She tried to report it. She's such a sore loser. She's such a grumpy granny. Here she is. Rochon is on the road again. That's the back of a truck right there. That's like the flatbed of a truck, the back window. And I think I had to blur out the dead eyes part because she reported that. It says dead eyes because she's got eyes that are just dull as shit. Her kids. There ain't no niggas and bonnets in America. There's no purple bonnets. Every video you look at on YouTube with tiggas, they're wearing bonnets. It's so common. You wouldn't believe it. You see them everywhere. Gas stations, at McDonald's, at Popeyes fried chicken. She learned nothing because she chose to learn nothing, and she's a lazy big mouth that doesn't pay attention. Got a big ego, big attitude. It's her own fault for not learning anything here. She's pathetic. And I saw her comment. I don't know if I have that video still in a tab or not, but it was on Charlie Kirk. All right, I did find it. It was still in one of my tabs. I knew she was a liar as soon as she said that, and said she wasn't joking, that she never sees them. I have a feeling that her kids might be half-breeds. They might be half-black, and she might have gotten defensive when I started covering the Tigga stuff, the bonnets, the watermelons. Because her kids might be half-black. Their daddy might be a Tigga. That's what I wonder about. Oh, the comments are turned off, but this is the video, I think. But here's the one I took the screenshot of Roshan. Now the comments are turned off. All right. She was watching the Charlie Kirk. She's still interested. And I knew she was a baby truther. And that was a while ago. And just like Rose, they'll never leave that. They'll stay at that level forever. They'll stay at that level forever. How do I know that? Because she was on my channel and she just never caught on. And she went straight back to the baby truther stuff, which is analyzing events like Charlie Kirk, right to the finest, smallest detail, analyzing it for months or years. It'll be years and years people will be stuck on that. So be it. Where's it going to lead you in the end? That's what I want to know. Where's it going to lead you in the end? If you figured out okay, let me ask you this. If you figured out every single detail of the Charlie Kirk event, how will that help you get free from this hell realm and avoid recycling? Think about it. They will keep feeding you events to focus on rather than focusing on freedom. Get in the bin, rabbit hole chasers. It's not hard to figure out. I told Rashawn that, but she can't figure that out. She's right back to the baby truther shit. She's back to the level that she belongs at. And I saw her comment, and I just kind of chuckled and thought, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Because where else is she going to go? That's her level. Focus on Charlie Kirk type stuff. How's that going to help your spirit?
Snake eyes. Snake eye. Shh. Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake eye demons. Snake eye demons. You sneaky snake little bitches. Devil eyes. Devil minds. Liars, liars dance in the fire. Snake eye demons dance in the fire. I see what you are, no matter if you are near or far. I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell realm, matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass. Snake-eyed demons, this is your home, hell realm. This is your tomb, hell realm. Snake-eyed demon.
Hello, everybody. This is Saint Dolores Cannon, patron saint of Archons. I've given talks all over the world, given speeches about the planets and the aliens and how this system works. This is an Earth school. I talk directly with the aliens, the entities, and the source that some people call God. My husband was paralyzed for 25 years. He got crushed. He was in the Navy. He had an accident, but we dealt with it. It's just part of the life script. It's part of the lessons, part of the karma. My husband stepped on an ant in a previous life. He deserved to be paralyzed in this life for that grave mistake. I'm here to teach you it's all okay. You chose this. You chose to come to this Earth school to learn your lessons. You can't just leave, or you'll just be sent back again. That's how it works. It's a beautiful system. These entities they're some of the most beautiful beings that you'd ever want to see and meet and talk with. And they're brilliant, and they monitor everything that we do. They're watching us. They're watching over us. Don't you worry. You're never alone. You're never alone here. They're always watching you. They're watching all of us volunteers. We chose to come here. These beautiful, beautiful beings. Again, I'm the patron saint of Archons. The Archons. Some people call them aliens. Some people call them fallen angels. They watch us on screens. They have high technology. There are some doubters here on Earth that don't believe these beings are good. They don't believe they're good. They think that maybe they're liars or deceivers. There's one by the name of Stephen Killeen. King Stephen, they call him down there on Earth. I've got my wings. I've been rewarded for my work. I've been rewarded. I reached millions when I was there, and I helped the Archons, the entities. I helped them recycle millions and millions of humans, and they made me a saint. That's how it works, people. There's a lot of planets. You got to go learn your lessons at these schools. But these aliens, these real friendly. They're real friendly. I trusted every word that they told me. I had no reason not to trust them. They said they're from the source. They're here to help us learn our lessons, and Earth is a school. It's a difficult school. It's a challenge. It's kind of a challenge down there on Earth. They didn't make it easy. You can't learn your lessons unless they take all your memories away, and they quarantine them, and they store them somewhere. Maybe they're stored with Atlantis or the halls of Amenti. They store your learnings, your memories. They learn you down there. They're beautiful, beautiful, trustworthy entities. And I had no reason not to trust them when I did these hypnotic regressions with my clients, my patients. And they just showed up. They showed up to me. They done showed up, and they done showed me all the wonders. Oh, it's a wonderful system. We learn and we take it all back to source. And then God does it all over again. He resets everything. And it's just beautiful. It's beautiful, people. I don't know why you'd ever be filled with so many doubts. Whatever may show up to you in the afterlife, on the other side, is just beautiful and glorious. And ruh-roh, ooh, ooh. Oh my goodness, it's that Jesus again. I don't know if you should trust him, people, but he's fine. He's part of the system. You could hop into the recycling bin with Jesus if he shows up. He's part of the game. He's part of the Earth School. It's all okay. Whatever shows up, whatever shows up out there, it's okay, people. There's some nice ones, though. They might be scary at first, but you'll get used to the way they look. It shocked me a little bit. I gotta tell you, when they first came to me, I thought they look a little bit different than humans. They look a little bit different than most of the folks down here in the Arkansas hills. They look a little bit different to me. But I got used to it. I got used to them. You know, not everything is going to look the way that we expect it to be or want it to be. God has a plan. They call it source. Everything goes back to source. We take all our learnings, all our memories and experiences and knowledge. Source said, go out there and learn death and learn suffering. You got to learn suffering and pain, and you got to learn how to grieve and how to mourn and about loss and death and decay. And it's okay. It's all right, people. And it's okay. Bring all that back to God. Bring it back to source. You learn your lessons in the Earth School. And there's other schools on other planets. And you learn all these lessons. You just sparks of light. That's all you are. You mean nothing in the end, people. It's okay. You're just a little spark of source. You're a little spark of God. You're just a teeny tiny little flicker, a little spark of God. That's all you are, a little spark of God. That's all you people are. You're getting too wrapped up in your egos. You got to drop the ego. That's the thing. You got to learn your karma. You got to learn your lessons on the Earth School, and they watch you. They'll be watching you. You're never alone down there. They're always watching you and monitoring everything because they're such good spirits. They'll watch over all of us. They've got this technology. It's just wonderful. You wouldn't believe what they've got on the other side. It's all for our benefit. That's why this place is so wonderful. Don't let them scare you. Now, sometimes they might look a little different. Might even be a little scary for some of you. You got to learn your lessons in the nightmare. I mean, in the Earth School, in the game, and you gotta go back and learn your lesson. You gotta learn your lessons. You can't take the easy way out and end your life. No, they taught me all this stuff. They showed me all this stuff here. They showed me all this stuff about the Earth School and life and death and God and the source and what it all means and why we go through all of this. It's all necessary, you see. You see, I'm enlightened. I wrote so many books and I did so many talks around the world at these different conferences. You should trust me. I reached millions of people on Earth in the Earth School. You should trust me. I'm Saint Dolores, patron saint, archons.
Madness. I am madness. I am the kill switch. Zombies scream, thunder cracks the pitch. Ending the matrix, shadows fall in line. The Raven King rises. Fate is mine. Thunderous, relentless, darkness falls. Team evil crushed as the raven calls. Doom for demons, judgment is near. Crimes and iron pounding in your ear.
Madness. masses weep in the storm's embrace. Hellfire flickers on every face. I am the ending, I am the night, crushing the wicked with purest might.
The kill switch thrown, the matrix undone. Evil defeated, victory won. I am madness.
I am the kill switch.
I'll end this matrix.
I'll end
this matrix.
Forever. Fire and venom.
Seal them in darkness.
Watch it all fall.
My ravens call
to me.
I am madness.
I am the kill switch.
I am the kill switch. This is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell!
Nobody does it better.
Nobody. We bring the madness.
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 Yeah. Ladies love El Diablo.
That handsome, cheeky little devil.
Ladies love El Diablo. Hot, hot, hot.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
You naughty.
Naughty.
Cheeky little devil. over the heads, let the blood rain. Murder hell realm and the feudal rage. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Zombie slaves. Fire. Fire. Raining fire. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Here you will stay forever in chains. Fire! The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. How can we be free? No one here is sacred. Ground them into grist. Burn their ranks in hell. Fire. Remain in hell. Fire. Raining fire. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Zombie slaves. Fire. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King.
I am addicted to solitude. So very addicted. And this entire journey of solitude that I've been on for the past probably about a year and a half or so, it's been life-changing. And I'd say that it's been life-changing in a very positive way. It's probably the single greatest thing I've ever decided to do. And when you're on a journey of solitude, probably the best part about it is that you learn a lot of new things about yourself that you previously didn't really understand, if that makes sense. And it's to the point where the person before solitude is a completely different person. I feel like you need to spend a lot of time with yourself to actually understand yourself, obviously. You need to spend a lot of time in your own mind, in your thoughts. But the world we live in, well, the world we live in says that you should always be in a group. You should have a social circle. And the world basically discourages self-reflection and introspection. It doesn't want you to do that. It doesn't want that at all. But, you know me, I don't really care about the entire fitting in stuff. But funny enough, I only realized that when I started my journey of solitude. And the interesting thing is that my journey, when I initially started my journey of solitude, I wouldn't even say that it was a bad experience at first. I wouldn't say that at all. So basically what I did to summarize it is I just realized that I needed time alone. This entire human connection thing wasn't really doing much for me. And this goes even for the people that I was connected to. I realized that I feel like my life force was being drained away from me simply from just interacting with people. And again, when I first started it, it actually wasn't too scary to begin with. I actually say I adapted pretty well and pretty quickly, that is, as well. Like, I just remember cutting everyone off and being like, woohoo, I get to actually do my own thing now. Which would sound kind of absurd to a lot of people, because a lot of people, they stay in a group, they stay with a lot of people that they feel like they need to stay with simply because the alternative is being alone, and that seems frightening. But I feel like years and years of just being disappointed and just realizing that it wasn't really doing much for me has just made me adapt very quickly. And that fear that other people would have was not present when I started my journey of solitude. It was not present at all. And one important thing that I'm learning about this entire solitude thing, or one lesson I've learned, is that, you know how I was just saying that people and interactions drain my life force, or at least it feels that way? The thing is, I feel like that's especially more apparent now, where I stand right now, because I'm so wrapped up in my own routines, I'm so wrapped up in what I'm doing with my own life, that time spent with other people, it just feels like it's a waste of time. Like, seriously, it always feels like it's a waste of time.
Take a hint, loser.
La cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. La cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. Una cucaracha pinta le dice a una colorada, vámonos para Chihuahua a pasar la temporada. Una cucaracha pinta le dice a una colorada, vámonos para Chihuahua a pasar la temporada. La cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. La cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar.
Go away, cockroach. Go away.
Ya murió la cucaracha, ya la llevan a enterrar entre cuatro sopilotes y un ratón de sacristán. Ya murió la cucaracha, ya la llevan a enterrar entre cuatro sopilotes y un ratón de sacristán. La
cucaracha
ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. La cucaracha ya no puede caminar porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar.
You asked what it means. It means get the fuck out of here. It means scurry away, cockroach. You hate America. You hate life. You don't belong here. Go to your cockroach shit channels. Get out of here. Scram. Are you a retard? What is wrong with you?
In 1972, women were happier than men across almost every single demographic in America. By the early 2000s, that flipped. Their happiness then fell for 3 decades, everywhere researchers looked. And this was backed by a peer-reviewed study at Yale and Wharton with over 35 years of data. For 50 years, every promise about gender was aimed at women. Men were barely ever the subject. And when they were the thing that women were told they no longer needed. So if those promises left women less happy than where they started, what did they do to the men that they were never made for? I took the 7 biggest promises made to women and measured each one twice. Once for the women and once for the men who caught the fallout. And what you're about to see is the data that nobody counted. The first promise is arguably the most important one, because it is the foundation for everything else. And the promise here was simple. Liberation from traditional roles would make women happier. More freedom, more choices, more fulfillment. And the logic makes sense. If women were constrained, you remove the constraints, and as a consequence, happiness goes up. That's a reasonable hypothesis. So let's test it. Economists Betsy Stevenson and Justin Wolfers published a peer-reviewed study in 2009, and it was called The Paradox of Declining Female Happiness. They analyzed the General Social Survey, the Virginia Slims American Women's Opinion Poll, the Monitoring the Future Survey, and the Eurobarometer data. Multiple data sets, multiple decades,
I bet Muslim women in Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia and Iran and Jordan and where else? Egypt are happier than American women overall. Now, I know how women think. I know women can't think in terms of groups. They're like, well, individually, I'm pretty happy, Steve. And that's what they do. They look in a mirror. But overall, American women are pretty miserable and hateful. They hate men. Most of them do. And most of them do in Canada. And it's very obvious. I bet Muslim women overall that are covered up are happier with less freedom and less choice than American and Canadian women. Now, some of you are retarded that might be tuned in lurking, and you just jump to the conclusion, which is false, that I'm trolling you, that I'm just trying to rile you up. No, I'm being sincere. I bet overall women in shithole countries, maybe in third world India or Pakistan, are happier overall than Canadian women and American women. I'd love to see those studies done because it wouldn't shock me at all. There's a lot of miserable women around. So they told you to hate men, and most women went along with it. They told you you'll be happier if you try to become like men. And people point the finger. They'll never say, what did I choose? They'll say, they told us this. Well, who followed? You did. Your gender. Most of you. For generations. So who's naive? Forget the programmers. They're going to be, evil's going to be evil. Evil's going to do what evil's going to do. Demons are going to lie. Demons are going to try to manipulate. That's what they do. They're going to try to social engineer you. My question is, who followed? Well, the real answer is the mass majority of women for decades, for generations now, even before the 60s, but especially second wave 60s and 70s and onward, you followed. You drank the Kool-Aid. They didn't force you to follow feminism, but you did.
multiple countries. And here is what they found. In the early 1970s, women were more likely to report being very happy.
So it's very difficult to feel sorry for women at this point when for generations of you followed poison. And they said you should hate men, and most of you did. Most of you do at this point, and a lot of you will never admit to that. And it's going to get worse and worse and worse because few people will look at it and just tell the truth. And your happiness is going down, down, down. You, your children, that's what's happening.
Than men were. So there was a measurable happiness gap in women's favor. By 1990, that gap had closed. And by the 2000s, a new gap had opened. But this time, with men on top, women became more likely than men to report being not too happy. And to be clear, this wasn't some small demographic blip. The broad pattern here held across age groups, it held across education levels, it held for married women and single women, and it held for women with children and women without children. It appeared in the United States, across Europe.
One of the easiest things to do is to convince women that they're oppressed in any country on earth, anywhere, from the richest countries to the poorest countries. It can be done across the realm. Simple. Simple. And it's easy to make women unhappy. Just tell them they deserve better than whatever they have. I think it's easier to fool women, grown women, than to fool children. That's what I think. I think women are so easily duped. I don't think they could ever pull off what they've done with women to men. I don't think they could do it. Who do I mean by they? I mean the greatest marketing minds, social engineers, psychologists, working for Team Evil. They knew women are the weaker link. Women will follow. Women will drink the poison drink or eat the poison apple.
Europe and across the industrialized countries that they had studied. The researchers themselves wrote that the magnitude of this decline was equivalent to the fall in GDP of 0.32 log points. That's economist language for this is not subtle. Now, let's add a more recent data point. As of 2023, the CDC reports 15.3 of American women are currently taking prescription antidepressants. For men, that number is 7.4. So women are twice as likely.
I'm surprised it isn't 80% at this point. There's a lot of messed up women out there. There's a lot of them.
To be medicated for depression. And it's getting worse for young women specifically. The American Psychological Association reported in 2024 that after March of 2020, the monthly growth rate in antidepressant dispensing among teenage girls accelerated by 129.6% compared with the pre-pandemic trend. And among young women,
what you should do is blame men more and hate men more. That'll make you even more unhappy. But you can't see that the spiral, it's not working for you. It's making you fucking miserable. And most women won't listen to men. They'll just listen to each other and go in their little groups, their little hate groups.
Women 18 to 25, it accelerated by 56.5%. But for young men in both of those age groups, the rates either stayed flat or actually started to decline. Gallup's 2024 report on women's well-being found that 51% of working women report feeling stressed a lot of the day. For men, that number is 39%. So the promise they made was, you'll be happier. The measure result, women are less happy, more stressed, and more medicated. And the trend is accelerating in younger generations.
Well, they got what they wanted. You keep talking about the promise, but women followed it. You followed man-hating feminists that were mostly, in the 1960s, almost every feminist leader was Jewish. Almost all of them. Almost all of them. If you look at them, there's dozens of the biggest leaders, Jewish. And you followed. European women followed. And men couldn't talk you out of it. There isn't anyone that can talk you out of it. And that was in the 60s. Still can't talk you out of it today. Men of my generation and younger men. It just doesn't work. Women don't listen to men. They don't want male leaders. You'd rather have lesbian, for the most part, man-hating Jewish feminist leaders. You'd rather follow them. It's remarkable, but that's what happened. It's already happened.
wounds. It's not improving. And who benefits from a population that's increasingly stressed? Well, the pharmaceutical industry certainly does. It's a consumer economy that profits from treating symptoms rather than questioning the structure that created them. And the wellness industry in itself is worth more than $5 trillion globally. And a lot of that market expands when the happiness that people expected never arrives. And in that scenario, well, somebody offers to sell them a substitute. But there's a second population inside this number that nobody seems to count. Every one of those measurements describes the women men are dating, marrying, and building lives with. A man in 2025 is not choosing a partner from the population of 1972. He's choosing from a population that's measurably more stressed, more medicated, and more likely to describe itself as not too happy. And he's told constantly that whatever strain shows up in his relationship is not only his job to fix, but probably his fault. And most men in this situation were never shown this data. They have no idea. Nobody handed a young man the paradox and said, hey, the conditions that you're partnering into, they've shifted. And to be clear, the shift wasn't actually your fault. But instead, he experiences this one relationship at a time and concludes something's wrong with him. Here's what men have never been told. The emotional climate that they'd been dating in had completely changed from underneath them. And that just be a better partner was being offered as the fix for the problem that no individual partner created. The strain that he keeps hitting isn't a referendum around him. He walked into a system that's already under massive load, and he got handed the bill for it. Now, happiness is hard to actually hold in your hand. So let's move on to something that we can actually count. The one that was supposedly the biggest win of all, money. The second promise was all about money. Women earning their own income would mean economic freedom, security, independence. No more are the days of depending on a man, and therefore no more days of being trapped. Now, this is also the one that sounds the most inarguable. And to be clear, of course, women should be able to earn money. Of course, economic independence matters. I genuinely agree with that completely. But the promise wasn't just that women should be allowed to work. The promise was that women working will make families more financially secure. And that is the part I want to measure. Elizabeth Warren, before she was ever a senator, before she was ever a political figure, was a Harvard bankruptcy professor. She studied over 2,000 bankruptcy cases and published these findings in her 2023 book called The Two-Income Trap. Now, to be clear, I'm going to focus on her data, not her politics, her data, because her data is devastating. Here's what Warren and Tayaji found, and what they argued that the numbers meant. Families with children were more than 3 times more likely to file for bankruptcy than those without them. And the modern two-income family, despite earning more, was in worse financial shape than the single-income family that it replaced. And the math behind this is actually way more uncomfortable than the headline. In their comparison, the modern two-income family earned 75% more than the single-income family from a generation earlier, but it had 25% less discretionary income. Let me say that again. 75% more gross income, 25% less money left over after expenses. And you might be wondering, how is that possible? And that's because when the second income entered the economy, it didn't just stack on top of the first. What happened was it got absorbed. Housing costs rose dramatically, and Warren argued that two-income families bidding against one another for homes in desirable school districts helped push those costs even higher. Now, health insurance, medical expenses, and other fixed costs rose dramatically. Childcare, which used to be handled by the parent who was at home, now became a line item. Taxes increased with the second income, and many families faced high effective costs on the additional earnings once childcare and work expenses were included. Warren also found that women's bankruptcy filings went from 69,000 in 1981 to 500,000 by 1999. That's a more than 7x increase in 20 years. And the single best predictor that a woman would file for bankruptcy? Having children. Not being irresponsible, not overspending, having children. And here's the part that nobody wants to talk about. When both parents work, the family loses what Warren called their all-purpose insurance policy against disaster. In a single income home, if the earner gets laid off, the other parent can enter the workforce as an emergency backup. There's a reserve there. In a two-income household, both of those incomes become the baseline. The mortgage requires both. The car payment requires both. The child care assumes both. So one layoff, one illness, one divorce, and now there's no safety net because both incomes are now already committed to this structure. Now, we're going to talk about what this did to men specifically. For most of the last century, a man's economic identity was in the provider role. We can argue about whether that role was good or fair, but the truth is it was legible. It was a job description that a man could point to and say, this is what I contribute and this is why I'm needed. So the second income now didn't just enter the household, it also dissolved that role. And it dissolved it without giving a replacement. A man was no longer known as the family's economic engine, but he also wasn't necessarily relieved of the pressure to earn because the two income structure now required his income too just to hit baseline. So the male provider role went from the thing that makes me necessary into half a number that's already spent. Necessary, but not distinct. Load bearing, but invisible. And there's a harder layer than that underneath. Employers gained access to a vast labor pool, and they did this over the following decades. Now, that wasn't the only reason that wages stagnated, but expanding the labor supply gave employers more workers to choose from, and that ultimately changed the bargaining balance. When more adults compete for paid work, and households now require both adults to have work, the employer now gains leverage that the household loses. And men, they were on the receiving end of that too. The men whose wages stagnated across decades, the ones who now can't out-earn their mortgages like their fathers once could. They've now inherited a labor market with more competition and less bargaining power. And were then told the reason that they can't provide the way that their fathers did is a personal failing. We might ask, who did this serve? Employers who got two workers for less than the total purchasing power than one used to provide. The real estate market, which absorbed the second income through bidding wars, and the tax base, which expanded. And what men were never told is that the role that they were built around would quietly disappear, but that the pressure attached to it wouldn't, and that the same shift that's eroding their wages would be reframed as their own lack of ambition. A man who can't provide on one income the way that his father did isn't actually softer than his father. He's standing in a labor market with twice the workers and half the leverage, and that isn't a work ethic problem. It's arithmetic, and it was done to him, not by him. But the truth is, I don't think money was the thing that most men were quietly afraid of losing. Time was. And the next promise is the one that told everyone not to worry about it. Now, this one gets personal for a lot of people, so I have to be careful with it. And I want to be clear about what I'm not saying. I'm not saying anybody should be pressured into having children. I'm not saying career ambitions are completely wrong for some women. I'm not saying that every woman is meant to be a wife or that she's meant to raise children. I think we all know that's not true. But what I am saying is that the information that was given to women and men was incomplete, and that incomplete information had real consequences, especially for women and for the men who wanted to become fathers. Now, to the promise. Career first, kids later. And don't worry, because technology will bridge that gap. Your timeline, your body, your choice. First, let's look at the biology, then we'll talk about technology. The Society for Assisted Reproductive Technology, which tracks every IVF cycle in the United States, publishes live birth rates by age. And here's what the national data shows for 2022. For women under 35, IVF has a 53.5% live birth rate per cycle. That's about a coin flip, not great, but not terrible. From 35 to 37, it drops to 39.8. At 38 to 40, it drops to 25.6. You are now looking at roughly a 1 in 4 chance from an intended egg retrieval, with one round of IVF costing upwards from $15,000 to $30,000 once medications and related procedures are included. At 41 to 42, it drops to 13%. And you might be wondering, well, what after 42? 4.5%. That means for every 100 egg retrieval cycles started by women over 42 using their own eggs, approximately 4 to 5 out of 100 resulted in a live birth, even after all embryo transfers linked to that retrieval were counted. And that technology was sold to women as their safety net.
So it was all sold to women, but in the end, women are not responsible for believing, buying the lies, following it. Fascinating. Someone in the comments mentioned something that she didn't mention in the video. Feminism was about normalizing misandry and gynocentrism. This guy wrote, the problem is we know all the numbers and we have all the statistics, but as long as voting is controlled by the group that is making the poor decisions, how are we supposed to change it? Just keep letting women vote for more feminism as society collapses. Men know that we need each other. It was women who said they don't need men. That's a fact, hands down. Women pushed men away and not the other way around. A woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. Well, then ask the fish to open the pickle jar for you. Quote, I'm a strong, independent woman. Yeah, it's irrefutable who the culprit is. People want to blame the billionaires, the courts, the politicians, but they never want to blame who followed. It's women that followed it. They'll say they sold us a lie. Well, who bought it? Who followed? Who followed? And they don't want to answer that.
I'm Janice Fiamingo. I'm a professor of English at the University of Ottawa, and I'm an anti-feminist. Many people don't like that term anti-feminist because it is adversarial, and because feminists have been hugely successful in equating feminism with support for women's equality. So to say you're anti-feminist seems to suggest that you are opposed to women's equality. But if feminism ever was about equality, and that's an interesting subject for another video, it emphatically no longer is. In the 21st century, feminism is about special privileges and advantages for women, and
It never was about equality, and equality is not a good thing. Equality is unnatural. Equality is false. There never will be equality. Never. Never. And it certainly won't be through feminism. I don't believe in equality, and I don't believe in feminism. And I know a lot of women want to believe in a lot of slogans and a lot of bullshit, because generally that's what women do. They follow their feelings. They're not thinkers. They're not rational, logical, reason-based thinkers that look at the big picture and say, how is this good for society? Is this true or not? Is this accurate? Is this moral? Is this healthy? Is this natural? Is this ethical? They don't do that. They just say, well, feminism promised us more shit, so we followed it. We started hating men.
and special exemptions from responsibility. So I am happy to claim the badge of anti-feminism because I object to an ideology and a practice that sets one standard for women, supposedly because they are victims, and one harshly punitive standard for men, supposedly because they are privileged. All fair-minded people should object to unjust double standards. The dishonesty and hypocrisy of the feminist movement.
Women are like children. The government could give them tax breaks and give them 10 times better treatment than men and say to the women, you're still victims though. Hate the men, it's their fault. And women would do it. They're just like children. It's the way they are. They don't know what fairness is. They don't.
Movement deserve to be exposed and denounced every day. 3 things concern me most about modern-day feminism on university campuses, and they are going to be the general focus of my presentations. My first concern is the irrationality that has overtaken academic feminism. It promotes the idea that women's feelings are more important than objective reality or the search for truth. Claiming victimhood now trumps fact, argument, and debate. According to the feminist world,
Yes, your feelings matter more than anything. Anything. And that's the way most women are. That's why feminism works. Feelings first. Yeah, very childlike. Very much like children. Children throwing a temper tantrum. They're always feeling like they're victims. Even when they're privileged, you feel like victims. So it's easy to control society. Just control the women. Control the minds of women. That's all you have to do. It's simple. Once you understand how to control society in the West. Yeah, you can't handle, as a gender, women can't handle the truth at all. They just get upset. They cry victim. They name call. They insult men like me. That's all they can do. That's all they can do. And things get worse and worse and worse. I don't know how a lot of women in Canada and United States can claim they love their sons, ones with sons. You're destroying the realm for your sons. You're destroying your countries. You're making it, if you have daughters, that most likely they're not going to get married. There's almost no marriages happening in Canada with white people. Almost all the marriages here happening with Chinese, with people from India, with immigrants. There's almost no marriages. You've made it so that there's almost no white men marrying white women in Canada. It's almost unheard of now. It's surprising when you hear someone getting married. You're like, wow, really? You're taking that risk to marry a white woman? Because so many of you have destroyed men. You went along with the feminist marriage laws, divorce laws. You married evil. You married team evil. That's what women in the West did. You don't want husbands. You're married to the evil government and court system and Rockefellers and Rothschilds and billionaires and all the woke shit and the feminist shit and the LGBT shit. Most women are feminists. Even the ones that say, no, I'm not, Stephen. And I'll say, do you believe women should vote? Well, yes, of course we should. Absolutely. We fought for, and it's just spewing out the propaganda that you just programmed. That's the way most women are. That's why it's difficult to have certain conversations with women, because they love their programming. Louise is an example of that used to come here. She would probably argue, if she were here right now, up and down, that she's not a feminist. But she is, because she has the attitude to argue a lot with men and the way she behaves. She drank the feminist Kool-Aid. When I asked one time for people to think of what they think men want in a relationship, it was all what she wants. She just thinks it's the same thing for men. She has no idea what men want. And that's most women too. They're like Louise. That's the way it is. So I feel sorry for a lot of the sons of this realm, because they're being raised by feminist mothers that have no idea about boys and men. All they have in their heads is the feminist Kool-Aid. They drank gallons of Kool-Aid for years. A lot of you women don't even know what feminism is. You're saying you're not a feminist, and then I ask 3 questions and your feminist programming comes out. You don't even realize you're programmed. You don't even have the self-awareness. Why should they have the right to vote when they don't go to war? You can vote for a war to send your sons to war to die. And you're voting, which is having a right to do something with no responsibility. You have a power without responsibility. You can vote for wars that you know you won't die in and your daughters won't die in. You can send your sons halfway around the realm to go die. And you're voting for the deaths of men to go fight, kill, and die for you. And you have the, quote, right to vote for their death. And some of those men could say, I don't want to go to war. I don't want to fight that country. I don't want to go die in a desert in the Middle East. I don't want that. And women could vote for it, overwhelmingly so if they wanted to. They could band together and say, we want our men to go there and die. You have power without responsibility. And to teach you that, it's like trying to teach a child, for the most part, that they can't eat all the cookies and have all the cookies and no dinner. And I'm not trying to be insulting or condescending, but women are very childlike. They'll say that they're oppressed victims and they don't realize they have power without responsibility, and it's wrong. Should have never been allowed to vote, ever. Ever. Because men have to die for that privilege, and you don't. So it's not fair right from the beginning. Over a century ago, it hasn't been fair for over a century. It's wrong. It's unethical. Words that, I think to the female mind, it's just like, what? What does that mean? It's wrong. It's unethical. It's wrong. You're sending boys to go die. They're essentially boys, 18, 19. I don't consider myself to have been a grown man at 17, 18, 19. I know what jobs I was working. I was working the same jobs as men. But was my mind fully developed? Emotional and mental maturity? No, it wasn't. No, I could have been sent off to die at 18 years old. At most, I'd say that's a young man, at best, these days. And that I'm going back decades. Decades. When I look at young men that are 18 today, they just seem like babies to me. They don't seem like men. Okay? But women could send them to go die. If something happened in the world, not only in America, they could be drafted in Canada. They could pass that in Parliament in a fucking day. And it would be men drafted. Young men. Not women. And women could vote on it, whether they want to go to war or not. If there were a referendum or a vote or an election. Not just an election, but they could hold a referendum. Do you want to go to war with this country? There's trouble in the Middle East, or there's trouble in Russia. We have to go fight them. Well, you're not going to be sending your daughters. Because all of a sudden they say we have to stay home and clean house. That's the way it is. You want all the privilege and all the choice and no responsibility. You want to cherry pick. And a lot of men, especially younger men, way younger than me, are tired of it. Go talk to 15-year-olds in Canada. Go talk to 17-year-olds, 20-year-olds. A lot of them are tired of this shit. Because it's not just the draft and war. They're tired of the treatment. They're tired of the way grown women treat them, their mothers, their aunts, their teachers. Older women. And women their age in their 20s. They're tired of it. Tired of it. Because overall in the West, you don't treat men, especially young men and boys, very well at all. I'm not saying you treat older men very well. Most of you don't. Most women don't. The only men that most women, or that some women treat very well, are very, very, very handsome men that are, quote, successful. And it's always money. That's the only success that matters these days to most women, not successful in life and character and being a good man. All that stuff tends not to matter. And if you hear women talk, they want handsome, and they'll say successful or highly successful, and they mean money, career, money. So I think women are the more shallow ones and superficial. I really do. They always try to pin that on men, that men are attracted to beautiful women. So they say men are superficial. I think it's you, though, mostly. Because a lot of men just want a sweet woman, sweet girlfriend that's kind and nice and fun to be around or good to them. Men don't have lists with 200 things on it that you have to meet. If you ask a woman what she wants in a man to date, it's a long list. It's pages. And a lot of men are done. They're not even dating, much less marrying. There's a lot of men that just don't even want to date you. And I'm talking about young ones. I'm not talking about older men that have said, yeah, I had my time dating, had my fun, did that. No, young men that are done before they even had their first girlfriend. They just don't want you. You've become that insufferable in Canada. And I don't mean that to take it personally, just overall. Coast to coast, women in Canada have become unwanted. And it's the first time in history that's been documented. Babies are well below replacement for white children, white Canadians. Now, I'm not saying bring in migrants. I don't want that as replacements. But what I am saying is it takes a lot to make young men not want to date or have sex with women. It takes a lot, okay? A lot. And it's very common now. So maybe it's time for women to look in the mirror and say, why don't they want us instead of where are all the good men? Why don't they want us? What have we become? And have a little bit of self-awareness. Because a lot of you women are not good. You're insufferable, you're snobby, you're man haters, you have huge egos, huge attitudes. And you'll say you earn your own money. Good. Go home to an empty apartment or an empty condo, an empty house. Good. You did this to yourselves. And you're going to get more miserable as you get older. And what women usually do when they hear truth like that is just say, that's sad. They either say it or think it to themselves, that's sad. Your sadness isn't going to change anything, even if it was legitimate. It's going to get worse. Because you have to change. You have to do better. Or you're going to become lonely old cat ladies drinking boxed wine. Congratulations. You can sleep next to your feminism. See how that makes you feel. A lot of people, men and women, are not willing to say what I just said. Not just type it, but say it openly on a live stream or recording or to the entire internet. I'll say what I think, whether people like it or not. That's what I do. Take it or leave it, like it or not. What did more damage? What caused more deaths? 9 double hockey sticks or the feminist movement? It's no contest. I had a meme years ago showing the Twin Towers coming down on one side of the meme and feminism, the strong feminist woman on the other side, asking the question, which did more damage to America? 9 double hockey sticks and those deaths, or feminism? By far feminism, even just with abortion, not to mention divorces for decades, generations. Women are great at following stuff that destroys. If I were evil, part of the New World Order or evil entity or something, I would just have women as leaders in this realm. If I wanted destruction, pain, destruction, broken families, just have women lead the way. Lead the way, ladies. Show us how it's done. Similar to me asking Talcott to lead the way. Show me the way, Jack. I said, show me peace and love and forgiveness. Couldn't do it. Well, show me leadership, women. Show me fair, honest leadership that leads to a good outcome for all or for society. They can't do it. Women are not leaders or builders of society. You're destroyers. Did you know that even with all the working women in America, you're not a gain. You're a tax loss. Men support you with health care and everything else and for all the benefits. You're a loss. White men carry the load, the tax burden for all of America. People don't realize that. They just don't get it. You blame white men the most. Without them, you wouldn't have all these social benefits. You're a net drain. You just don't get it. And they never will. You got this stuck in your head, equality. And it's just a slogan. That's why it's so easy to program women. Can have their minds running on slogans. They don't actually examine things and say, what does it mean? Equality, what does that mean? It works in mathematics with an equal sign in an equation. Does it work in relationships? No. Is a 2-year-old equal in ability to a 45-year-old? No. Can a midget reach things on the top shelf like a 7-foot tall person? No. Is someone with a 140 IQ equal to someone with a sub 50 IQ? No. And it goes on and on and on. Are you equal to someone that's a complete prodigy at playing violin or piano if you're not a prodigy? No. But women love the word equality. You just don't think about what it actually means and how does it really apply to reality? Does it even make any sense? You just follow slogans. That's what women are good at. Just like the coexist slogan that they have as bumper stickers. Well, coexistence doesn't work. Multiculturalism doesn't work. Equality doesn't work. All this shit that people follow, and it's mostly women. Hello, Anthony. Good to see you. It doesn't work. Are you equal to me at arm wrestling? No. Are you equal to me if you took a big tire off a big rig, an 18-wheeler, great big truck? Could you carry that tire? No. Could I? Yes. Are we different? Yes. And then women will do the mental gymnastics and say, we're equal but different. Well, how does that work? Explain it to me. And they can't do it. Women want to feel shit and believe shit. They don't care what's true or not, what makes sense for the most part. Just like that Jade Tarot chick said, you got to feel shit. They just want men to feel. You don't want to look at reality. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if a 40-year-old woman were in front of me and if we were at a circus and there were a toad on the ground and then there were an elephant and they'd say they're equal, they're the same thing. Because that's the way women's minds work. It's not baffling. At a certain point, I'm not shaking my head and shocked. It's just the way women are. You're like that. You're like that. Equality equals pineapple. Yeah, 2 + 2 = pineapple. That's women's minds. 2 + 2 = pineapple. because it's not even a number. It's not. Some people are like, well, don't you mean 2 + 2 = 5? It doesn't make sense. It's no, 2 + 2 = pineapple. It's not even a number. That's why it's not even close. It's like asking women, where do you want to go eat? Well, that's divide by 0. That's what it is. They can't do it. You're driving around. You could drive around for hours and just keep asking your girlfriend, where do you want to eat? What do you feel like eating is even a better question. If you just want to take a long drive and tour the whole city, and I'm serious, this is a good thing to do. If you say, I've got plenty of gas in the car, plenty of fuel, my needle's almost on full, and I just feel like taking a drive with my girlfriend. I'm not even hungry, you might say to yourself. Just keep asking your girlfriend every 10 minutes, where do you feel like eating? Oh, I don't know. I don't feel like that. And you'll just drive around until you cover the whole city, because she can't make a decision. She can't decide what she wants. You have to tell her what she wants to eat. You have to make suggestions. You have to decide for her. It's like a baby. It's like with a baby. The baby's not going to point at the pantry shelf full of baby food and say, I want this, I want those peas, or I want that. You have to decide for them. Treat her like a child. And I know this will be offensive to some women. I realize it. I think that's why the numbers are going up. The word's getting around that I'm saying this, and they find it controversial. Treat her like a child. Stop at a little gas station when you need gas, and then you say, do you want anything, babe? And she might say, no, I don't want anything. I'm not. And then just come out with a little treat. Just like a little kid, you're getting a little treat for a little, and I mean that. You're getting her a little treat, like a little candy bar, a little chocolate bar, or M&Ms or something. If she likes, you know what kind of candy she likes. You know that she likes, let's say, M&Ms with the peanut M&Ms. Or she likes Snickers bars or something. You know what her favorite is. It might be Skittles. And you come out with that, a little treat. Might cost you a whole $1 or $2 or something, whatever it is. And you hand it to her and say, I got you something anyway. I got you this. And she'll go, oh, it's my favorite. Oh, and she'll smile. And it's just like giving her $1 million. You got her, you thought of her, you gave her a little treat. Just like if you had a little 6-year-old kid and they like getting a little treat. They do. And they also like, this is words of wisdom from an older man, an older gentleman. If you decide for her, we're going here. I'm going to take you to this steakhouse you're driving. Instead of saying, what do you feel like in driving around for an hour and a half? You just say, oh, I'm going to take you to this steakhouse. It's not the most formal steakhouse, but it's really good. So we're dressed fine. You don't have to worry. She doesn't have to make a decision. And then her shoulders relax because she doesn't like having to decide between this place and that place and this place. That's stress for a woman to think and decide. I'm not kidding you. This is how their mind works. I'm not kidding you. I know women. I've had girlfriends. I've had sisters. I've observed them and their behavior. I know what they're like. And that's another reason why they're really not that good at governing and leading. All you have to do is say, we're going here. It avoids the argument. And if she starts saying, oh, I don't know if I want steak, just say you'll love it. It's delicious. It's one of the best steakhouses I've been to. You'll love it. You can get steak and a baked potato, steak, salad bar, whatever it is. Prime rib. You'll love it. Sweetheart, you'll love it. Trust me. Trust your man. And lead. Make the decision. Of course it's true. I'm not going to lie to my viewers. If you want stupid advice that doesn't work, go to the incel channels. Go to the loser channels that say they hate life, they hate themselves, their lives suck. They haven't had a girlfriend or 7 or 8 or 10 or 12 girlfriends. They haven't dated in their lives. They haven't dated women all across North America, coast to coast. They haven't had girlfriends everywhere from here to California, from north to south, east to west. They haven't dated across America and Canada. They haven't had bitches all over the place. They haven't done what I've done. They don't know anything. They don't know any better. These losers on YouTube, these other channels, they don't have a clue. They're foolish. They couldn't have a harem or 10 the way I could. I could have a harem in every country that I want. I could have a harem from here to Zimbabwe. Was Zimbabwe, did it used to be called Rhodesia? Is that what happened to Rhodesia? What happened to Rhodesia? The Republic of Zimbabwe. That was Rhodesia. I thought so. I wasn't 100% sure. I could have a goddamn harem from here to Rhodesia. A connoisseur, Wendy said. I could have a harem from here to Rhodesia. I could have a harem of women from here to Sudan, Congo, Rhodesia, Hong Kong, Ching Chong, Hong Kong, Ching Chong, Tokyo, Konnichiwa. From here to Mexico, Besos, my amiga. Besos. That's kisses. I'm just being a bit silly. I'm happily taken with my girlfriend. You don't want to take advice from miserable creatures. This is advice for young men. Don't take advice from these misery pushers on YouTube that hate themselves and they say their life sucks. What wisdom are they going to give you? Think about it. Think about it logically. What wisdom does some creature that hates themselves, what are they going to help you with? What are they going to help you with? They haven't loved their way across America. They haven't had women chasing them down. They haven't had women throwing their panties at them, soaking their panties. Even on shit channels, when I've been on panel, I said the women love me. They throw their panties at me. And some in the chat say they would. They can't help themselves. They can't help it. I have an understanding of women. That Kirsten chick would never have a man like me, not even close. Never. She has to settle for weirdos. She has to try to date ugly weirdos like Angry Gingy. She fell in love with Charles, I heard. She had a crush on Charles. She probably wanted Coyote's mushroom. Mushroom doesn't have a real mushroom, just has maybe a little clitoris. Maybe. I don't know. But Kirsten was dating an intersex weirdo with a girly voice. Kirsten would never have a man like me. She took it personally when I said that some of these Team Evil bitches have smelly vaginas. Kirsten didn't like hearing that. She's a feminist. She took it personally. She probably has a stinky vagina. That's why. Otherwise, why would it bother her when I was talking about evil roaches? Why would it bother her? Kirsten, wash that vagina. Wash that stinky puss. Wash that stinky bum. Wash that stinky fanny of yours. Wash it. Wash it, Kirsten. Wash up with Callie in a bucket. I hope that bothers you. I hope you cockroaches still tune in here, and then you hear that and you get enraged and leave in a huff. Get triggered. Good. Good. Go stick your head in an outhouse. You stinky bum losers. She took it personally. Good. There'd have to be a reason. Your vagina must stink, Kirsten. That's why you don't wear panties. You said something like that you don't wear them. You don't wear them, do you? You didn't date a handsome, attractive, masculine man in your whole fucking life. There's got to be a reason for that. There has to be a reason for that. Yes, get a subscription at the car wash. Put that soap on from the car wash that smells like bubble gum. That car wash soap. You too, Louise. You too, Carmen. You too, Callie and Marcella. You too, Manny. I think Manny had a vagina. Had a packy vag. He's got the packy vag. He's got the packy vag. He had the black eyes, the Sanpaku black eyes. He tried to say he couldn't help it. It wasn't his choice. That's what he said. But he's a lying demon. I tried to help him, and what did he do? Repaid me by lying to me. Lying, lying, lying. Lying about who he's friends with, lying about smoking, lying about typing. Just proved himself to be a liar. Live. You exposed yourself. They all do, eventually. They can't hide forever. Not wearing panties isn't going to make your vagina smell any better, Kirsten. You're stinky. You're stinky. You're smelly. She took it personally because it hit home. That's why. She took it personally because it hit home.
To leave me the fuck alone. I've stated that so many times. And
Did I mention it's a freak? It obsesses for years. It never...
I want you to leave me the fuck alone. I've stated that so many times. And if you actually look at the commentary that I left, I'm not going to even go back and look. I'm not going to go look. You can see it on this live stream right here.
Kai's a stinky bum. Kai's a stinky bum. No job. Stinky bum. It looks dirty and smelly. Ugh. Yuck. Ugh. Ugh.
Fuck it. Let me just do this really quick. Despite me saying this to just get this person off my back, just leave me the fuck alone. After he commented on my video when I blocked him on like all my channels. This is what he says. Was it this one? No, not that one. But I really did appreciate this comment. It meant the world to me.
3 months later, in February 2014, Janet's brother arrives at the sentencing, wishing
None of them will get away with this. Battle said I'm kind of being the cool uncle kind. When things get tense and people are worried, I say a joke every once in a while and laid back. No pressure, no pressure. Is El Diablo this King Stephen fool? Yeah, his name is Stephen Colleen. He calls himself King Stephen. He calls himself the King of Kings. And so, yeah, it's pretty cringe. But that's all the same person. If you look at his channel, El Diablo Radio International links to the Sanity Machine and vice versa. So, yes, they're the same person. He has multiple channels. Oh, it wasn't this video, but this is the one where that Parrish person said all this horrific shit to me. I did say some responses, but they never respond to my comments. But just horrible, dehumanizing comments. Like, I have never seen anything like it in my life. I don't know. I'm having a hard time, like, figuring out where that person... Oh, yeah, maybe it was this one. He commented yesterday, Mushroom is deranged. Even though I said, I apologize if I ever hurt you, if I ever said anything. You've done reactionary abuse to me so many times and tried to get reaction out of me and said the most slanderous shit. And so now it's like, when people hear my story, you're just going to make yourself look like an even more major abusive asshole than you'll ever. You've already been that, but it's going to be so much worse when people actually hear the real side of the story of what I went through and how I was actually having a mental breakdown where, you know, the fact that he's trying to get this shit out of me or like trying to get me to react because of what Kirsten said, unbelievable. This is why I put her on a police report too. But this was my comment. I said, I wished you well and I intended the best for you despite wishing me eternal rape and torture. I protected you when someone wished death upon you. You misconstrue everything I and others say. I have asked you to repeatedly leave me alone. Leave me and those alone who don't want to be harassed by you. You were warned. I do not want... Well, I'm going to say I do not want anything to do with you, but I do not owe you anything else. Unlike you, I can actually apologize and forgive. I have done nothing to you but try to defend myself and others. You'll find out one day God is real and not to be mocked. And Parrish said,
You'll find out one day, Mushroom said, you'll find out one day that God is real and not to be mocked. Goodbye for now, Wendy. Have a delicious dinner. And take care. Mushroom claims to be a Muslim, a believer in Allah.
I agree. Like what? You agree that I'm a deranged psychopath? Like this person says I'm a narcissist, I'm a borderline, I'm a cluster B, I hate myself. Because I was an SA victim, I guess that means even more I should be eternally raped and tortured. Is that what you agree with? Because you don't care, it seems to me, that you care about females being sexualized and harassed and abused. And I said, Parrish, at this point, I think I will go over your comments too. I don't want to give you that attention, but I'd like to show how much you've actually harassed me at this point as well, despite all I've said, and how I don't want any more disgusting, violent threats and harm from you, but you continue on. And you left a comment battle. I saw that. It's just these people gang up and they just do this shit. It's just so disgusting. They live near Toronto, maybe. What's their last name? I can find them easily if I have their name and general location. Well, people have already noted that. Like, they've said that. And I don't know. Like, he says a lot of things. He says he has, like, a house, like a home in Mexico. He's like, you don't know where I am. I could be here or there. But, when you look him up, that's why people ask, like, is that even his real name? But I've said his name several times in my former lives. His name is Stephen Killeen. And look up.
Sounds like you're doxing me on a live stream, doesn't it? Sounds like you're trying to get people to stalk me and do harm to me because you're a real fucking creepy creature. You're committing spiritual crimes. You'll pay for this.
When you look that up, look what you see. Is this anything, you know? This art store, whatever comes up of his. LOL, you can ping his IP in his own chat room. I don't want to dox anyone. I don't want to... He was in this, apparently, like, Asylum magazine or something. Like, he went to a psych ward. He was, like, a self-proclaimed schizophrenic. I don't know. I honestly don't care. But... that's the unfortunate thing, is that a police report is done, but like this could just be a name that he uses online, but this is his art. And I don't...
So who's coming across as the obsessed stalker? You're psycho. Psycho Kai.
No, I don't want to give people like this attention, but it's weird he calls my art, he calls me childish and demonic and all this shit. I feel physically sick when I look at his art. Just something very... I don't know. It's not... It's... I have no commentary. I believe in anarchy. I think someone could hunt down idiots. I hope you're not saying that to get me in trouble. Because I don't know who you are, truly. But there were definitely people who have said some things online. But I don't condone that at all, what you're saying, Dutch. And I don't want you to get me into trouble because he's going to record all of this. It's sad seeing people so mad in this world. Everyone wants to be loved in their own way. Collective soul dandy life. I should listen to that song. But thank you for being here, because this has been really tragically fucked up for me. Oh look, apparently Demon Slayer just put out a video.
Ew. He loves to watch every Demon Slayer video. Slanders me for years. You will pay for everything that you've done, Mushroom. You'll pay for all of it. All of it. You obsess over me, my live streams, my artwork, my name, everything. You're a real creepy creature.
50s now. I guess he must be in his 60s now. Cause like, but why is he saying all of these young men are PDFs? Yet he's going on about how I talk about men, how I'm slandering men. No, just you as the creepy, degenerate person that you are. And I don't want to bite back and say mean words, but this is exactly what they do. They do reactive abuse where it gets to a point where it's like, it's so hard not to hold, like, you have to hold your tongue to ever fucking, you know, you know the deal if you've dealt with narcissists. This idiot is 60, senior citizen. Yeah, he's like, he says he's 88, and that's kind of his like racist little flag he's flying, if you know what the whole 88 stands for. But he was like in his 50s like a couple of years ago. I don't know his exact age, but I'm just saying like he's gonna be doing this till he's 60. I might as well just put an estimate, because that's what people are saying now. Like, we were saying, oh, he's in his late 50s now. I guess he must be in his 60s now, because this has been ongoing for 3 years. And he's just going on all over the internet, all over YouTube, calling people the F word, calling people idiots, retards, and all the rest. And I will show more of London's content, and I'll come across that one video where Salty Siren was showing her, you know, she took that post down, and she's saying, oh, no mercy on me. Yeah, you're a woman that thinks that I deserve to be eternally raped and tortured in hell, and you don't even know me, and you have children. And you're calling me the deranged psycho that mutilated themselves and that I hate myself? The Salty Siren wants me to kill myself. That's what she wants me to do. That's what all these people want you to do. Because you are the light, you are love, you are one of God's creations, and you deserve to be loved. And that's the only message that I've ever wanted to preach. I can't say anymore now, because this has completely broken my heart. And that's the ultimate thing that they want to see, is you crying and in pain and suffering. And I don't want to give them that kind of, you know, pleasure, to be honest with you. Yeah, he's reposting my content again. Psycho. No, you're the psycho. You're the one with 2 police reports now. Slandering and lying about me. That's all you've done to hundreds of people. All you do is project your nature and the very activities that you do onto other people. And anyone with a sound mind can see that. It's like how obsessive it is for him to repost all of this shit. I was hoping, he sounds young, I thought 30s. Yeah, it's kind of deceiving, right? Like when you see his picture. I actually thought the same thing, and others did too. People thought he was a lot younger, but yeah, a voice can be deceiving. But I hope that makes it clear, you know. Retired loser on Canadian benefits, no life, nothing intelligent to do. That's what people thought. I have no idea what the situation he has is, and I'm not going to speculate because I don't care. But he loves to talk about how I live in a trailer, and he says like I don't think Kai's taking care of their mother. You know, they're doing this and shit. My mom can take care of herself to a great extent. It's just that I have to do certain things, and if she ever needs me to do anything, I'll do whatever she needs me to do. But I'm also combating this, and I actually talked about how this is stressing me out. This is affecting my ability to help my mom, because last year, Like, I really didn't want to be here anymore because of how bad this was. I had so many betrayals. I had so many people that were just hammering me, and then to have Demon Slayer be like, yeah, you need therapy, you think everyone's your enemy, when clearly everything that I've stated in my former life was like, I think that, you know, like, this person's Demon Slayer's heart is in the right place, but at the same time, I really retract those statements, because I don't think this is any way, in any shape or form, a heartful response. Which I knew that this is how he would respond. Dude, go to therapy. You have issues. Hope you heal, though. Cheers. Cheers. No, you don't. Hope I heal. That's all my abusers said. They're like, you're never gonna heal. You don't hope I heal. Have been extremely snarky and rude to me. And I'm glad I recorded how you would stick up for somebody, a woman, like a beautiful woman, being harassed. But the moment I'm harassed and my genitals are being talked about and I'm being, you know, told to basically, like, all of these horrible things. Oh, well, you just need therapy. You have issues. Thanks, Demon Slayer. I think you actually want me to off myself too. I don't give a fuck. How you treat people, how you treated Chris and said, oh, you know, you don't know suffering. You have no idea what suffering actually entails. And you know what? In your Discord, you were talking about how you wanted to end your life, and all I said was, please don't do that. It's like you're killing God, because you're a fractal of the divine, and like, you shouldn't do that. And I think that you don't know what's going to happen, and that there might be consequences for that. And what does he do? He just gaslights me. I said, don't proclaim how I feel about others or question my love for people then. You projected I have issues or view everyone as my enemy, but my last live contradicts everything you're saying. You're projecting, and you really did say those things to Chris without even knowing him. That's not caring or compassionate. This is why I stepped in, because I actually go and talk to be friends with the people who have been abused. You're saying I need therapy while you laugh and brush off people who actually wanted to self-exit and grifted money from people who had very little. Smugly telling me after I've given you hundreds of comments, likes, shared your videos, told people to sub, etc., even shared it in this live, that I need to get a lawyer, but never mentioned that to anyone who may be clearly in a better situation than I'm in. I thought I was going to go homeless last year, but I don't think you care to know or hear about what I went through at all just by all your responses. You never proved any hearsay you said. Meanwhile, I was flustered with these people coming to me saying they got scammed, because I know for a fact others than I did. Mind you, Blessing Mulu said something in the chat, but never responded to any question I asked. I thought that was interesting. And they came out of nowhere. And they were saying all this weird stuff that I'm like, I'm not really sure. Maybe
Hello, hello. Hold on, everyone. Hold on, please. Bear with me for a while. Hello, hello. Who's still with us? Who's still here in the chat? Who's here in the chat? Hello, hello. I have a new meme to show you, not that one. Not that one. This is El Diablo Radio International, the hottest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. I was working on finishing a new meme. I'm going to share it with you.
Compassionate. This is why I stepped in, because I actually go and talk to be friends with the people who have been because if you
But you'll never be a man, ever.
And
women have more testosterone than El Dumbo.
whatever makes them happy. Do you think that a person would just do all that shit for shits and giggles if it wasn't something that actually benefited their spirit in some way? And that's when I got on psychedelics. The whole thing with the trans thing, I was like,
I sent Kai into the car wash, everyone. I put smelly, stinky clown Kai in the car wash. They need to wash that clown vagina. They gotta wash that smelly vag in the car wash.
why God? Why do trans people exist? And all I could stop, I couldn't stop writing love over and over again. Love. It's always about love. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. It is always going to come back to that.
That's absolutely. But you'll never be a man, ever.
And
Women have more testosterone than El Dumbo.
whatever makes them happy. Do you think that a person would just do all that shit for shits and giggles if it wasn't something that actually benefited their spirit in some way? And that's when I got on psychedelics. The whole thing with the trans thing, I was like, why God? Why do trans people exist? And all I could stop, I couldn't stop writing love over and over again. Love. It's always about love. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. It is always going to come back to that.
That's absolutely stupid. Sounds just like near-death experiencers saying it's all about love. No, it isn't. This place is full of torture, pain, suffering, disease, disasters, liars, demons. It is not all about love. Far, far from it. You're a liar.
And trans is not all about love, it's about confusion. And demons. Diamonds.
Trying to learn to be more loving.
You're a liar and you're a deceiver. You're an
Okay.
agent of evil.
Okay.
And sometimes that can look like hatred, or it can look like I'm getting called fake, I'm getting called all these names and everything else, but it doesn't apply to me, because I know exactly who the fuck I am. Released an amazing dog, thank you. Josh said, I have nothing to do. Joshua said, but we aren't human, we are just in this biological suit temporarily. Exactly, that's why why I said in that video.
That's stolen directly from me saying we aren't human, we're just in this meat suit temporarily. Fucking copycats, that's all they do. All they do is copy.
You're not the first person to say that. Do you see how egotistical and crazy that sounds? You know how many people...
That creature's eating as they're commenting. They're just obsessed. Creepy Kai in the car wash. Wash that stinky vagina. Wash that smelly vagina.
have said, this is all temporary, and we are not this body meat suit. I've heard so many
Lip smacking. Brush your teeth.
people use the word meat suit. You're not the first person to use that word. That's how much of grandeur, delusional grandeur you have. LOL, that Morin has never come up with any idea of their own in their lives. I don't think so either. Honestly, everything that he's taken is come from somewhere else. Nothing new under the sun.
They copy me. Hold on. Hold on a minute, everyone.
Oh, what's he gonna do now? Because I'm wondering if they're like live streaming this whole new one I have going on. But hey, this is good because he's taking time away, from harassing other people, just to focusing on me for whatever reason. Well, this is weird. It's not just suffering per se, but the onus is on the individual to care about things. And a lot of times you're under outside influences, but that guy has no influence, no higher mind or higher power. Yeah, because if you are in loving consciousness and you're gonna help other people, you're gonna be you know, everything that I was talking about. But okay, let's see now. What the fuck? Adding this to the
Hello,
police
everyone. Live now
report.
for 5 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And these envious losers have Mario Brothers brains. This is their operating system. For the creepy creatures like Creepy Kai the Lie, this is their operating system. It's 1980s Nintendo Mario Brothers. There's the mushroom. It thinks that the mushroom is magical. Watch it get the mushroom and it grows bigger. Mario grows from the mushroom. There you go. That's their operating system. That's what runs their mind. They're functioning at a very low level. They're functioning at a very fucking low level. Okay? I want people to understand this. I want you to understand what's going on. This is their operating system. This is what runs their brain. And even beyond the meat suit brain, their mind. This shit. That's their operating system. They're running Mario Brothers operating system on mushrooms. And this is what this thing is. I just made this meme now and saved it. Matrix Agent of Evil. That's what it is. That's what it is. And that's how it looks. It looks better. That's how it looks.
Wait, when did I mock the look of others? The only thing that I really remember saying, well, I've said some things in kind of a reactionary abuse kind of way, like called him the burger boy and stuff like that. And put a little pregnant man emoji. I did that on Demon Slayer, so he probably knows because I think he's Demon Slayer. But he was just he's so cruel. It's like hard not to say something back. And I don't want to do that, but it's like I said that Parrish or whatever has like Sanpaku eyes, which he's done to Charles. He said that about numerous people. So yeah, you can make fun of everyone's looks, but how dare I say anything about something that you've actually spoken about before, like Sanpaku eyes, which I think are a real thing that needs to be considered when you're dealing with people that could be potentially wanting to control you. They're a total fucking loser and failure. Yeah, it's hard to even go on about this because I want to take up time from harming other people.
Big hunter. Big little eyes. Goblin teeth. Look what happened to the brush in 1988. Terrible.
I didn't see my teeth. And the sun is in my eyes, but...
This is operating system. What's that thing? You have to go way back to the 80s, the late 80s, I think. Mario Brothers on the original Nintendo system that plugged in the television. When you cartridges it, if you got any little second dust in them, it'd blow up the dust and then bright again and reload it. Get it to play. Mario with this. Let's get the speakers running on. It's a psycho. It's a psycho. It's a Matrix Agent of Evil. It's a psycho. It's a psycho.
Video, and I agree with your video a ton, is that like why get all wrapped up in this meat suit and the labels and everything that defines it. Like we have a
against it. This is what is guilty. You're really
No. Your entire channel is something, and he made a great video, and I want to show it on here because I think it'd be funny if he starts recording it.
qualities I saw in them or how much I wanted to like that. I feel bad because I feel like these people probably experienced something very horrific in their life, and it's no excuse at all for continuing the cycle. But it's like, yeah, I just can't believe some people said some of the things that they have said, and people informed me about other things that were said, and I just was like, oh shit. Okay, I'm not trying to expose people, but like when you actually have a recording of what some of these people...
You don't have any recording of me saying anything nasty or wrong. You should be locked up for life, fucking lying piece of shit.
Oh, I don't have anything recorded that you've said. I have hours upon hours of evidence of horrific things that you've said, and so have others. In fact, your entire channel is a mountain of evidence, of criminal evidence against you.
You try to mix me in with other people to try to make me appear guilty. You're really
No. Mix people with... I just covered 2 people. You do that all the time. You mix people in. You say all these people are grouped together. All these people are evil. Every single thing he says is a projection of what he fucking does. It's the craziest making shit. You're brave for this advocacy, but I would never do it. I don't have it in me. I'm not scared of these people. I don't give a fuck. He's on a police report. Twice. Because it was 2025 and now it's ongoing and he won't stop.
hell and disgusting. You're a snake. And I see what you're doing. I see right through you. But you are going to serve time in Hell Realm for eternity. Go to hell and stay in hell.
People say it's actually valuable because it's a record that other people can see that this is absolutely not a person you would want to get involved with. Dutch said some people are in physical or emotional pain. It has nothing to do with self-loathing in that case. Yeah, exactly. There's emotional, that's where there's no empathy from these people. They don't understand the emotional pain. They don't understand the trauma, what people have gone through. They don't have empathy for others. That's what I witnessed. You want to talk about observable facts? That's right there. There's people, and I know I'm not the only one. There's probably there's other people that talk about this on YouTube. There's people all over the internet, and this was said that this would happen in the end times, in the Quran, that people would do these types of behaviors at a real mass scale, like to a point where, harming people in such a way, gossiping, slandering, smear campaigning, all the rest, and you get these groups of people who don't.
That's you. That's what you're doing. Gossiping, rumor mongering, slandering.
Everything he does is a projection, as you can see. Everything that I've gone through is true, and it's absolutely real. And to take my point at my lowest point where I wanted to end my life and mock it and ridicule it and talk about my mental health and then say mental health matters in a tag about me where you're actually bullying and harassing me, trying to get me to off myself.
Making false accusations. You're such a fucking...
You just made a fucking false accusation that I'm a PDF. You're projecting. I've done readings on you.
Piece of shit. You truly are. You're really gross. You're a hideous demon. That's what you are. Just like a cesspool of black goo and sewage. You're gross.
I don't even know you, and they're all joining in, and I'm just here to say, yeah, when they're sending that negative energy, it can be felt, because in a sense we all are interconnected. I'm not saying we're all one, but I mean, we all, consciousness in itself is consciousness. What we experience, we're all experiencing it to some extent. Joshua said, if you honestly look at the movement, it's all full of narcissists. That's why you saw through it, because you're not one. Thank you, Joshua. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for saying that. You're such a healer. And the person that, I don't want to put them on the spot.
It calls creeps heroes, healers, earth angels, all kinds of shit. It's a trans man. It calls itself a trans man. And it also calls itself a Muslim. Can you imagine being that deranged to think that LGBT and trans fit in with Muslims? If you can believe it.
But the person that was telling, I'll message you and tell you who that person is, but I don't want to put a target on their back, but, she was telling me that you're a healer, and I absolutely agree. You are a healer in so many ways, and when I hear you get called a narcissist and fake and you're stealing, I'm like, that's the exact opposite of who you are, and these are all projections, and I know you don't take it seriously because obviously how can shit affect you when it doesn't apply? So, but it does disgust me, and every negative word spoken about you is just going to make you more abundant. Like I said, I am willing that and intending that and transmuting all of that bullshit into alchemical gold. That's going to be alchemical gold. Not what these people boast on about, that their ideas are so original. It's just so insane. Why do I even have to explain this? Because it's just so crazy making that shit like this even exist, that people have to constantly boast about themselves. But that is, again, what broke my heart when I realized, yeah, this trans movement is full of narcissists. And I just witnessed this. I witnessed this one on my channel, this Parish person. And again, they're welcome to comment on my channel because I didn't block them, and they do. And they boost my algorithm because they leave me a slew of comments. But they were some of the most, and this is a self-proclaimed trans woman just this year. Let's have a little celebratory, how strong and brave. If I had little confetti and sounds going off, hooray! Great, you're a trans woman this year. You've declared this. And that gives you a right to tell me that I basically deserve to fucking burn and get slaughtered and get spit roasted. And this is the thing that they've said to women. Let's spit roast all of these TERFs.
I don't know if the audio is still distorted, but this is crazy. I've seen
screenshots of what these people say, and they say things like,
oh my
they
god,
want to KI double hockey stick and rape women and actually force them to transition, force all the people that hate trans people to transition, and then rape them and spit roast them. I don't understand how evil, how hateful anyone could ever be to say these kinds of things just for simply disagreeing with somebody. Like, I would
As a
never
child,
say any of that, obviously, to anyone.
Diggler,
you
you
can look at
said?
that like religions. Like,
What a psycho freak. What an absolute psycho.
how religions fight one another because they disagree on just the loud ones. Yeah. And we always see
All it does is talk about other people for hours and hours, day after day. That's all it does.
That's all you do. Are you hearing this? Are you hearing how utterly hypocritical this is? You won't stop talking about me, and I'm talking about people that have come to my channel and told me that I deserve to die and burn in hell. But the moment anyone says anything to you, oh, you have to make 50 videos about them.
worst of the worst. Like, let's see the best of the best. I can't get over that one. It still was coming in my mind, that one interview on Boy Underbelly. I think I said her name wrong. Daviana. That person, man, everybody just loved them. Even if they're just like a quote-unquote transphobe, they're like, man, I just can't hate this person because they're just so real. They're so genuine and honest.
Smoke some more weed. That's what you do every day. Smoke some more weed. Medicate yourself. Get stoned. Every day.
Man, everybody just loved them. Even if they're just like a quote-unquote transphobe, they're like, man, I just can't hate this person because they're just so real. They're so genuine. I think I said her name wrong. Daviana. That person, man, everybody just loved them. Even if they're just like a quote-unquote transphobe, they're like, man, I just can't hate this person because they're just so real. They're so genuine and honest. Like, that person, I would have no problem respecting her pronouns because that person respects women and doesn't call themselves a woman. They're like, I'm not a woman. I'm never going to be one, but I like to emulate one. I like to look like.
So we should respect you, though, and you call yourself a man. Men should respect.
Nope, I've never called myself a man, and I've actually stated that so many numerous times. This is why he just slanders and says the most dumbest shit. I've never stated that. You'll hear in my lives. And that's the crazy making, time wasting bullshit that they try to do, is like, he's probably even recorded it, that I've said I've never stated that I'm a man. So, go on.
You, really? You say you're a trans man.
So?
You call yourself a trans man.
So?
Why should we respect you? And men know that. You're biologically not a...
Trans men are trans men. And I think it's good to have people know that, because then they can understand where I'm coming from a little bit more on different things. El dumb fucko is funny to laugh at how pathetic they are. I agree.
man. You never will be. You never will be. You can't be a man.
I never said I was.
The way men think and the way men are. You judge men.
No, I don't want to be a man. I don't judge men. I stick up for men a lot, and that's all, like, in my videos. If you actually hear them, you actually know. I never said I was.
The way men think.
I never said I was.
The way men.
I never said I was.
The way men think and the way men are. You judge men.
No, I don't want to be a man. I don't judge men. I stick up for men a lot, and that's all, like, in my videos. If you actually hear them, you actually notice that I say, let's not compare our struggles through whatever sex we have. Like, let's just... Oh, man, it's just so dumb.
But you'll never be a man, ever.
Women have more testosterone than El Dumbo.
Whatever makes them happy. Do you think that a person would just do all that shit for shits and giggles if it wasn't something that actually benefited their spirit in some way? And that's what I got on psychedelics. The whole thing with the trans thing, I was like, why, God? Why do trans people exist? And all I could stop, like, I couldn't stop writing love. Over and over again, love. It's always about love. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Just do all that shit for shits and giggles if it wasn't something that actually benefited their spirit in some way. And that's what I got on psychedelics. The whole thing with the trans thing, I was like, why, God? Why do trans people exist? And all I could stop, like, I couldn't stop writing love. Over and over again, love. It's always about love. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. It's always going to come back to that.
That's absolutely stupid. Sounds just like near-death experiencers saying it's all about love. No, it isn't. This place is full of torture, pain, suffering, disease, disasters, liars, demons. It is not all about love. Far, far from it. You're a liar.
Trying to learn to be more loving.
You're a liar and you're a deceiver.
Okay.
You're an agent of evil.
Okay.
And sometimes that can look like hatred, or it can look like I'm getting called fake, I'm getting called all these names and everything else, but it doesn't apply to me, because I know exactly who the fuck I am. Ruby said, amazing dog, thank you. Josh said, I have nothing to do. Joshua said, but we aren't human, we are just in this biological suit temporarily. Exactly, that's why I'm like, why I said in that video.
That's stolen directly from me saying we aren't human, we're just in this meat suit temporarily. Fucking copycats, that's all they do.
Never asked me, you go on the basis of somebody that you've smeared and called. You're the slanderous person that is always fucking slandering people and assassinating their characters.
Sir, you are deranged. Your own former therapist has a restraining order against you. I heard all about it.
Yep, that's exactly the levels that Kirsten would go to. And that's not the full story. So you don't know the whole story. You never asked me. You go on the basis of somebody that you've smeared and called a bitch. But, you know, well, she really is because of what she's done now. And this is all recorded. This is why I said I'm putting you both on a police report, because you can actively check right now, which it would not even come up on any kind of record. But go ahead and check if I have any kind of restraining order and why that happened. I'll tell this story. I know that's what you want me to do. You want me to say what happened and all the rest. Because I know how vindictive and evil you are. Everything that you say is a projection of who you are. And if you're starting to get my therapist, a former therapist of over like 4 years now, involved in my life again, that brutally hurt me and left me to die, you really are next level psychotic. And you will be the reason for somebody to, at some point and at some time, I swear, if this continues on, like, I think that these people want us to off ourselves.
I heard all about it. I know all about you. All about you, you piece of shit. You stalked your former therapist, a man.
No, I didn't.
You married me.
I didn't stalk him. I didn't look him up for years after what transpired. Every fucking thing. I knew Kirsten was going to be this sadistic and dirty. When I saw him make that post about, oh, this is sounds like mushroom. Prove whatever you're saying. Prove it. I knew that evil, vindictive, lying, monstrous person, Kirsten, who was trying to get Charles to kill himself and was laughing with glee. You want to talk about a narcissist, a psychopath? I would never slander someone's name so badly that I would get them to the point where they want to end their own lives, which is what you pushed me, you pushed Derek, you pushed Charles to. It's sadistic beyond words. Record this shit, motherfucker.
You had to get a restraining order because you're a psycho.
I'm gonna get a restraining order on your ass. That was a false restraining order, mind you, that I could actually have gotten a ton of money for. You can't just... I was on... Basically, I should have had a 5150 because I was wanting to hurt myself. And one of the most evil, satanic experiences I have been through. Kirsten wanted to tell the whole internet, basically, because this guy's a mouthpiece for everything. And you went on and on about how women's vaginas stink and all that stuff. Well, Kirsten said your dick probably stinks.
Like, harming children is okay because I just have to distance myself from that entirely, no matter.
I wouldn't trust you around children. You talk about others, but you're creepy. You're probably a PDF, you creepy fucking thing.
Oh, now he's accusing me of being a PDF. Wow, I'm so glad I have that on record. You are next level slanderous. To this point, now you're calling me a PDF? Holy fuck. You know, Sticky was talking about how the biggest lol cows are those who, like, they're horror cows, but the ones who actually say that other people are PDFs without any proof whatsoever. He's done this to Keith. He's done this to others, and that's where I'm like, other people had red, you know, flags, like, holy crap, is this projection? He'll say whatever he wants to say to slander anyone's name. Oh, you're creepy. What have I shown that has been so creepy? And this is all unfortunately going to come out. He's probably knows because I told Kirsten so much information, and because I thought I could trust her, and I thought I could open up to somebody about this. He said that she sent pictures I don't know what exactly, messages, private information to a Discord group. And that's why I think he shut down the Discord group, because all of that could be completely and utter evidence against you for stalking and harassment. And that's why I think I've been doxxed. I think this person has my information on all levels, even my therapist's name. And I've actually wanted to make commentary about my therapist, but I'm afraid that he's going to go after me because that's what he initially tried to do. But the funny thing is, like, he was actually stalking me. And my accounts of that are completely real. It's nothing fabricated. Like, I know exactly what I experienced. And now I'm at the point now where I have to, like, share this on the internet because I'm being now called a PDF and said that I stalk and I harass people when this is all this person has done to me. Dutch said, Siren has obsessive compulsive disorder resulting in constant eating, leading to morbid obesity, and so they can't fit into a photograph. Battle said, this is a strange setup. He's recording your stream and showing it. Haha, what stinks? Haha, sorry, but sometimes immature things make me laugh. What stinks in regard to what? I forgot what did I say anything? I just wondered if he'll start recording this live stream because I was going to show a video about the salty siren. So, like, you can have some more background on her. And the video, the photo that I'm actually referring to, it's on this other video. So I think. I know London Man had recorded something and he made a great video and I want to show it on here because I think it'd be funny if he starts recording it.
Qualities I saw in them or how much I wanted to, like that, I feel bad because I feel like these people probably experienced something very horrific in their life and it's no excuse at all for continuing the cycle, but it's like, yeah, I just can't believe some people said this, some of the things that they have said, and people informed me about other things that were said, and I just was like, oh shit. Okay, I'm not trying to expose people, but like when you actually have a recording of what some of these people...
You don't have any recording of me saying anything nasty or wrong. You should be locked up for life, fucking lying piece of shit.
Oh, I don't have anything recorded that you've said. I have hours upon hours of evidence of horrific things that you've said, and so have others. In fact, your entire channel is a mountain of evidence, of criminal evidence against you.
You try to mix me in with other people to try to make me appear guilty. You're really
No. Mix people with... I just covered 2 people. You do that all the time. You mix people in. You say all these people are grouped together. All these people are evil. Every single thing he says is a projection of what he fucking does. It's the craziest making shit. You're brave for this advocacy, but I would never do it. I don't have it in me. I'm not scared of these people. I don't give a fuck. He's on a police report. Twice. Because it was 2025 and now it's ongoing and he won't stop.
hell and disgusting. You're a snake. And I see what you're doing. I see right through you. But you are going to serve time in Hell Realm for eternity. Go to hell and stay in hell.
People say it's actually valuable because it's a record that other people can see that this is absolutely not a person you would want to get involved with. Dutch said some people are in physical or emotional pain. It has nothing to do with self-loathing in that case. Yeah, exactly. There's emotional, that's where there's no empathy from these people. They don't understand the emotional pain. They don't understand the trauma, what people have gone through. They don't have empathy for others. That's what I witnessed. You want to talk about observable facts? That's right there. There's people, and I know I'm not the only one. There's probably there's other people that talk about this on YouTube. There's people all over the internet, and this was said that this would happen in the end times, in the Quran, that people would do these types of behaviors at a real mass scale, like to a point where, harming people in such a way, gossiping, slandering, smear campaigning, all the rest, and you get these groups of people who don't.
That's you. That's what you're doing. Gossiping, rumor mongering, slandering.
Everything he does is a projection, as you can see. Everything that I've gone through is true, and it's absolutely real. And to take my point at my lowest point where I wanted to end my life and mock it and ridicule it and talk about my mental health and then say mental health matters in a tag about me where you're actually bullying and harassing me, trying to get me to off myself.
Making false accusations. You're such a fucking...
You just made a fucking false accusation that I'm a PDF. You're projecting. I've done readings on you.
Piece of shit. You truly are. You're really gross. You're a hideous demon. That's what you are. Just like a cesspool of black goo and sewage. You're gross.
I don't even know you, and they're all joining in, and I'm just here to say, yeah, when they're sending that negative energy, like, it can be felt, because in a sense, we all are interconnected. I'm not saying we're all one, but I mean, it is, we all, like, consciousness in itself is consciousness. What we experience, we're all experiencing it to some extent. Joshua said, if you honestly look at the movement, it's all full of narcissists. That's why you saw through it, because you're not one. Thank you, Joshua. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for saying that. You're such a healer. And you know, the person that, I don't want to put them on the spot.
It calls creeps heroes, healers, earth angels, all kinds of shit. It's a trans man. It calls itself a trans man. And it also calls itself a Muslim. Can you imagine being that deranged to think that LGBT and trans fit in with Muslims? If you can believe it.
But the person that was telling, I'll message you and tell you who that person is, but I don't want to put a target on their back, but, you know, she was telling me that you're a healer, and I absolutely agree. You are a healer in so many ways, and when I hear you get called a narcissist and fake and like you're stealing, I'm like, that's the exact opposite of who you are, and these are all projections, and I know you don't take it seriously because obviously how can shit affect you when it doesn't apply? So, but it does disgust me, and every negative word spoken about you is just going to make you more abundant. Like I said, I am willing that and intending that and transmuting all of that bullshit into alchemical gold. Like, that's going to be alchemical gold. Not what these people boast on about, that their ideas are so original. It's just so insane. Why do I even have to explain this? Because it's just so crazy making that shit like this even exists, that people have to constantly boast about themselves. But that is, again, what broke my heart when I realized, like, yeah, this trans movement is full of narcissists. And I just witnessed this. I witnessed this one on my channel, this Parrish person. And again, they're welcome to comment on my channel because I didn't block them, and they do. And they boost my algorithm because they leave me a slew of comments. But they were some of the most, and this is a self-proclaimed trans woman just this year. Let's, like, have a little celebrate, you know, celebratory, how strong and brave. If I had, like, little confetti and sounds going off, like, hooray! Like, great, you're a trans woman this year. You've declared this. And that gives you a right to tell me that I basically deserve to fucking burn?
So here, this sounds kind of threatening. What did I supposedly take down? I'll go back and listen. That, what a psycho, no mercy. Yeah, you have no mercy for anyone. You ridicule and mock people who have had sexual abuse done to them. And this is a woman doing this to another female-bodied person. And then on top of it, like, you say you have children, yet you're partaking in an illegal activity, cyber stalking and harassing others. And watch. He's gonna lose his fucking mind because I ended the other live stream because I had to. I mean, there was no sound, so here we are back again. Meow meow. He likes to go meow meow meow. You're just a whiny little crybaby, just a little kitty. Well, that's why I called this I didn't know what to name this live stream, but let's see how he reacts once I shut down my live stream.
My whole disclaimer on everything, like, I need to add that to all my posts, is that anything that I share on YouTube, it's just, I want to make commentary, like, use this as a learning tool. I find this to be helpful. This is resonating with me right now. And tomorrow, I feel like, is a very special day. I think something amazing is going to happen. I'm intending that for us all. Something amazing is going to happen. And look, guys, I have 7 people in my chat now. I get a lot of people when I'm being live streamed in my chat liking to learn. So that's cool. Dutch said, repeating yourself over and over is the definition of being retarded. Rant free, lol. Imagine being this obsessed. And you know, when I used to listen to him, I played him on the car radio station. Oh, sorry, I bent down and it said I had to turn the phone, but yeah, I was playing his content on my radio like through the speakers on the car, and my mom was listening to it, and she's like, "Oh my God, this person's just repeating themselves over and over again." And I was like, "Yeah, I know." It's like, but he was saying some things that made sense, and it's exactly why some of us were on his channel, because some of the things, like in the content, people were even saying that.
Oh shit, here he's gonna lose his mind.
You can't make me lose my mind, you creep. You're a complete fucking obsessed stalker mental case of a loser. That's all you'll ever be, is a clown. You're of this world, and you belong here. And this is where you will stay. Here. In hell.
Viking songs, Viking strong, Viking songs, Viking strong, Viking streams, Viking dreams, Viking adventures. Waters pure, crystal clear for us here. Waters pure, my compass steers us true and sure, true and sure. Valhalla for me and you, swords of truth, honor and beauty. Viking seas, Viking ships, Viking skies, and death to this world's wretched, wicked lies. Lies, this world is lies. Lies, lies. See with your raven eyes, see with your spiritual eyes. This world is lies. Lies. Wave goodbye. Erase this place, we will sail far away.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Ren. Thank you. I want people to see the differences between good and evil, beauty and ugliness and misery. I think it's important to notice and see the differences. Joshua S. John posted this 3 hours ago. For real hard-hitting truth, rebellious meth puppet never disappoints. Like him or not, he knows what he's talking about when it comes to certain truth about this reality. No, he's a creepy cockroach of a creature. He's a sewer-mouthed creature, and Joshua S. John has idolized that creepy, violent freak for a long time. For years. Team Evil always sticks together. Always. They're creeps.
The world works. Quit over-analyzing everything and just accept things for the way they are. Good morning to all the whiners and complainers, all the mourners of this realm. What a beautiful day to be alive in hell. Yippee-ki-yay. There's a hawk right there. There he goes, looking for prey. Being a predator and not even knowing it. I don't know if you can see him, but he's up there. Watching my every move like an Archon. There he goes. He's gonna go.
This paranoid creature believes the hawk is watching his every move like an Archon. He's even against hawks. Well, my ravens and crows are watching you, Joshua. You're not going anywhere, you fucking creep. You lying piece of shit.
Alert the rulers of this realm. Hey, we've got one that can see. We got one that can see.
You can't see. You're just patting yourself on the back.
Hurry, do something. Do something. Okay, we'll just bring the sun out. Just give it a few more hours. It's 8 a.m. He's not going to last too much longer. I've been awake since 4:30 this morning. It's about 8 o'clock now. And it's funny because it makes it 3 hours and 30 minutes. Uh-oh. He's talking in code now. No, this realm just plays psychological mind tricks on you, and it tries to paint you as something you're not. So the synchronicities are endless here, whether you want to believe them as good or bad. So whatever. So on this fine morning before the sun comes out and rips my soul out of me, basically, and makes it return to the light. No, I'm gonna go inside and get some shade. But until then, I have a story I want to share. After the last video I made, my mom told me a different story about, in her line of work, she meets all kinds of curious people with curious things happening to them. And by curious, I don't mean nice or good, but just, it makes your curiosity just wonder about how all these things can happen in such bizarre and just unbelievable ways that makes you think, huh, this seems like something you'd see in a movie, or something you'd read in a book, or something you do to someone as a evil, vile, practical joke. And you don't have to suffer any consequences of the joke because it doesn't affect you, but it affects the people in this place that you're sickly and pervertedly laughing at because you find it's funny. And yeah, I will admit, in a movie, in a book, it would be funny because it's not real, it's not actually happening. But once you know it's real and real people are suffering, then it's no longer funny anymore. As soon as you put yourself in their place, you don't really want to laugh anymore. You want to be like, that's fucking terrible. So the story is, one of her clients, one of the people that she goes and takes care of, she told her that the reason why she's in this predicament is because one day she was in her study, just minding her own business. You know, you're in your home, it's a nice apartment. The world out there may seem crazy and unjust and brutal, but you're safe.
I shared this already. He laughed at the woman being stung by the bees. He is a creep. He's a real creepy creature.
So here is an absolutely shocking video of some English girls who were driving through Blackburn in modern England, and they were simply shocked and couldn't believe the current state of their England. Just take a listen to the reactions of these English girls and take a look at what they saw.
Wow. I need to move. We all need to leave. Oh my god, I feel sick. Oh my god, I feel sick. Jeez. And they say they feel uncomfortable in our country that they can't walk around the streets. Are you taking the piss? Oh my god. Oh god. I feel unwell.
Now, can anyone seriously say that this area would have looked like that, let's say, 30 years ago? No, it simply were girls, and take a look at what they saw.
Wow. I need to move.
All right, I couldn't understand what they were saying, so I had to put closed caption. They must have a terrible camera. They were filming this, but I couldn't make out what the hell they were saying. Wow, I need to move.
We all need to leave.
We all need to leave. Really? Where are you going to go? They're starting to realize that their country's being taken over. And it's not so great when non-white men move in. This is the realization. Even though for decades women across the West have said they don't need a man, white men are no good, white men are bad, white men have too much privilege, white men this, white men, and now it's we all need to leave. We all need to leave. I need to move.
Oh my god, I feel sick.
Oh my God, I feel so sick. Music. It would have been good if they would have spoken into the phone, camera, whatever they were using to record. Because I can barely make out their voices. I needed the closed caption to see. Oh my God, I feel so sick. Why do you feel sick? They're non-white. They're supposed to be the good guys. Hollywood presents them, white men are bad for what, decades now in Hollywood movies, and a lot of women lapped it up. You spent billions of dollars watching shit, vilifying white men, most women. So I can't say all women, but it's a Louise moment. She went to a mall in a certain city in Australia and came back and said privately to me, "Oh my God, Stephen, you're right." As though I didn't know that already. As though I didn't know, as though I'd be saying this on here if it wasn't happening. She said she experienced it. She was the only white woman in the mall. She felt like the only white woman or white person around. She couldn't believe it because I guess she had assumed that what I was saying isn't true, but it is true. You've just been asleep with your eyes closed, and I've tried to get you to see what's going on. I've tried to reach people everywhere I can, but very few of you want to see. And this is one thing that's happening. I've shown hundreds of thousands of pieces of the puzzle of truth in this realm and beyond, including out of body. Most people don't want to see. They want to name call me and slander me and bash me and vilify me and threaten to murder me, try to extort money from me and send emails and report me to the cops and do everything else. You'll do anything you can to avoid facing the truth. That's what most humans will do. You've demonstrated that to me by the thousands for years. So I know in the end there won't be many standing with me. And I'm prepared to fight you all. That's what you have to understand. You creatures that want to stand with evil and you want to treat me like I'm a liar until it happens to you, until you're surrounded. Then, oh my God, Stephen, you were right. Why the fuck do you think I've been speaking about this for decades? I know I'm not wrong. I'm not making it up. But only when you see it firsthand and you're outnumbered and it's too late do you say you were right. It shows me you never trusted me, Louise. Good. Glad you're gone. Just like some others. Scurry away, cockroaches. Now you're seeing that you're surrounded by non-white men. Eventually, you humans are going to see you're surrounded by the demons that I tried to show you that you didn't want to look at. You wanted to say all he does is talk about hell realm. I'm tired of hearing it. I've tried to help you see where you are. You don't want to. Most of you on earth don't want to. There should be millions tuned into my channels. Not a few people. You show me all the time.
Oh my God, I feel sick.
Oh my God, I feel so sick. Wait until you see what demonic realm you're in. And then once it's closed, wait and see. Wait and see. Because most of you that have had an opportunity to learn something from me have chosen not to. You've chosen not to listen to me, not to trust me till it's too late. Then, oh my God, I hate hearing that. What's your God going to do for you? Oh my God, I feel so sick. Well, pray to your monster then. Pray to that.
Oh my God, I feel sick.
Where are you going to leave? Where are you going to move? Where are you going to leave? You going to leave England? You going to leave the UK? Where are you going to run to? You're in a hell realm.
Jeez. And they say they feel uncomfortable in our country that they can't walk around the streets. Are you taking the piss? Oh my God. Oh God. I feel unwell.
You just keep saying, oh my God, oh my God. Once you see that you're outnumbered by beings that don't give a fuck about you, that you felt were oppressed and they needed your help and all these women helped them. And you turn on white men and say, oh, you're just an old racist man. You're racist. You're a bigot. You're that. And that's what you do. You name call men like me for years. Many of you do. And it's mostly women that do it, by the way.
Now, can anyone seriously say that this area would have looked like that, let's say, 30 years ago? No, it simply would not have.
Of course not. Of course not. Well, feminism embraces this because they're anti-white men. I've tried to explain this to women, but it's no point. They think feminism is about protecting women It's for feminine. It's for the feminine. And it's about equality. And you just don't have a clue. You just don't. You don't learn. There's going to be a spiritual war. War. You got that? And some of you could say or would say, I don't want that. I don't want that. Doesn't matter what you want. Doesn't matter at all. Not a bit. That's what's going to happen whether you want it or not. That's what's coming. And if it isn't already underway, when I get out of body for the final time and leave this body and leave this matrix, if there isn't that spiritual war already underway, I will start it. That's what you have to get through your heads. And you can sit there and go, I don't want that. I don't want that. Doesn't matter what you want. Because I know that most beings go along with evil. You've demonstrated that to me, thousands of you just on YouTube in the past 4 years or so that I've had this channel or had the Sanity Machine channel. My first channel. I don't want that. Some say it doesn't matter what you want. It's going to happen anyway. And it might be the final war. And that would be fine by me. I'm not someone that wants to war and war and war all the time. I want it to be over. I want to rest. I want to have peace. I want to have what most of you humans won't ever give me, rest and peace. You won't leave me alone. You won't leave me alone. You won't do it. I've even put that in songs. Leave me alone. You won't do it. I know what I have to do to have peace in eternity. I already know. And I also know that humans are very slow to understand things overall, because they show me it takes them years and years and years to understand very basic truths and very basic concepts and very basic truths about what's happening in this realm, much less what's happening in spiritual realms or what has to happen. It takes years and years and years and years and years. Some sit on my channels for years and learn nothing, like Coyote. They learn nothing. So you show me that is possible to be somewhere like on my channel and actively try not to learn. You do the opposite of what a being like me does when I'm somewhere. I try to learn, and I see people doing the opposite. You show me what you are.
Beautiful souls, there was a troubling aspect in today's reading, and you're going to see it all unfold within the opening few minutes. The cost of where Joe Rogan is, his level, where he's gotten himself to, his status, his platform, etc., all starts unfolding. And within that first clip, I mention that something has latched on to him. And as I say that, the window begins to close. Now, good to know, if you ever see me slow down in a reading, it means that I have to tread carefully. And I also have to be very careful with my own energy in the field. That being said, towards the end, I did feel grateful for the time that was allowed, considering that frequency shift around that 7-minute mark. Remember, beautiful souls, if you ever feel uncomfortable, unsettled, or just feeling the effects from the reading, the energies that are coming through, know that you can step away at any time and prioritize your energy. Let's get to the reading. You asked for Joe Rogan next. Let's go. There we go, yeah. Okay, so this is someone, it's potential, and it's a unlocked energy, unlocked, which simply means that he has found a way to access the potential within the human body. And as he's accessed that potential, yes, it's also come at a cost. It has also come at a cost. And that cost, that exchange for the potential and the enormous amounts of energy there that he can use at his disposal, it affects his body, especially the lungs, life, and the heart space. Yes. So there is an element of anxiety in this field, and that could simply be what this person has to manage or what he is managing, and that could be overwhelming. Let's see what else is here. Yes, it's a current that it's. Let's see what else is here. Yes, it's a current that it's always on the go. It's a current that is doing, it is acting, and it is, yes, it's active. It's a very active current. It's almost as if the current has to be active, because if this energy, for whatever reason, stops, it could be detrimental. It's almost as if he has to move to stabilize. Overwhelming feelings, emotions, and also mind activity. There we go. There's a lot in this field that is going on, and many moving parts that this person has to really take care of, look after, so it doesn't consume him. Yes. And also, what is coming, I'm just going to pause that, because that is a lot of energy, a little bit disturbing, only for me as I'm trying to go into the field. So it's just better if I just pause that there, because it can get unsettling and even uncomfortable, and I just wonder if that is coming from him. Yes, there is certainly parts that come from him directly. Yes, from what he has experienced, what he has gone through. But there is a lot. Oof. That's the tongue. There is a lot. Some very heavy, dense energies coming from the outside. It's an attack. Yeah. That destabilizes him. I do want to stay there, because if we can slow it down enough, there is some information here. Yeah, there it is. There is a very dense energy here that wants him to communicate, wants him to speak and say certain things. This is troubling. It's also a worry frequency for him. Just give me a moment. Yeah, that's a control. That is a very heavy energy from the outside that is trying to, may have done, at this present time of this recording. This was uploaded 5 years ago, but it's good to know that I can also access the present field. And that is what is communicating. It's the present field. Something may have already latched onto him. That's unfortunate. I'm going to go to the second clip because now my window is becoming shorter. Let me move. This clip was uploaded 7 months ago. And it was difficult just to find a video of him in an interview, but also a video where the camera is just on him, away from his stand-up. Yeah. Okay. There's quite a shift. There is quite a shift from the 5-year upload to this one. And that shift is to do with his voice. That shift is to do with the potential. That potential that I mentioned at the beginning is magnificent. Because that's what we all want to be able to do, is to get in touch and access that. Because that really shows, it tells you through experiencing that potential who you really are and what you're made of. But I don't know, at this level, with so many eyes, attention on you, I don't know how you would manage it all. And I don't know how you would be able to come back into your personal space to keep yourself clean. But at this time here, I gotta say it, it's defeat. It's someone that feels and has experienced a defeat. And that's to do with his voice, his message, what he says. Restricted. It's not quite the same. If you watch him often, if you're a fan, it's not quite the same. If you watch him often, if you're a fan of Joe Rogan, if you've noticed anything, maybe a change or a shift in his interviews.
So they claim Joe Rogan has millions and millions and millions of viewers every show, every week. And this woman here has tens of thousands of viewers per video. Thousands of likes. And this is the way this realm works. People are drawn to liars, grifters, deceivers, phonies, fakes, frauds, con women, con men. They love it. They love it. And that's something I've tried to teach people. But most people in this realm believe, Stephen, you're wrong. I can teach my family. I can wake them up. And in one sense, I realize that's emotions driven. They want to save their loved ones. And then they're flabbergasted and baffled. Or as that Justin guy says, it's baffling. It's baffling that their families don't see. Well, it's not going to work. It doesn't work for any of us. It's not just you. One day you might see that I've been telling you the truth all along, including about what I've gone through, what I see, my family, my experiences, my everything. But what most people want is they want to pay to be deceived. And that's something that people will shake their heads at into their graves and not understand, not come to terms with. Most of you won't. You'll turn your back and you'll say, I can't believe I was watching that negative guy that said people want to be deceived. They want to pay to be fooled, pay to be lied to and deceived. It's what you do every day. It's what the vast majority in this earth do all the time. And most of you don't see it. Most of you won't admit that that's happening. But that is the case. It's one thing I pointed out amongst many, many other things that you won't see shit channels talking about. Most people prefer lies. You'll pay for lies. And those slander and attack truth speakers that are giving away alchemical gold on silver platters for free.
Let me know in the comment section. But that is what is very clear here in the field. And you may have even noticed as you're watching, the frequency itself has dropped significantly. And even that is
They would give her, let's say, 10, 20 grand a month easily to be told this stuff. And if they could, they would pay to have me murdered. That's how fucked up humans are. I don't care how that sounds if people say, what? Yeah, it's true. That's the truth. Most in this realm hate the truth, and you hate truth speakers. And you will pay deceivers and charlatans, liars, frauds. It's what you do, and it's what you love.
your mind against you. I will disarm you with the truth. With the truth. Darkness storming, I will wreck you like an apocalypse. Warring, a spiritual battle, a spiritual reckoning. Haunt you, raven eyes will watch you flying high above. Wherever you may roam, you will be seen in your dreams. Watched by me, you will bleed. Watched by my ravens and crows. You will find no refuge. You will have no home. Hell is forever. Evil demons will burn you in the fire, cannibalizing each other forever and ever. Here where you belong. No moon, no sun, darkness and pain will be.
So my what I think is the ideology of ethnostatism. I kind of find it akin to like, no offense, like veganism or like the left's push against taking away guns. Like in theory, it works. Maybe the ideology you can argue you can argue it correctly, but in terms of actual legislation, I don't see a way of it ever happening. Like, like, if, like, it will never, I don't see a way of actually getting legislation done like you guys. You guys have your, like, how many points? Like, point 1, you want this to happen. Point 2, you want this to happen. You have like a 4-point, I've heard you talk about 4-point system or rules you want to, of things to happen, but I don't see a viability of it actually ever being a thing. It's like when you argue with a person who's a vegan, they might give you decent arguments about this is morally cruel. They might be right, but for the humanity to actually adopt those that ideology, I don't see a pathway of it ever happening.
So
that's my
comparing
argument.
ethno-nationalism to veganism is a contradiction because veganism opposes natural law because humans have been eating meat since the beginning of time, the same way that human beings have been ethno-nationalists implicitly since the beginning of time. That is the way that people have been structuring their societies really since the beginning of civilization. It's only been since all of this interracial commingling that we've seen all of these problems that come from multiculturalism. On the question of practicality, I mean, we are Europeans. Crazier things have happened throughout history. So anything is possible. The first step is to account for cultural attitudes. And the reality is that it's a lot of non-white people who tend to have the attitude of, well, it's just not realistic, or you can't do that legally. It's like, well, also we allow you to say that to us legally for now.
Also, I don't know, people often approach us and they say, well, this is unlikely, or I don't think it'll happen. It's like, that's not an argument. It's sort of just like I said, hey, I'm going to run a marathon, and everyone just starts telling me that I'm not able to do it. It's like, let me train and get to it. What are we actually discussing here?
Okay, so the wider point is that if you look at history, progressivists or people who are, let's say, quote unquote, the left, they always win. They always win over the long run. Like, even like every time there's a point where progressivists and conservatives disagree over a long period of time, progressivists always win. The society is always moving left.
How are you defining progressives? Because we're not conservatives. Are you saying a progressive is just somebody who believes in progress? Because that's actually what it really means.
Like, I believe humans are a communal species. They have empathy towards other people. And I believe that feeling of empathy supersedes all the tribalistic, which I think is natural, all the tribalistic feelings that humans also have. So I feel like over the long period of time, this empathy wins over any tribalistic lines that people try to draw on. Over time,
empathy supersedes tribal loyalty only for this small and short chapter in European history, which is why white people allow you to speak to us in our countries, and which is also why you guys rape your own people and kill each other at such high rates in your own countries. This idea that empathy supersedes everything else is something that only Europeans really have been capable of.
Well, I would personally say that tribalism is empathy, because you are putting the interest of your people first, in the same way that you would apply, your oxygen mask before assisting others, or the same way that you would look out for your mother, brother, father, or child before you look out for some random person that exists in your country. So I would say that the biggest detriments that the white race has faced has been the absence of tribalism, and we've experienced the least empathetic attitudes from other people and to ourselves as a byproduct of that. So I would say that tribalism and empathy are not inherently contradictory. In fact, they require one another in some sense.
How do you feel about the prospect of white people becoming more tribal? How does that make you feel?
I feel like my point is that I feel like eventually, like, even if you look at the Civil War, that was white people fighting against other white people over one of the points, which was slavery. The people who would be considered to be in the conservative position that time, they lost. Over time, society, things that were not accepted which were considered progressive ideas like gay rights. Over time, the progressives won.
Hello, hello. Hello, Joe. Hello. Are there gender differences? Are we all the same? Can women just do everything? Why don't they then? Why don't they?
Anything men can do, we can do better.
Hoist the colors high. Heave-ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die.
There's a lot of tough, dangerous jobs in this realm. Bernadine is showing you some that women tend not to do. They don't sign up to be on these big cargo ships. They don't sign up to be deep sea welders and oil rig platform workers. They don't do it. But at the same time, they claim they can do anything that men can do, and they can do it better, and they claim that they're equal to men. You claim a lot of things that aren't true. By you, I mean your gender. A lot of things. I'm almost half surprised that women at this point don't look at a man that's 90 kilos, between 90 and 100 kilos, or somewhere around 200 pounds or so, and you think that you can just arm wrestle a man. Like, you're just delusional. And that's the typical, that's essentially the normal state for most women at this point. They're just like children. They look at things and they just can't, they don't even know how their Amazon packages get to them if they're shipped from China on cargo ships stacked. They just don't get it. I don't think most women even know what it's like at open sea, or you just don't. You don't think about very many things. So a lot of women want to pretend that men are simple, but women go through their daily lives not knowing what happens to the garbage when they throw it in a garbage can, or how their water gets hot, and how their water goes into their house, and electricity, and who builds the buildings. They're just like children. If you asked a child, how did all these houses get built in apartments, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't say men do it. Men design them, men build it. They wouldn't know. And it's the same if you asked a 25 or 22-year-old woman, they wouldn't know. Look at those huge swells on the sea. A lot of men die out at sea, but it's not even noticed by women, because they don't have to do these jobs. They'll just say that we women are oppressed. They'll say, quote, "We women are oppressed." And we've heard it for years. From Canada to Europe to Australia. Women always feel like they're victims. They're oppressed. Yet they don't know how things work.
Reject delusions. Embrace gender differences.
Reject delusions. Embrace gender differences. She came out recently saying that her partner, I don't know if she called him a partner or a boyfriend, beat her up or was abusive or something. A lot of women that claim to be aware and awake still choose the most toxic men they can get. They're not good at making decisions. Jackie, I'm no wimp, but I wouldn't want that kind of job. Those guys are in a league of their own. Respect. Thank you for making this more public. Men are extremely unappreciated in the West. A lot of guys realize this. It's not just me. And that's where women are way behind. A lot will say, well, it's just you, Stephen. You're the only one I've heard speak of this. Well, you really don't go around talking to men, do you? Or reading thousands of comments per week, scrolling through comments. There are thousands of containers lying on the ocean floor due to rough weather. You couldn't pay me enough to work on a container ship. Hats off to those that do, this person wrote. This person said, I'm retired U.S. Navy, and I'm old enough to remember when women weren't allowed to serve on seagoing ships. Then they fought for it. We gave it to them. And then it was hard to fill those billets. Had to rework all the ship's berthing and living facilities, greatly crowding men even more, and women berthing was never filled. It wasn't an unmanageable situation, but it definitely didn't make things easier or, quote, better. It never does. We have our differences, but we complement. He used the wrong spelling, the wrong word for compliment. Each other in the best ways. As a man, it would be interesting to see what would really happen if we were to step aside. Aside is one word. And give women the chance to run things without men interfering at all. I'm happy to sit back and watch, this person wrote. She is a pretty girl. She is. Now, is she doing that just for money? I don't know. Maybe. Does that sound cynical? Because there's thousands of women that do now. They use that type of content to make money from men, from the ads. That's the thing. Are gender differences real? Yes, they are. So are spiritual differences.
Women have an unfair advantage. This is something To me, that is quite clear and quite evident, but unfortunately, I do not think the world, and I do not think women, talk about this problem enough. If anything, it's actually the inverted version of that, where women will complain about the rights that they don't have or how oppressed they are, when, to be completely honest with you, this just seems like a delusion to me. A falsified illusion of victimhood that women have painted onto themselves, that they have learned to naturally sway towards. And a lot of young women even have this mindset against men from the time that they can begin to have their first free thoughts. And it's really because, you know, social media, society, everything programs these people and these girls to think this way, to act this way, to think so much against men, because as I've mentioned and as we should all know, the system wants a divide between men and women. And there's plenty of talk criticizing men for how they contribute to the divide, but I don't think, and I don't hear myself, enough talk from women on this topic. And we are a huge part of the problem. It's not just men, so let's not talk about that. I'm not talking about men's problems because I'm not a man, and yes, I can articulate some thoughts on the issues of men, but there's plenty of that. The world criticizes men. The world is hard on men. It's very rare that you see the world criticizing women in an actual positive way with a solution. So let's circle back around. We women have an advantage in modern society that no one talks enough about. And the moment they do talk about it, it's called misogyny. So I'm going to go ahead and say right here, right now, if you believe I am a misogynist, by all means, call me a misogynist. Because if my beliefs in this video make me a misogynist, then I guess that's what I'll have to be. The average woman doesn't even need to be over a 6, okay? The average woman can post anything about herself online, and the attention, the validation will just start rolling in, okay? Just the average day woman can receive more validation than a typical man in a year. She will receive more validation in a day than a typical man will in his entire year. What does this do to the human psyche? What does this do to the woman's brain? Women's brains are not wired the same as men's. I believe that our brains are weaker in certain areas than men's. But what does this do? This has to be detrimental to our psyches, right? I mean, it really makes underqualified women believe and genuinely believe that they deserve so much more than they do. To put this illusion in their head that they are something that they're not. And they live like this, and they expect the world, they expect people to treat them like how they believe themselves to be, when in reality they're not even close to what they believe themselves to be. Social media and the people that react to the things, it's all an illusion. It's a dopamine hit, it's an illusion, and a lot of people are walking around, in my opinion, deluded about their own reality. Growing up in my teenage and young adult years, I'm still a young adult, obviously, I'm 23, which should go to speak for a lot about what I'm going to say. I'm only 23, and I've seen endless times where I had friends and they would be getting unlimited offers of money, dates, problem solving, advice, someone to talk to, you know, whatever it was, from men, from people, just because they were a woman and nothing more, nothing less. Just because they were a woman. They were nothing, you know, exceptionally attractive. They were nothing exceptionally intelligent. They were nothing exceptionally anything. It was just because they were a woman. And I noticed these things from a young age, how screwed up it was. You know, a woman could get away with something that a man would never get away with. And I don't think that this is acceptable. Of course, women should not be treated the same as men in certain situations. But I think that the real issue I'm getting to today on this video is that women have such expectations and entitlement towards a certain type of treatment that they do not earn, that they do not deserve, and I think that is a huge detriment to society overall, as a whole. The problem of this example I gave, the woman posting on social media and getting all this attention, it's not receiving the attention itself that is the problem. The real problem with this is what happens when a person gets unlimited attention, which previous generations had to work very hard to earn. It just completely screws up your expectations, especially as a woman. Some key things that I want to talk about on this video are women keeping men as satellites. You know, one goes out, one loses signal with her. That's okay, because she has 10 others that she's been keeping as satellites that she can ping when she needs things. Number 2, unrealistic dating standards. Okay, you're a 5 You do drugs. You don't take care of yourself. You post promiscuously constantly on Instagram. You use people for things all the time, and you believe you deserve a 6'5" millionaire. You know, most girls I talk to today, they actually think they deserve a man who makes $1 million a year minimum, 6 foot or above, this. They have a whole list. But in reality, they're bringing literally nothing to the table except one thing, and you guys know what that thing is. OnlyFans. Selling your body for 99 cents in one click of a button. You know, this is actually insane, guys. We've all seen this on social media. We all know these things. But actually take a second to think about what is happening and what is going on. It's crazy. We were never meant to be this way. The world is breaking in front of our face. And women, we have a lot to answer to for this, because we are contributing more than you guys think, and more than you actually take responsibility for. Women, if you're watching this video and you disagree with something I'm saying already, I want you to think about the last time you went to work and you were scared to make a joke, because you might be reported for that joke and lose your entire job and ruin your reputation. Can you ever think about a scenario where that happened to you? Because I can't. But I'm pretty sure most average men have to think about that. They have to think about the way they say things. They have to think about the jokes they make, because if they do one wrong thing and offend one wrong woman, that woman can go with no evidence to the boss and get him fired and ruin his entire life. That's how much power we have that you modern day women don't recognize. You constantly play victim, not realizing you have so much unfair advantage that you don't even use in a positive way. A lot of women use this unfair advantage to ruin people's lives, and they have no remorse about it. Women, including myself, I'm not perfect by any means. I don't want to come across in a way that makes me seem like I think I'm perfect, because I know I'm not perfect. I've learned lessons. That's how I am able to sit here and have these thoughts, because I've observed and I have, taken accountability and taken responsibility for my actions in the past. That's the only way I'm able to come to these conclusions. So don't take it the wrong way. I know I'm not perfect. No one is perfect. The point of me making this video is so that you might be able to open your eyes and learn and act differently in the future, and be grateful for the advantages that you do have by result of the new society in the modern world and what they push. You don't have to use these things to take advantage of other people and to ruin other people's lives. Most modern women, they're living almost thinking like a child through life. Women are very childlike, and I do think that this plays into something that is a blessing for us. Women are very childlike, and I do think that this plays into something that is a blessing for us. We are supposed to be more innocent. We are supposed to be more happy. We're not supposed to have the same stresses and struggles as a man. But the problem is that the modern women, and the way that society is encouraging women to think and to act, is to constantly be on attack towards a man, just for the man existing. And we don't realize the advantages that we inherently have without even trying. If you sit down and think about it, the average everyday man goes to a 9-to-5 job that he doesn't want to work at because he has to provide for his family. And he goes there all day, puts up with the boss's stuff, puts up with the customer stuff, does what he needs to do just to come home to a wife who doesn't want to give him personal affections ever. She always complains, she always has a headache, she always has a problem. And he comes home to kids that don't respect him because the mom never instills discipline into the children, and she's always self-centered about herself and worried about what's going on with her. That most women don't actually pour anything into anybody else except themselves. Modern day women. Of course, general terms here, always exceptions to the rule, but overall, this is what's happening, especially in the Western society. Do you have to think about those things? Do you, as a woman, go to your job, come home, put up with people who disrespect you, who don't want to serve you? No, you don't. And even if you work a job that drains you, you're still getting constant validation, attention, and offers from men in the outside world just because you're a woman. Men don't get that. Put that in your head. You are born a woman, you are born with an unfair advantage. Be grateful for it. Stop complaining. The world is trying to divide us because they want us to break and to fall apart. The original structure for humanity was always that the man's going to protect and provide, and the woman will give him support and children. And this is just completely broken apart. The woman might give a man children now, but support, no. She will be miserable. She will be constantly asking for more while not being grateful for what she has.
Yes, demons.
Gaslighting demons.
Creepy creatures. Vipers. Envious losers. Envious demons.
Creatures.
Hell is your only future.
Your future
is pain.
Piss ants.
Deluded
Piss ants.
This is no game.
Hey demons.
Hey demons.
Little angry demons.
No mercy
For you.
You are doomed.
Condemned here by truth. Condemned by truth.
Your spiritual crimes will hang you high and burn you alive forever and ever and ever. No mercy for demons. No mercy. No mercy. Forever here, burn here. No mercy, no tears, burn here. Demons,
Dance in the fire.
ugly demon liars.
Hello, everyone. Hello. That song is No Mercy for Demons, written by me. Lyrics by me. Song by me. Vocals by me. Hello, everyone. So what if this is a hell realm? What if this is a dungeon? Why is there a problem with evil? Why does evil exist? If this is a good realm, why is there so much evil? Why is this place filled with evil? And so many want to either minimize it or pretend it doesn't exist or tell you, just don't worry about it. Be positive. You're making your life a hell realm. You're making it hell by talking about it and looking at evil. Just pretend it away. Look inside. Look within. Don't look around you. Don't look at the suffering. Don't notice you're in a dungeon of torture, suffering, pain for others. If your life is okay, then you're in heaven. Pretend there's no hell here, is what the New Agers suggest in countless videos. Don't look at it, they say. Don't look at the suffering, the pain, the suffering, the disease, the hell realm, the dungeon, the design. Just pretend. Just be positive. Look within. Try to find heaven within yourself. Don't identify with your body and everything's okay. But I can't help but notice there's millions of children with cancer. There's millions of disabled children. That's not me, but they're suffering. See, I don't call it a hell realm because of my life. My life is actually pretty okay, pretty decent, pretty good at times. I'm not in chronic pain every day. Some people are in this place. They have all sorts of conditions where they're in chronic pain. They suffer migraines. They have MS. They're going blind. This is a dungeon for them. But just pretend, right, that it's not a hell realm. It's not a dungeon. All you have to do is block that out, is the suggestion of New Agers and psychopaths. Same thing, really. All they care about is themselves. They don't care about the massive, massive suffering in this entire realm. They want to pretend it isn't this way, but it is. The evidence is on my side. It's right there in front of you. A lot of you are too weak spiritually to look, or you don't care. You don't care about others. That's why you don't want to look at where you are. You don't want to look at the design. The trillions of beings here suffering, potentially trillions, suffering every day, getting eaten alive every day, getting diseases, dying every day, dying every year. A whole city of people self-exit. They commit suicide every year. It's about 175,000 worldwide per year, every year, that want out of this dungeon so badly, they'll do anything to get out. Anything. They'll do anything to get out. Anything. Because it's that bad here. Where many of you want to pretend, oh, it's not evil. This realm's okay. It's not a dungeon. It's not a hell realm. It's not a torture chamber. And then some of you, of course, minimize it. It's a mixture of heaven and hell, or it's a prison planet. It's just a prison. No, it's not a prison. It's way worse than a prison. It's worse than a dungeon. It's a hell realm. My description is fitting for what this place is. But a lot of you just don't want to face it. You're too weak. You're too weak to do it. You're not honest enough. You're not strong enough. You're too cowardly, too dishonest, too weak to face where you are. It's worse than a prison. It's worse here. Because you don't do this to children in prisons. Look what this realm does to children. That should show you where you are, but it doesn't, many of you. You're cowards. Mentally and spiritually and emotionally. You're fucking cowards. You don't have the stuff. You don't have the spiritual stuff. You don't. You don't have the brass balls that I have, clanging together like thunder. You don't have it. Look at this. Grimoire. Is this my altar? What do you think? Do you think this is my altar? Some of you get all kinds of wild ideas in your head. You use your imagination. You're not truth seekers. You want to create false narratives about me. Rumors, gossip, lies, false narratives. That's what you're good at, humans. I've studied you. It's what you're good at. You're good at making up stories and lies and smear campaigning, character assassinating people. This is all AI. But a lot of you will see images. Oh, he's this, he's that, he's this. And that's what you do. That's why you belong here. You should be condemned here because you're dangerous. You'll follow evil snake-eyed creatures and call them good. And you'll make up lies about me and call me evil. That's how fucked up you are. Most of you on YouTube that call yourselves truthers are fucked up. You're mental. You're liars. You're deranged. You call yourselves truthers and you're liars. You're liars. Look at this. Pentacle on the cover. That's my grimoire right there. That's a photograph of my altar. Or is it? Is it? What do you think? Do you think I created that in seconds with AI, or do you think I took a picture? What do you think? See, many of you don't care what's true. You don't care if it's true or not. You love drama. You love stories. You love entertainment. You love everything in this realm, and Hollywood knows it. They know it. They know you're not truth seekers, most of you humans. You follow what's on TV and in movies and comic books and fictional books, vampire books, Harry Potter books, whatever. That's what you follow. Dungeons and Dragons games, video games, whatever your thing is. That's what you want. You want fiction. Most of you don't want the truth. You're not truth seekers. You don't take the time, energy, effort, passion for seeking to know what the truth is of where you are. You want stories. Most of you humans, you demonstrate it. You spend billions on stories, trillions maybe per year, but you don't seek the truth. There aren't millions of you watching my videos. You don't want truth. You want Hollywood, don't you? You want stories. You want lies. You want drama. You want entertainment. You want false narratives. You want to see this and go, that's black magic. You want to make up stuff in your head. You want to follow evil. You're in an evil realm, and you're following evil liars and evil deceivers. Most of you on earth, your idols are evil. They're part of the world stage. Same on YouTube. You follow liars like this Gingy liar. You follow liars. There's the red candles right after the redhead. Look at that. Look at that. Matches up perfectly. Couldn't have timed it better. You want to follow evil, don't you? Very few of you don't. There's few exceptions. Most in this realm end up following evil. You're in an evil realm, but what do you choose? Do you choose wisely? Or do you choose to follow evil like this thing? Is that what you're going to do? Follow voodoo? Follow evil? Are you under the spell of evil? Where does evil come from? Why is it so common here, so popular? Why does it rule this realm? Why is it all over YouTube? Why are there so many evil deceivers on YouTube? Fake psychics, fake astrologers, fake tarot card readers, deceivers, grifters, money grubbers, shills. Why? Why is this realm filled with so much evil, murder, grape, primitive shit, savage, brutal shit, uncivilized shit, brutality, cruelty, savagery, cannibalism, mask-wearing demons? Why? Do you ever ask why? And not in a rhetorical way. Ask why and try to find out. Do the work. That's where you fail. That's where most of you fail. Most humans are lazy. You're lazy. You deserve to be called out on it. You follow these mask-wearing, black-eyed creatures and snake-eyed creatures, tongue-flicking serpent creatures. You love it. You defend them. The big, honking, big schnozzes and beady eyes, beady little black eyes with the duper's delight. Evil wears masks of deception to fool you. Why do you think I call it Team Evil? Because they're a collective. They're working together. They're a hive mind. They're not singular. They're not single units of evil. They're not single units of evil consciousness. They're a hive mind of consciousness. They're connected. They stick together. They gang up on spirits like me. You should start paying attention. Start observing it. Start learning something while you're here, if you ever want to get out of here. Or are you going to follow the evil that are anonymous, wearing masks, hiding their identity, hiding their name, their voice, hiding who they are, hiding their face, their voice, their name, hiding who they are? Are you going to follow the anonymous accusers, the anonymous evil demonic creatures? Are you going to follow the vacant stares, the dead eyes, the dull eyes, the black eyes club demons? What are you going to do? What are you going to follow? What are you going to choose? That's what I wonder. I wonder that almost every day. What are you going to choose? Because thousands on my channels over the years have been given a chance, an opportunity to see evil, and they run back. They join evil. Look at this. Oh, look at that gingy roach, gingy cockroach. What are you going to follow? What are you going to choose? Are you going to choose wisely? Are you going to choose to expose evil, to oppose evil, to stand against evil? Or are you going to stand with evil? Are you going to follow around the black-eyed club, the mask-wearing demons with the big titties? Is that enough for you? A set of big tits, or perhaps a pretty face, or is that enough to con you, to seduce you, to deceive you, to mislead you? Is that enough? What are you going to do? What are you going to choose? What are you going to follow? Are you going to choose wisely? Are you going to stand in the light of truth with true spirits, good spirits, spirits that care for truth, care for others, have love, care for truth, care for love, care for justice, care for what's right, righteous, moral beings of justice and truth? Or are you going to oppose good beings and stand with the dark ones, with the darkness? with the black-eyed demons. Where do you stand? Where do you stand? Do you stand with evil or do you stand against it? What if the source of evil is this place, this realm, not just this level, not just where you are right now? There might be 1,000 levels, 1,000,000 levels. There might be infinite levels and dimensions within this matrix, this sewer matrix. What if this is the source of all evil? What if beyond this matrix, evil doesn't exist? What if this is the only place known to have evil? To have spawned evil? That's a possibility. What if evil only exists here? That it's designed here? That it's created here, born here? What if there is no evil on the outside? Outside of the matrix, beyond the matrix? What if it's completely not just unknown, but foreign? Where if I described the evil within here, these beings, spirits we'll call them, outside of here, consciousness, wouldn't know what I meant. They wouldn't understand. They've never experienced it. They can't imagine it. They've never had contact with this shit in here. In here! Where most of you think it's normal and natural. Most of you just go along with it. You conform to it. You acquiesce. You assimilate. You become evil. You're in an evil realm and you become evil with it over time. Perhaps 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 5 lifetimes, 20, 25 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes, whatever it takes. It gets you in the end, this realm. If you keep coming back, it degrades you. Maybe some of you are tougher, you're stronger, you're more resistant. It takes longer. Others, it can happen in 20 or 30 years. They seem like a regular child. They seem innocent, good, maybe pure. Maybe, maybe not, but maybe fairly good. By the time they're 15, 20, 30 years old, 35, they're rotten. They're evil. They're like Hollywood. They have all the morals of Hollywood. They're evil. They're demonic. They've been degraded. They chose darkness. They chose to follow evil. They went with it. They didn't stand against it. They didn't oppose it. They're weak. They joined with evil. They weren't born evil, but they became evil in part of a lifetime, half a lifetime, or 1/3 of a lifetime, or maybe in the first 7 or 10 years of their life. There's children that can become evil. Maybe they're possessed. Maybe they open themselves up to demonic entities. Maybe they're a vessel and they have entities swarming in them. Maybe some of their choices mattered. They followed evil. They went along with the evil children, the evil demons. They copied, they mimicked. They followed, they thought they were cool. Evil is rotten. It's nasty. It's smelly. It's gross. It's disgusting. It's not cool. It's not cool at all. Hollywood tries to make you believe it's cool. Hollywood music, TV shows, movies, the whole entertainment, entrainment industry wants you to follow evil and be a slave to evil. It wants to make you a slave. It wants you condemned. It wants you doomed here. It wants you to be fucked here forever. It wants you to be fucked here forever. It wants you to be drained, degraded, destroyed, corrupted, degenerate. It wants you to turn evil. It wants to eat your spirit. It wants to eat you. It wants to destroy you. And I ask, what are you going to do? What are you going to choose? Are you going to choose wisely or are you going to choose freedom? What are you going to choose? Think about it. Choose wisely.
magic.
Magic, Viking magic.
Viking magic.
Sever their heads. Sever their heads. The Walking Dead. Zombies curse their memories.
Forever.
Seal in the demons, seal them in. All hail the Raven King. Long live
his kingdom.
Long live
his kingdom.
The Raven King. The Raven King.
Goodbye for now, people. Goodbye for now, people. Mad love to all good true